All right. There was a technical difficulty, and let us see what happens next now. And let us see. All right. Welcome to the show. We just had a few technical difficulty. I was trying to stream live on two channels at once, and I was getting an echo at the beginning. Then I mute the other channel, the other Fasting is Live channel, but I still was able to hear myself talk. So that is one thing I'll try to figure out how can you stream in two different channels at the same time and not have that echo, because I feel like whenever it feels like because it's um the same StreamYard account. Whenever I had two channels, it's like they both using the same mic. So it's like whenever I'm live streaming, it's getting a feedback, which is kind of weird because when I played this song on the other side, the music, I could hear perfectly. The music was fine. There was no echoing, nothing. But as soon as I started speaking, the audio sound was getting that feedback. So that is one thing I'll have to figure out why it was doing that feedback, like a reverb. So, but when I play music from YouTube, the track I play, everything was perfect. So um, that is one thing I'll figure out. But I mean, it worked. I was able to stream on two different channels at the same time, which was awesome, you know. So before we get into the show, let me play that song again, so it will be on this stream. Hold on one second, guys. While I get things ready, get my notes ready, you guys can listen to this awesome music again. And stay tuned for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Dieu nous a fait former, créer à son image, pour que nous servions à la louange de la gloire de son nom. De son nom. Et il nous a montré son amour infini en nous donnant sa parole pour prédominer. Sa parole pour prédominer. Combattons les bons combats, achevons notre course, car notre Dieu dans sa justice nous réserve des couronnes. Marchez donc à l'image de la gloire à venir. De nos fermes, après avoir tout surmonté. De nos fermes, c'est le but de la compétition spirituelle. Combattons le bon combat, achevons notre course, car notre Dieu dans sa justice nous réserve des couronnes. Marchez donc à l'image de la gloire à venir. Les légères afflictions du moment présent ne seront comparées à la gloire à venir. Et nos frères endurent les passions. Les légères afflictions du moment présent ne seront
Alrighty then, I am back. What's happening, everybody? I know it's early morning. Some people are eating breakfast and all that. All right, let's see who's in the building. We got Lou. Welcome. Marco. Yes, we're going to talk about Spider Man. Spider Man. I'm just waiting. I'm like, hopefully, Hypocrisy is going to show up. Hopefully, he wasn't eating too many Taco Bells and he's stuck in a, you know what, trying to get things up. Where are you, Hypocrisy? Get back here. All right. Welcome to the show. As you can see in the title, it says, "What is a Semite?" Now, i- we're going to go through some historical records. But first, we're going to go with the circular history based on the topic, right? You guys have heard this word Semite or Semitic, right? So, the reason why I say it's a sensitive topic because we live in a time where censorship is at all-time high. Certain topics you can talk about, but you know, before I can start out, I'm a Jew. I mean, from was it Judea, right? And I have the right to speak on something that relates to me. Now, it may not please certain people or organization, but the truth is the truth. So, unless they're trying to tell us that speaking the truth without hatred is hate speech, if you're about love and care and you're about uh, you know God and the Bible and preaching love for everybody, right? How can you be hating anybody? You talk about love, so this conversation is all about love. So for any one of you out there, hey, this is all about love. It's about spreading information, and it's basically breaking down the ignorance because certain people they act based on their ignorance. They may not know something. So it is our duty to basically inform the people. So next time, you don't have to feel pressure to always try to be like, hey, why are you saying this? Don't understand what's going on. So in this show today, I'm gonna give you a knowledge maybe you never heard of before, and I'll do my best based on what I know. And some people may agree, and some people may disagree. But at the end of the day, the information is gonna be beneficial when it comes to this topic, right? Now, before we move forward, this was a disclaimer, right? Um, there it's like this is not hate speech. I am following YouTube guidelines to entertain, spread information, and spread the love. All right, this is disclaimer. Okay, let's continue. Now, let me read you guys the definition. When you go on Google, right? Everybody got their smartphone, they can be reading it at the same time as me. If you pick up your phone and you go to Google, and you type in Semitic definition, right? So I'm gonna read it right now. It says it's an adjective, right? It says relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician and Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of the Afro Asiatic family. Check this out. Keyword: the main subgroup of the Afro Asiatic family. I'm going to repeat again: Afro Asiatic. Now, you guys will be like, why is fasting repeating the same thing over and over? Because that's the point. Maybe some of you didn't know that. What this definition literally just told you that Semitic includes the main subgroup of Afro, which comes from African, it's an abbreviation, African, and Asiatic family. Right? Now, check this out. I'm originally from the Congo, right? And there's even historical fact and records. I have book either in French or English by historian, scholars, whether it's religious scholars or secular scholars, that even point out that certain of our languages have a mix of Aramaic, Hebrew, and some was a some slang of Latin and Greek languages. So this definition supports my claim and the information that I know. So right now, I'm sticking with the information that's available online when you go to Google. Right, this is what they say. So disclaimer again for those people out there who may look at this video and feel some certain a certain kind of way. This stream is to inform the ignorant who may not know what it is. And this whole stream, it's about love. It's not about hatred. I'm here to basically inform certain people because on my show, I have people from all backgrounds of life. We have people from Israel. We have people from Colombia. We have people from America. We have people from Africa. We have people from England. So this channel and this stream welcomes people from all background. So right here, right now, as the host of this show, I do not promote hatred. So that's one of the disclaimers I'm gonna keep repeating on this stream because we have a lot of people out there who may not like what I want to tell you guys. And me being a Jew, they may not appreciate what I'm doing, but it is my responsibility to educate the masses so they may not have certain feelings towards our people who are all over the world. Right? So right here in this channel, at this moment in this stream, is about information, so people can understand and not be ignorant when it comes to this group of people which I belong to, right? And the second definition, when you're looking in Google, it says Semitic is relating to the people who speak Semitic languages, especially Hebrew and Arabic. Right? And people, if people didn't know, according to the language, the word Arab just means a mixed people. So the language itself is called Arabic, but the people who speak that language, they come from various families that came together as one group speaking one language, but they are different parts, right? Just like here in America, America is like an immigrant country. You have people from China, Japan, Mongolia, Ghana, Nigeria, Morocco. You have people from Sweden, Netherlands, and you have people from like Mexico, Guatemala, was it Honduras? So they come here. One language that unites them is English, but they come from different families, right? So, and then it tells you the origin of the word comes from Latin Semiticus and English Semite, which just means that's basically what it means, right? And let me look up the definition of Semite, right? So 1 second. As I can see on Google, right? When you type in the word Semite and you search for it, like I said earlier, I already gave you the adjective of the word Semitic, right? So people who are ignorant can understand what it means, right? So as I look at this one, it says it's a noun, Semite, a member of any of the peoples who speak or spoke a Semitic language. Watch out. You see where you just say right there? You guys see what you just say there, right? It says it's a Semite is a person or any of the people who speak or spoke a Semitic language, and which we already discovered what represents the Semitic language, right? From the previous definition. And a comma is there and says, including in particular the Jews and the Arabs. See how I'm putting like that's why I wanted to start this way. I wanted to focus on circular history before I can go into the Bible, right? The Bible is the book, the most favorite book out there. I know Marco loves this book, right? That's why he can stop talking about. Don't worry, Marco. We're gonna go into that book. You know, that special book you so dearly love, right? Now, when you go down, chill. Wow, I love this, right? So this prelude will basically help support my follow up, right? Check this out. On the word Semite, it says the origin of the word, right? It comes from Greek. It says sim. That's how the Greek are saying, but right below it says shem. I'll repeat, shem. The Greek it says sem, but it derives from the word shem, and then it says an arrow goes over, and it says semita. And now modern time Semite. So that the sounding or the meaning of the word has changed over time. So it went from being Shem, Semita to Semite, modern time. Oh, peace, third war in the building, Nibbleman. Yeah, guys, share it. We need to spread the word so people cannot be ignorant about this particular subject, you know? So I'll appreciate it, guys, if you guys can share this to whoever. And basically, this channel, I mean, this stream is about love and helping people understand certain information so they won't be ignorant, so that we may live in a more peaceful environment, peaceful society where everybody has respect for all kinds of people, that we should not promote hatred and stuff like that, right? So we're all about love here, right? Right, Marco? We're all about love. It's all love here, right? So let us continue. So now I've given you the circular definition of Semite and Semitic, right? Now, let me go to the Bible and show you the origin of the word Shem, right? So, 1 second, let me open up my Bible and look up the information for you guys, right? So, I'm gonna be using the King James Bible, right? I have a link here. I can use my phone right now, but what I'm doing is I'm using my phone as a check to see if my stream is still going, because there's gonna be people out there who have hatred. But since this stream is all about love, so anybody who say anything otherwise, they're liars. So anywho, let me go back to the word Shem now. In the Bible, the first time you see the word Shem is going to be in Genesis chapter 5. And he reads Genesis chapter 5, verse 32. Hold on, let me type in the chat so people cannot say I'm putting anything out of my what. So Genesis 5:32. So you guys can actually have the record, the proof, evidence, receipts that I didn't just make this up. All right. And it reads, and Noah was 500 years old. And Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Or Japheth, because there was no Japheth back then. Right? So that is the first time in the scriptures that you're going to see the word Shem. And then what I'll do is I'll skip over and go to Genesis 1. The beautiful thing about Genesis 1, what it does is it gives you the genealogy of all the family, because according to the Bible, the whole earth was, there were millions of people, billions of people, right? The earth was filled with people. But then something happened where there was a worldwide flood that basically killed almost all of the mankind's race. And only 8 people were saved out of it. So the people who survived, meaning those who were left, right? After the water receded, everything is back to normal. Everything started to grow up. The 8 people, they began to multiply, right? Because it was Noah and his wife, and Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. and they too had their wives. So that made 8 people, right? So after what happened, each son began to have their own family, right? So in Genesis 6, it tells you the bloodline of Shem. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the whole chapter and basically show you who are the children of Shem, because Shem was a person. That's why I'm going to Genesis. Shem was a person, whether you believe he existed or not. But based on secular history, it's telling you that the Semitic people come from that person. So that will conclude that this person was real. Now, it will be up to you to make the decision whether it's a story that's made up and that's what people believe in it. But you have a people that all claim, was it hundreds of families, probably thousands of families over there, whether in Africa or Asia, that claim to be part from that person, right? So what I'll do is in chapter 1, it gives you the genealogy of all the children, and starting in verse okay, starting in the verse 21. Now, starting in verse 21, it's giving you the bloodline of Shem, starting with his children, right? Now, this verse is going to be very interesting. Check this out. It says, unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, and even to him were children born. And when you look at the name Eber, that's where the word Hebrew comes from. Marco, you funny, man. You funny. Okay, let me read verse 22. We're still on Genesis 10, right? It says, the children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And it says, the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mas, or Mash. And Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Almodad, and Sheleth, and Hasmapheth, and Jerah, and Adoram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Ophir, and Avila, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling were from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their thongs, in their lands, after their nations. And then he concludes the chapter. These are all the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. So as you can see, from the Bible, the Old Testament, the Torah, it tells you, because Genesis is the first book of Moses, it says that amongst the families of people who populated this earth that we live on, right, here in 2020, a large portion of the people are the descendants of Shem. So that basically tells you that there are millions, probably billions of Shemites living on this earth, people who are of the Semitic language and families. So there's a lot of us out here. So we come in all shapes and colors, right? We live in various parts of the world, and some of us we scatter. Some of us are in Australia, some of us are in Asia, some of us are in Europe, some of us in North America, South America, the islands, the Pacific. We all over, right? So if anybody of you, right, before this stream, they know that, please press one so I can have an idea. If you're shy and you don't want to say anything, that's okay. But I just want to know if anybody out there before this stream knew the information I just conveyed. Anyone? Bueller? 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 I hope this video is not too long. And I was hoping hypocrisy would show up because I already told him I was gonna have a stream on this subject. And he's a brother who's from Israel, right? He was born over there. He grew up over there. So it would have been, awesome for him to show up anytime soon. I don't know where he's hiding. So as I started in the beginning, I gave you the word Semitic to show you the meaning of the word. That it's a group of what? Let me go back again, guys. I don't want to make any mistake. It says the word Semitic is an adjective relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician or an Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. Isn't that awesome? Now, I'll speak for myself, right? Before I knew that somehow me coming from the Congo, right? I speak a language called Lingala because my tribe, we come from a subgroup of a group of people, or people will say race or ethnicity of people called the Bantu people, right? And then in our language in Lingala, certain words I've come to find out are actually Hebrew words. I'll use for an example. The word for children is Bena or Ben. Like when you look in English, it says Ben. But in my language, we say Bana. And then Bana usually is plural. And then when you look in Hebrew, guess what? Children is also Bana. And then in our language in Lingala, singular is a child, they'll say Mwana. So you see the sounding? Bana, Mwana. And then another word, there's a lot of words, but I'm focusing on a word that's very obvious for people who don't know Hebrew. The word for water, we say mai. And guess what in Hebrew? Mai. For those of you who don't remember one of my stream I had where I was playing, it was an African song. The name of the song was Mai. But when you look in Hebrew, when you look in the strong concordance, it will say Mayim. Some people, who don't know, they will say Mayim, but they don't understand in that language, the M sound is silent. So you say Mai. So I was born in Congo back in the 80s. I grew up there, and years later I moved to America, speaking my language at home with my family, right? And all this time I didn't know that my language has Hebrew words until I started doing some studies and learning stuff. And some people say, "Oh, it's just a coincidence." I'm like, no, it can't be a coincidence. Why? Because I just read right here. The definition of Semitic. It says it's a group of family of languages that includes Hebrew, right, and Arabic and Aramaic. And it says what? Constituting the main subgroup of the Afro. I'm African, right? And it says Asiatic, right? The majority of Arabs over there in Asia, right? So I belong in a family because there's no way my language that I speak is gonna have these words from that particular part of the world unless we are all related, right? So that's another surprising thing where I discover I'm like, whoa, hold on. Like, this is not fiction. This is like this is history. I know a lot of people love the Bible out there, so they have a lot to say about it. But I'm like, Wow, it's like there's no contradiction there. The Bible tells you, the families that settle in those areas, right? And history also confirms, right, based on the languages. So I go on the stream where and I'm like, okay, there you go, right? But we cannot stop there. We have to move further, right? Thousands of years later, right? The children of Shem, they've multiplied and multiplied. Some of them are spread over. And which brings us to the subject today. When a lot of people they have certain rhetoric, right? They demonize, maybe they speak out of ignorance. So that's why I wanted to make this stream to kind of educate people to understand where it's coming from. Now, I'm hoping the next time I may have a stream where I can actually go in deep detail, but that will require me having a bunch of books because that way I can go in those record and kind of tell you. But the primary reason I wanted to make this stream is to basically educate the masses who didn't know before today what constitutes is Semitic, right, and a Semite. And it literally told you that a Semite is all the descendants of Shem, and Shem is written in the Bible, right? But in modern terms, instead of saying Shemite, they say Semite because it's a Greek or a Greek and Latinized version of the word Shem. Now, I really appreciate that you guys showed up for, to receive this information because I know it's a very sensitive topic, right? That me being a Jew, I can say, but certain people, if they talk about it, they will get censored. Hey, Jessica, peace. Welcome. So the question is why certain people out here can speak on certain subject related to the Semitic people and some people can't. And when I spoke to Hypocrisy, who is also from Israel, he's an Israeli. He was born there. He's a citizen, and he gave him some certain information that I didn't know, and that's why I will love for him to come in the show and speak. No, 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 Jessica. I'm not Jewish. I'm a Jew. There's a difference because if you are Jewish, that means you're practicing the religion of Judaism. But you can be a Jew without being Jewish. So that's another misconception. That's how I try to help people, right? A Christian is a person who believes in or whom they call to Christ, right? But is being a Christian a race? No. Is being a Muslim, does that mean if you're Muslim you have to be an Arab? No, because you could be a Croatian, a French, a Spaniard, a Portuguese, a Moroccan, a Nigerian. You can be Muslim too. Muslim denotes a follower of a particular religion, just like Jewish means a particular follower of a religion, but it's not a race. That's why you can have Jews from Ethiopia. You can have Jews from Palestine. You can have Jews from Turkey. You can have Jews from Morocco. You can have Jews from France, Switzerland, Netherlands, America, Cuba, Panama. You see where I'm going with this? But because the word, the religion is founded under the name of a nationality, because Judea was the name of if you were to break it down, Judea, but the Jews, the Grecian, they call it Yud or Yehudin, because of the sounding, right? So, oh yeah, Nimbleman. Yeah, that's why I was hoping, because I already told him I was gonna talk about it. So I don't know if he's sleeping, because I know we have a 7-hour difference. So right now it's almost 11. So I'm assuming it's gonna be about what 6 p.m. over there. So I hope he can come in and basically so we can complete the show. I know that's what I say. That's why for those of you who are coming in now, I had a prelude, right, to kind of get people introduced to a particular information, because I know it's a very insensitive topic and certain people cannot talk about it. That's why I put up like, hey, I'm a Jew, and I was able to prove it, right? In this channel, we have people from all over the world. There is no hatred. We don't promote hate speech because we're against hate speech. We promote the respect of all races, of all nationality and ethnicity. That's why we even have a label called, we're calling this channel the Accent Fear. We have people with different accents coming here. They're having a good time. So anyone who basically will claim that this channel promotes hatred is a liar, because the people even in the chat, they can prove it. So I had to preface this thing because I know there's a little bit censorship, because me being a Jew, I should have the right to speak on my people, right? So YouTube cannot censor me because I'm a Jew. We have brother Hypocrisy. He's a Jew also. So we're having a stream to educate people who are not Jews to understand who is a Semitic people, so that they cannot be ignorant and they cannot make statements that can be very insensitive and that may feel to us as hatred. So this whole stream is about educating the people to understand who are the Semitic people and how we can live in harmony, right? So that's why I had to preface this show, and to help people educate. And I was able to actually go on Google, which everybody can access to, and look up this definition of Semite and Semitic. And there is no deny. It will literally tell you that includes the Afro-Asiatic family. I am from Africa. My language have Hebrew words on it, and I've been speaking it. A lot of people, the millions of people are speaking Lingala, and they have no idea that it's a Semitic language. So that's the whole point. So I had to preface this, and hopefully, Hypocrisy can show up later, but that's the whole point. The main reason of this stream is to educate people who are ignorant, so that when you hear in the media where they're misusing or they're abusing the word anti-Semitic, basically the word anti means against, right? So, but the question is, how far can you go, right? Because even us as Semitic people, we have differences, right? We may not, for example, I may have a Semitic people that it's pig, and then I'm a Semitic people who follows the Torah. I don't eat pig. So if I'm scolding or I'm saying, sometimes say, well, my Semitic brother eats pig, you're not supposed to eat pig, right? I'm telling him his opinion about what I believe, right? Is that hatred because I'm speaking to my own brother about not eating swine? No, that shouldn't be hatred, right? So that's what I'm saying. There are certain people in the media that are abusing that. They're just gonna say, "Oh, you just saying this because I'm like, but wait a minute, I'm your brother. I'm a Semite. You know, I'm not speaking hatred against my own people. Why would you say that, right? Just because you don't agree with my lifestyle. I love to eat lamb. I love lamb. Lamb is very delicious, right? But I don't eat swine, right? So me pointing it out that you eat something different than mine is not hatred, right? So the whole thing is, like I spoke to Hypocrisy. This kind of conversation they don't want people to have. Why? Because if we have this kind of a conversation, we can have harmony with each other. We can live civilly. There will be no hate. Like, we'll have fun. Like me and Hypocrisy. He's Israeli. We had so much fun on this channel. The last stream that I had, we were talking for almost 3 to 4 hours. Right? It was just me and him, and then everybody joined in. So, like I said, this channel is all about informing the masses and telling them what's going on. There is no hatred, nothing. So, yeah. So far, we're 40 minutes into the show. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves. Let me look in the chat, because I was looking at certain information. Let me look in the chat. Okay. Let's see who's in the building. I see Marco. He's talking about his love of the Bible. Yeah. And I already saw Jessica. Oh, the specialist. What's up, man? Welcome to the building. Yeah, 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 yeah. The only one person we're missing right now is Hypocrisy. Hey, Hypocrisy, where are you, bro? I need you here. Come on. Come on, my Semite brother. Come to the show. Let's talk about this. I hope he's not sleeping. or maybe he's lurking somewhere out there in the clouds, looking. He's lurking somewhere. But yeah, this channel, I mean, this show, the stream, was basically to educate the people. So uh, you're gonna have people out there in the mainstream. That's what I tell you. Us people, right? The Semitic people, we don't hate. We love people. We have jobs and stuff like that. So we are just like in the same in the same struggle as everybody else. We all have a job. We're trying to feed our family. We wake up early. Some people wake up late, and you know, it's it's a lot of stuff. Jessica, since you asked that, you know what I'll do? I'll have another stream and basically tell a stream called "Who Are the Hamites?" or "What is a Hamite?" I'll have a show about that because this show right now it's about the Semitic people. So don't bring me any distraction here. Was it reset the conversation? How about that? Yeah, I'll have a show about that because that's what I say. It's a very sensitive topic because a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but I am right because I'm a Semite, so I can talk about my people. So, and that's why I wanted also to have hypocrisy to basically chime in and you know and put his feedback because when I talked to hypocrisy yesterday by having a little interview, he actually even mentioned that he said that some of his ancestors were in Palestine, before World War II, right? So he even tells me that in Israel you have people from all backgrounds. So even Israel is like America; it's a land of immigrants. You have different people from different groups. You have people who follow Christianity, people who follow Islam, and people who follow Judaism. So if they can live right there in one country in harmony, that means it's a multicultural country, right? So you can just pinpoint and say, oh, this and that, and not realize that Israel is a multicultural nation, right? Because you have some people who are so you have Jews who are Christians, you have Jews who are Muslim, right? They're different, so they're not all the same. That's why people have to remove this mindset that Semitic people are not just one way, right? That's why I gave the example about some Semitic people, they love lamb, some love pig, right? Some are vegans and some are carnivores, you know? So that was the main reason of this stream. I wanted to educate the masses and basically, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, well, brother, was it Aya Sarkeesian? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because people don't realize the Caucasus Mountain is a mountain. Even if you look as far back in history, there were people who were living there before who people would think Caucasian people were there, right? Yeah, Marco, you didn't know that? Yeah, there are Jews who are Muslims. You didn't know that? Yes. Wow, I thought you went over there. Shouldn't you know this? Yes. Yeah. I've met some. And I've read the books of some who basically because remember, check this out, Marco. Do you know that there are Jews who are atheist? Do you know that? Do you know that Jews who are atheist? I know you're kind of shocked right now, but hey, I'm here to enlighten you. Do you know that there are Jews who are atheists? Do you know that? See now you see why I say there's a lot of confusion. That's why I have this stream to basically uh, spell out the confusion that people may have, right? Like I said earlier, if you guys didn't pay attention, the word Jew, okay, let me go to Google, right? Like I say, Everybody has a smartphone on their hand, right? I'll give you the definition of a Jew, and I'll go in the Bible, to show you who is a Jew. Hold on one second. All right. Me being a Semite, I'm helping break down the ignorance that some people may have on this particular subject. So, and I'm very thankful that I was able to wake up in the morning excited and happy. I'm in a good mood. And before I continue, hey, hypocrisy, where are you? Come on, man, wake up, wake up. I need you here right now. Don't tell me you're over there in the clouds, hiding in the shadows. Come on down. I need you here, brother. I'm only here by myself. I'm all alone. Okay. When you're reading Google, right, it says the definition of Jew. It says Jew, noun, plural, Jews. It says a Jew is a member of the people and cultural community whose tradition, religion is Judaism, and who trace their origin to the ancient Hebrew people of Israel, to Abraham. That's the definition of Google, right? Right? And then when you look at the origin of the word, it says from Old French, Jew, via Latin from Greek, Iudaios or Judas, from Hebrew and Aramaic, Yehudi, from Yehuda, Judah. Now, Judah or Judah was one of the sons of Jacob, whose name, or Yakub, whose name was changed to Israel when you read in the Bible. And when you read in Genesis chapter 49, let me type it down for you guys to read. Genesis 49, the whole chapter, basically the whole chapter records the last words of their father, or the father of the 12 tribes, or the father of the Israelites, Yakub, his last words to his children, right? Because he had 11 children and a daughter. And what happened was Joseph, one of his sons who was sold to slavery, ended up getting married in Egypt and had two sons. And Yakub basically adopted his two sons and made him his own. So when you read it, it seems like it looked like he had 13 tribes. And when the Israelites, after their servitude in Egypt, and when they founded their nation, right, thousands of years ago, in what we call the land of Canaan, they split the land into 12 parts. But Levi was not considered a tribe because they were chosen to service the priesthood. So they didn't own any land. So what happened is they were living in the corners of each of the city. They were not allowed to basically have their own town or their own state. They were spread out amongst the people. So that what made it 12. And then years later, according to the Bible, one of the tribe of Dan, basically split up from the nation. And that happened before even the nation of Israel was split into two. Now, when Israel split into two, they became two nations. One was called Israel, the northern kingdom, and the southern kingdom was called what? Judea. 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 And Judea was comprised of the tribe of Judah, the tribe of Benjamin, and the sons of Levi. That's the origin of the story, and you can read it in the Bible. So that's why I say a lot of people get confused because the word Jew has been bastardized. People, they throw it left and right. They don't understand the origin meaning. That's why I said Jewish means a follower of Judaism. And a Jewish person can be from anybody around the world. He could be an Ethiopian. He could be a Moroccan. He could be a Turkish. He could be French. He could be American. He could be Mexican. He could be Honduras. He could be Colombian. He could be anybody because it's a religion, right? But it's not a quote unquote ethnicity. But because the word Jew sounds like the Grecian a rendition of the word Yehudi, people cannot tell the two between each other. That's where the confusion come. So I know Marco was surprised when I told him that a quote unquote, because remember, someone who's Jewish, right? They say I'm a Jew, right? But the thing is, what context are they saying, right? Because I've met while I was in college, I remember one of my friend. He was an American, of European background. He converted to Judaism, right? So he began to go to the synagogue and everything, right? But he was never right. So guess what? After he converted, guess what he called himself? He was calling himself a Jew, just like me, right? So that's why I say you have to. That's why I say you have to pay attention. And then guess what? Those who are not ignorant, right? Because I say ignorance is in everybody. Those who are ignorant, they won't understand where that person is coming from. Because, like I said, I have even evidence that somebody that I know in college who was in he was who was in practicing Judaism, right? He converted. He met some missionary who were teaching was it the Jewish customs, everything. He basically converted, right? And he called himself a Jew. So, like I say, and I told you that a Jew can be an atheist. Why? Because why I say that is because the people who live in that land, whether they follow Judaism or not, they attribute that word into, they make it into ethnicity. Why? Because of the yeah. I'm gonna post the link. Don't worry, Marco. But let me get this out of here. Uh, let me see. Somebody, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna copy. I see Nimberman. He asked the definition of a Jew, right? I'm posting it. I'm posting it. It's in Google, so I don't know if it's gonna show up. Look, it's like a bunch of words. Oh shoot! Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I mean, Demo, just go on Google. Let me delete this. Yeah, it's shoot. Yeah, like because it's a long link, so it's gonna dumb. Hold on. Yeah, just go on Google. Type in Jew definition. Yeah. Yeah, I'll delete it because yeah, it was all bull. But yeah, don't worry. I'll allow the panelists to come in. But right now, I have to kind of prepare you. So the confusion that has happened is because the word has been bastardized. Like it's like in one moment the word means a religious person, and then at one time it means ethnicity. So that's why I say there's they call it confusion of the meaning because it's interchangeable. But that don't make any sense. That's why I say you have a Palestinian who's practicing Judaism, right? But his nationality in his passport says Palestinian, but his religion is Judaism. So when you ask him why faith, he say I'm Jewish, right? But at the same time, he can say I'm a Jew. Now you're gonna be like, wait a minute, is that no? He's Palestinian or he's an Arab who follows Judaism, or he's an Ethiopian, right? You guys know there's a large portion of Ethiopians who are Jewish, right? Who follow the religion, right? So that's why I say this stream is to break off the ignorance because a lot of people don't know this, right? And like I said earlier, the word Semitic, it told you that it's a group of people who speak a particular language, right? But the thing is, that's what said the Bible is so important because the Bible gives it the history of a particular group of people, right? You can find the information in secular history. I have it like in my case here next to me. I got a bunch of books. Was it World Religion and the history of the Jews? During Palestine and Israel, the 12 tribes. Certain books about because some historian says that there's no proof that shows that the Israelites were in Egypt and they served slavery, whatever. But I have books that prove otherwise, and they've discovered archaeology, and they basically say that a lot of historians try to hide that history to disprove, right? So me being a Semite who cannot come and say that those historians are anti-Semite, they're against my people, they are trying to hide the history of what happened. When I just read you the definition of Semitic means it's a group of many people. There's thousands of them, like that thousand dialects, thousands group that are branch out living both in Africa and Asia, but they're all spread out now. They're not just in that one particular place. See, that's what I say. Uh, a lot of people, they just hear what they hear from the TV. They don't actually investigate. And sometimes certain information someone will tell you will be biased because they're not going to go into detail because it's very sensitive. And certain people, the information they're going to give you will be from the angle of how is it going to benefit them in return. Like, I'm not going to tell you an information that's basically going to, quote unquote, demonize, or it's going to be like a rhetoric that's going to be against myself. No, I'm going to come from an angle where the rhetoric benefits me. That's common sense. But me being a lover of all people, I'm impartial. This channel is, we're calling it, thanks to the people here, they've labeled this channel the accent sphere. All people are welcome to come on this channel. I don't discriminate. So how can I be accused of hatred when everybody is welcome to come here and talk about a particular subject? So no, people have to understand, when it comes to the religion of Judaism, anyone can become a Jewish person if he follows the customs and the religious rituals and all that of Judaism, right? But at the same time, someone who's Jewish can call himself a Jew. So he references a Jew as by conversion. But check this out: the actual people who are the children of Judah, the Greeks call them Jew, but their name is Yehuda or Yehuda or Yehudim. But by their blood, they are descendants of Judah. Right? That's the difference. So, but you have people who are not of that bloodline that can call. Why? Because they're attaching themselves to the people through religion. That's why I say a Jew can be Jewish, a Jew can be atheist, and he can be Muslim. That's why I say if you go in Israel right now, you're gonna have one section that's Jewish. You're gonna have one section that's Christian, and you're gonna have one section that's what? Islamic. Do you guys get where I'm coming from? Do you understand you understand how I broke it down? If you understand, please press 1. If you're still confused, please press 2, because I'm gonna open the panel and basically allow everybody to have a conversation on this topic. And I feel like I'm the perfect referee to basically talk about this, right? So before I can open the panel, let me ask everybody, if you were confused about the whole thing about who can be Jewish or Jew or something like that, right? If my breakdown or my explanation and my examples has basically made you understand it a little bit so you won't be confused, please press 1. If you're still confused, please press 2. And we just hit the 1 hour mark, right? So we're doing good right now. We're doing good. We don't have hypocrisy yet. My brother from the east, he's not here yet. But so far, I'm defending him and myself right now. So I think I'm doing good. So now that I've hit the mark and I've established the understanding, again, I'll repeat, a person, right, who is a Jew living in Israeli, right? Because you have to understand, Israel is a nation, right? Okay, let me put it this way. An Israeli can call himself a Jew, but that doesn't mean he has to follow Judaism. He can be a Muslim. He can be a Christian. He can be whatever he wants. But an Israeli can call himself a Jew, because from their mind, they will look at their family members if they were practicing their religion. Like hypocrisy, he is atheist, but his family were practicing Judaism, right? and he can, that's why I say if he was here, he can basically explain you more. But the confusion comes is when you talk about the particular bloodline, the adopt because there are two conversions, so it gets confusing. That's why I give you an example. In American here, who was born in America, was a third generation, whatever, right, from Europe. He didn't believe in anything, right? But then he went to the synagogue, and he was convinced to the religion of Judaism, and he converted. But he became Jewish, but he was calling himself a Jew. And I was like, dude, a few months ago you were just a regular American, right? So that's what I'm telling you is certain people out of ignorance they'll say words, or they won't understand the was the interchangeable meaning of the words when it's spoken. But somebody like myself and others who understand, who have a little bit more, who have a understanding of the language, we can discern. That's why I always ask question. I'll be like, hey, see, I will give an example, right? Hypocrisy one is here, right? He mentioned he's Israel, he's a Jew, right? But guess what? By me asking him more questions, guess what? He told me his family were Palestinians. See, you see now how you understanding, right? So again, I know it's a touchy subject, and that's why I had to make this stream. And I'm so happy that I passed the 1 hour mark because it's uh, was it's a very sensitive topic because a lot of people, they are afraid of it, right? They are afraid because they feel like they may, if they talk about it, they may seem like they're coming out of hatred. But I literally just went on Google, right, and I told you the definition of Semitic. I'm one of them because even in my language, it shares Hebrew words. Oh man. So right now it's 103. I think you guys probably tired of listening me yakety yak. So what I'm gonna do is, because I am a gracious and most loving host, I'm gonna open the panel and allow your voices, for those of you who are the spectator, to be heard. For those who have some pushback or they agree, please come to the panel. But here's a few disclaimer, right? No hate speech will be tolerated. This journey is all about love and tenderness. No, I'm a Semite, so I'm not gonna allow any hatred towards my people. Disclaimer. So it's all peace here. This is love. This is a beautiful conversation. This is education to the ignorant out there who may not know. So I am gonna post the stream, the link to StreamYard, right? So anybody who wants to jump on the conversation to come on. But remember, no hate speech is allowed. Only love and tenderness. And the Bible, because this channel loves the Bible. Baby. All right. You guys see the link? I'm posting it. All right. I'll be waiting for you to jump on. Don't be shy. I won't bite. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's all right, yeah. Hopefully next time. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who are not working right. It's the Saturday, they're chilling at home doing nothing, scratching their nuts or something. Some people are in the bathroom. They're anxious to jump on the panel. They're like, oh my, like I'll be, you know. So yeah, I'm opening the panel. Come on, guys. I should be having people already jumping in. Well, don't tell me you're scared now, huh? Yeah. Come on to the panel. We have all love here. Hey, actually, I wasn't born in Israel. I was born in a Congo. So I'm a Bantu. But as I said earlier, my unbeknownst to me, unknowing to me, all these years I was speaking a language that I didn't know was very Semitic, right? And after doing research and studies, since 2010, I've come to realize that my people have been speaking to those a mixture of those ancient language all this time without knowing it. And a few weeks ago, I bought a French book written by a priest when the Europeans began to come to Africa for colonization, and it basically confirmed my findings. So that's one thing I was very excited about. That little information I discovered. Let's see. Hold on. Let me remove this thing. It's hiding my guest. Welcome to the show, Marco Grande. How you doing, bro? Let me remove this.
Hey, I'm down with the Sumerians and the Anunnakis. That's what it's all about. If you don't know
Yeah.
if you don't know about the Anunnakis, you don't know anything. If you don't know about the Sumerians, you don't know. Anyway, no, listen. I just wanted to clear one thing up.
Mm,
Um, and I know I got your definitions. That's pretty cool. But when you said something like, and actually had this discussion with people
mm,
in their country of origin.
mm.
And because when you said, like, for example, if what we call now Israel, the country
Yeah,
of Israel since 1948, the
yeah,
country of Israel,
yeah.
a person that is born in Israel
Mm.
is an Israeli.
Yeah, Israeli. Yeah, I
Do we
know.
agree on that?
Mm-hmm,
Yes.
mm-hmm,
Okay. He is not a Jew. He's an Israeli,
mm,
right?
mm.
Yes, he
Because
can
that's his
become.
nationality. Yeah, like American. Yes.
Right, he can become a Jew. He can become a Muslim. He can become a Christian, an
Mm,
atheist, a Sumera, whatever. He can become whatever religion or not choose
mm,
any religion.
mm,
But he's an Israeli.
mm.
So the reason why I laughed when you said, and I kind of started trolling you, and so was
Yeah.
the tuna, was when you said a Jew can be a Muslim.
Mm,
So that's again there you're talking about two different religions. You were not talking a person that's born in Judea or
mm,
a person that's born in Israel
mm,
could be a Hindu, of course.
mm, mhm.
Of course he can.
Mm.
When I was in India, of course, I always correct people when they say people in India, the Hindus. I'm like, not everybody in India is a Hindu.
Yeah,
I correct them all the time
yeah.
because there's Muslims in India. There's Christians, everything.
Oh
So
yeah.
then I have to correct them as well. But they go, yeah, the Indians, the Hindus. I'm like, they're not Hindus.
Mm,
They're Indian and they're from India, but the religion is a different thing. It's a whole different thing that you choose or not choose.
mm.
That's all I was. I don't know what
Oh
you
yeah.
think about that.
Oh no, no, you're good. But see, the way I was approaching it, because I was approaching it because living in America, there are a lot of people who are very ignorant about it.
Hmm.
So when I say Jew, because you have to understand their mindset. Whenever to them, when they hear Jew, they think about uh, the religion, right?
Right,
And they
exactly.
are, because a lot of Americans are Christian. So whenever they hear the word Jew, they think they're comparing what they see in the Bible, right? And and what they know in history. But that's why I wanted to clear things out. See, even in the Bible, it tells you that there were converts. They call them proselytes, meaning someone of another quote unquote race will convert into the custom of the Jews, right? Because remember, Judea was actually a country. That's
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I've been. Yes, I've been to that.
yeah,
I've been to the desert of Judea. I have been. It's in the south. I have been there.
yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. I mean, again, I know about regions, but that's another thing
Mm.
where people perhaps are not confused and they throw everything in one thing.
Yeah, yeah. See,
They throw them
yeah,
in, and I understand. Believe me, I understand that. Even I mean, traveling even in like different areas
mm,
or like different regions.
yeah,
Yeah, they have. And unfortunately, when a country gets formed or a republic or whatever you want to call it,
mm,
then that swallows up different territories, different religions, different sectors, different tribes. It
mm,
swallows everything up. Now, perhaps a person that, let's say, a person is let's say a Zulu.
mm.
Okay, if you're a Zulu and you have your own language, you speak Swahili, and you're a Zulu, but now you're a South African because the whole thing became South Africa.
Yes.
Or,
And,
or,
and
or,
and
or
and here's the other catch, because the name Judea was the name of an actual tribe, but it was
right,
used in
exactly.
history. That's what I was saying. The word it's
Mhm.
interchangeable, because
Right.
that's what you have to understand where a person is coming from. How you gonna have a white American who converts to Judaism call himself a Jew when he's not? So that's what I say. So
Well,
in a
he
way,
would. Well, he didn't become a Jew. I mean, I guess that yeah, because of the Jewish,
yeah,
like a
yeah,
Christian. Yeah.
yeah. So he should say I'm Jewish, not a Jew, because he's a
Hmm.
convert.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I actually had an argument with a person with a person who was a Jew. He practices Jewish religion from New York.
Mm.
Okay, and then we were having an argument. It's real strange, right? Real
Yeah.
strange. We were having an argument in New York, and he was like, "Yeah." So he was like, "Well, where are you from? Well, what are you?" And I said, "Well, I'm an American, right? I'm
Mm.
from the U.S." I said, "Where are you from?" He says, "I'm Jewish." I said, "What?"
Uh-huh.
I said, "What the hell does that mean?" I said, "What does that mean?" I said, "That's a religion." He said, "No, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm Jewish. I'm a Jew." I'm like, "Wait a minute." I said, "Okay, what country is that?" He said,
Mm-hmm.
well, "What country is that? Tell me what's the country of Jew?" I asked him.
Yeah.
And then I had to school him about Judea, and I was like, but he's like, but they say I'm Jewish as if it's a I guess we used to use
Erased.
nationality. Yes, a
Yeah.
nationality. It's like no, it's not. So, but that's an interesting subject. But yeah, most people that just say things are not aware of what they're saying or where it comes from. And I'm actually happy that you have this channel where you can dig deep into it. So just when you said a Jew is a Muslim, I think, well, if that they can't be Jew and a Muslim at the same time. You can
Yeah.
be a person that was born in Israel that is a Muslim. Of course, you can.
Mm. Yeah.
Then
Oh
I
yeah. I mean,
jumped in.
that's what I say. See, Marco, remember, you not only like I say, you went to the places that can actually prove what I know. So I'm like,
Mhm,
you
mhm.
can have a understanding, but a lot of people they may not. On one side, they may not know the information that I have, and on the other end, they've never been to
Right.
where you've been, right? So the thing is, the reason why I say it, because I'm speaking from how they see it, right? You see in a grand image. That's why when I use the word Judo, like who, let's say if you have an American who came here and heard it,
Hmm.
basically I'm targeting how they think they're gonna be like, oh, okay, I get it, right? But you already know, you and I know that when we say Jew, it's referring to someone who's in Judea. But at the same time, if you want to differentiate the religion from the ethnicity, you
Yep.
say Jewish.
Exactly.
Because the
Exactly.
country right now, it's called Israeli. Like a citizen, an Israeli citizen can be of any faith. He can be like
That's right.
hypocrisy was here yesterday. He said there's a large of Israelis who are atheists, right?
Right.
But all of them believe what? They believe that according to the records that there are, that the land, of Israel, is for them. So in a way, they're atheists, but one thing they have in common is something from quote unquote religion that proves that they belong of that land. They all believe it.
Well, that's another one. Because actually, when I was over there last year, I told you we were doing a tour. The person was actually giving a tour because you know how they have restrictions about going from one side. What the hell is that smell? Can you crack a window, please? Um, when
Well,
you
yeah.
please light up some incense. Don't you have some myrrh? Didn't they give them the Jewish spring myrrh?
I have some free breeze,
Yeah,
Mark.
please. That's the citronella candle. Um, but when they were giving us the tour, because you have the
Yeah.
different, I told you the different areas, A, B, C, if I
Mm.
remember. It's a blur now, but so many places. But the
Yeah.
person that was giving us the tour in the Jerusalem side
Yeah.
was Jewish,
Mm.
of the religion Jewish. Yet the person was like, "Listen, I'm from Israel. Yeah,
Mm.
I'm Jewish because my family, but I really don't believe a bunch of crap."
Yeah. Yeah.
That was her thing. And then when we will go over to the Christian side, in Bethlehem, then they would give us another tour guide that was
Mm.
down with that one. And then when they didn't take us to the Muslim side, I did that on my own. But they passed us over to the other guy. Again, just right. We're talking about 10-mile radius. I mean, real small.
Yeah.
I'm a real small area, but it was just such different beliefs. That's why when I was last time I was talking about beliefs, but the person didn't really believe it, but
Mm.
they were definitely had the pride of being from that area and obviously wanting to stand under a flag.
Yeah. That's see. That's why I say one of the reason why it's not only good to read but to travel, because certain information it's there. But think about it, Marco. Like who really cares? Like most people are busy about watching games.
Yeah. Well,
Hunting women.
I cared enough
Yeah.
to go. Like I wanted to see it. Like when the people like, the other day we were arguing with what we're talking to homeboy about. Well, what does that make you an expert? What is it? Because like, well, actually, most people, whenever you say Buddha, most people think of the statue of the big fat guy or the big
Yeah.
fat guy, which is really not the original Buddha. That's Hanoi. That's a Chinese Buddha, which Buddha only means enlightened.
Yeah.
But when you get to Gautama Buddha, which is the actual original one, the first one that was born in Nepal, then they's like, well, what are you talking about? Buddha's the big fat guy. Yeah, the big fat guy with the bald guy who's always happy.
Yeah.
That is a
And not
Buddha.
only that, they can't even tell because some of the statues are not of a Buddha, but it's of a god, like the god of I know one of the Asian god of was it of money. He looks fat.
Yeah.
Because he talks about wealth and everything. So the associated wealth is someone who's fat. That means he's eating it all. For you to eat it all, you gotta have money. So people will look at it and say, "Oh, that's a Buddha statue." I'm like, no, it's just the god of money.
Yeah,
but like I
that's
said,
that's what it is. So, but anyway, let's it's not getting any younger. So once you let the tuna talk,
go ahead. We're gonna mute up.
Yeah, everybody drop down.
Listen, I'm just listening. I'm just listening in, and I'll chime in. Okay.
He did drop down.
And I'll just chime in when necessary because I didn't know much about this, to be honest.
Yeah. Who got dogs? You, Jessica?
No, that's my neighbor. That's my neighbor. That's my neighbor, man.
Oh, okay. I guess
that's my neighbor. I think that they smell the tuna, so they started getting crazy. They have a strong sense of smell, so it's all the way down here in South America.
Oh man, that's funny.
They rile them up.
Jessica, so what was you confused about? Like, what is one thing that was kind of enlightening, something you didn't know? Because I know since you mentioned about the Hamites, I'll have another stream, particularly on that bloodline. Yeah, I'll talk about it. Yeah, but on this topic, about the Semitic people, was any information? I don't know when you came in, but for those who were here earlier, like I spoke on a lot of stuff, and I only use Google before I can use the Bible. So basically, I use secular information that anybody out here can have access because everybody, when I say everybody, I'll say probably like 90% of people have access to a smartphone and they can go on Google, right? So the whole thing is, how can you be ignorant when you have access to a lot of information with in the palm of your hand? There's no excuse, right? But it still happens where a lot of people don't know because it's for you to find an information, you have to be interested in it. Like if I don't care about cookies and donuts, I'm not gonna know which kind of cookies and what brands are available. No, I won't because it's not my interest, right? So, is there one thing that you were basically ignorant or unaware of that what the information of brother was like? Oh my God, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Was there any?
I don't want to sound mean saying no, but no. But I I came in late.
Say niet. Say niet.
Niente. Nothing. But I came in late, so I'm gonna have to watch it back and get most of the information because I came in at the point where you were talking about how a Jew is a person from like a certain place and not a religion, but I was kind of I was aware of it as being how Marco explained it, so that's where I came into the conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, if you listen to whole back, you understand, why led me to this, because that's what
the region of Judea, and that's what. But then, it's like the people from the sector of Judea, like I said, they're not what they call themselves. We're Jewish. It's a Jew just because of the region. It's like we're talking about the Zulus. The Zulus will always be Zulus, even though they're South African, and perhaps they also they may have another religion or whatever it is, but then they still be Zulus.
Yeah, because it's the ethnicity, because the bloodline. Like
this happens with the Nigerians too, isn't it? Was it an Igbo? What is it? Which one was it?
There's a lot of them. Yeah.
There's Yoruba.
Yeah.
There's Hausa. There's different tribes. Yeah.
Right. Like even in America here, I mean, well, the Americas, here we have the Chibchas and the Muiscas and the Incas and the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Pipils and the Muiscas and then if you go northern, then you got the Cherokees, the Apaches, the Seminoles, the Comanches, So et cetera, et cetera. So it's what happens.
Yeah.
It's what, and that's what happens when you start learning shit. It confuses you a lot of times.
And hey, Marco, check this out. We are so far 1 hour and 21 minutes. You want to know the good news about this stream?
What's a good thing about the stream?
YouTube didn't end it. Why? Because I'm a Semite and I'm talking about my people, so they didn't take it down. How about that, huh?
Well, actually,
You see,
there's well, actually, there's a couple of syllables that are missing in that word that you meant to say, but
oh, hey, wait, you
it
you
definitely
remember?
ends. It definitely ends in might, and it
Yeah,
starts with S. You're right, but there's a couple of letters that you changed.
Oh, I just got
but like remember, like even if I didn't use it in a title, by just having my rhetoric, a lot of people their channel gets deleted. But I was able to speak on it freely. Why? Because I put a premise that I am one. So because that's what I say. This was all a test. Because like I say, it's a very sensitive topic. Like I mean, you guys can even try right now. Try typing, what is a semi? If somebody even had a conversation, I don't know. I didn't even look it up. I was like, you know what? Let me just name this channel. What is a semi? And see how
Semi.
far I can go with the.
Why don't you? If somebody has Siri, ask Siri. See what they say.
If they
Just do
what?
that. Have that Siri. You know, the cell phone. Ask Siri.
Oh,
See what
ask
the answer
Siri.
is. Let me see, I have Siri. Let me ask. Hold on. Let me see. Let me do it. Let's do the test. I didn't even know how Siri. Okay, you just hold it, right? Siri, just hold it, right? I never used it before.
Yeah, I never use it.
How do you use
As
Siri?
a member of
I think you have to
any of
set it
the
up.
peoples who speak or spoke a Semitic language,
There you go.
including in particular the Jews and Arabs.
Yeah.
Semitic people, Semites, Semitic peoples, or Semitic cultures was a term for an ethnic, cultural, or racial group. The terminology is now largely obsolete outside the grouping Semitic languages in linguistics.
Mhm.
That's what it
And then
says.
on Google, like what I said earlier before you came in, Jessica, this is what it say when you type in Semitic in Google. It says relating or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician and Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. Keyword Afro-Asiatic. Get it? You see. That's why I had to read that because the emphasis, because a lot of people don't understand that what they call Northeast Africa, was it the Suez Canal and all, was it what you call Arabia, all that was in ancient time. What modern time they call, they say Middle East. There's no such thing. It's dumb because you could call Ohio Middle East because it's the mid east of America. It's stupid.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
So
depends what side you're coming from, huh?
yeah, that whole region they will call it, they call it Afro-Asiatic because it's connected.
I thought Afro-Asiatic referred to like people from Papua New Guinea and all of those places.
Oh no,
What are
no,
they?
it's talking about, because remember, even 1,000 years
Indonesian.
ago,
That's it.
Egypt, right? Egypt, Ethiopia, some of the language are Semitic. Why? Because the word Semitic just means Shem. That it's a group of families, right? So they're intermingled, meaning they were living amongst each other. And if you read history, right, when Persia ruled that region, right, it says in history that Persia ruled 128 province from India all the way to Ethiopia, right? So what does that tell you? You're gonna have an nectar change, migration, immigration, and all that. So you're gonna have people gonna be moving. So even history can trace that. Okay, the people who live in this particular area had a similar language, or certain families, when you put them together, they spoke this kind of language, Semitic language, because it's based on a family. But like I say, because the meaning has been destroyed, or it's been bastardized and all that because of politics, right? So a lot of people are very ignorant about it, you know. And the Bible, I mean, the whole
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Bible.
yeah. Jessica, the word Semitic actually comes from the Bible. It comes from Shem. Even
Yeah, 'cause
traditionally, right?
I
Yeah,
think that's what I was saying. Because Hamites comes from
yeah,
Ham in the Bible
yeah,
as well.
yes.
And the
And so I
Japanese
think
come from Japheth. The Japanese come from Japheth.
Not all Japanese, because there's some Shemites that went east too.
Yeah,
That's
but see that, but this is where it gets like, I guess, like if we're gonna talk about the stories, I guess we're gonna. I mean, this is where it becomes like when people can't really answer questions, and that's why I always
yeah.
have the issue whenever I ask people the question, they just couldn't answer it
Mm,
in their lands. Does they just go, well, you know what? That's just what we were taught. Okay, that's a belief. I respect when you have a belief,
mm,
but because if you say, okay, everybody was drowned except for 8 people,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
but
from this 8 people,
yeah,
we have we have what we call now Japanese people, Chinese people, Africans, Aztecs. We have all
yeah.
that from this 8 people. I'm like, dude, get the hell out of here.
No,
Mm.
but that to me that could be possibly true because we realize that the way that we look different is more influenced by the environment. So our bodies adapt to where we are. So when you're in Europe, your skin gets paler. Your eyes get lighter. When you're in Africa, you need more melanin to protect from the sun. All of those things that still kind of makes sense to
But
me.
think about that. Okay, okay. How long do you think if you were to put fasting in Antarctica? How long do you think it will take him to get looking like Brad Pitt?
Probably
Thousands
not.
of years, he wouldn't, but it's evolution. So
Okay, so
when
he keeps having babies in Antarctica. You think eventually his kids are gonna come out like Brad Pitt?
somewhere down the line, thousands and thousands of years
See,
later,
No.
okay, see that's where it gets. See, that's where
Yeah,
it
yeah,
gets to
yeah.
believe. That's when it gets like, whoa,
See,
because like you read. I'm sorry, but see,
go
reading
ahead.
it, the 3 kids, where it says, okay, it says like you said, Shem was the one that did the people. Which one was it? The one people. Ham was the ancestor of the dark skinned peoples of Africa. So we're supposed to believe that Ham was like looking like fasting,
But
right?
here's another thing, Marco. Guess what? Shem also was dark.
Well,
That's
it's okay.
another
See,
thing people
dark is
can.
see now. Dark is one thing again. See, this is where it
No,
gets
black.
really like.
Yeah,
w-
but see, yeah, like
That's when it becomes like, okay. This is when it becomes like iffy. Like, okay, which is dark and which is black,
yeah,
and what does that mean? Because again, if you're dark like the Aboriginals in Australia, or
mm,
dark like the Indians from India,
mm,
or are you dark like people in Sudan?
yeah. And
it's
see,
true
Marco,
though. Even
that's why the topic you talk about. That's why I think Jessica mentioned it. When I have to stream about who is what is a Hamite,
Mhm.
bro, get
Yeah.
ready, because I'm gonna bring a lot of information, because that's what I say. I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but these three, was it Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? Those
Hmm.
terms come from the Bible, right?
Well,
But that's what I'm saying. Like it all comes back to the same book.
no, but see, but this is like no, but this is like this is the argument that we're having about games. See, this is where the thing
Yeah.
where a greeting. If I was to meet the tuna's cousin,
Mm,
and I said, "Hey, hey, hey, how you doing?" Okay, okay, that is a greeting. Can we agree that's a greeting
yeah.
that has been used
Accepted.
thousands and thousands and thousands of years?
Mm,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, it could be hello, it could be cheers, it could be like they do in South
Howdy ho.
Africa. How's it? How's it? Whatever. It could be any greeting. Hello, how are you? Hello, hello, hello. That's a
Yeah.
greeting. Yes, and been thousands of years.
Hmm.
But now all of a sudden, if I write a book and I call it an opener, you see how stupid that is?
Yeah, yeah. I see what you mean.
So
Marco,
therefore,
hey.
when you say like, okay, this is it, it's in the Bible. Yes, okay, fine. It is in that book, just like it's in that other
Mm,
book.
yeah,
Doesn't mean that it originated from there and
yeah.
it came from there.
Mm.
So that's
That's
why
true.
actually even the Bible, remember they called the book of Mark, the book
Yes.
of,
Hmm.
right? So
Yeah.
that means there was other
It's coming
books,
from someone.
other
Yeah, yeah.
writings.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
then that's what it becomes. Again, a greeting will always be a greeting. It is not an opener.
yeah,
It will
yeah.
never be an opener just because you wrote it in a book. You can't change the meaning of it.
Hey, Marco, you know what just happened?
What's up?
You fell for the trap that
What
DJ
trap?
could have set you up.
No, no, no. I know. No,
I
no.
know, I know, I know.
No, no. That's funny. No, but what I'm saying is like that. It's like that's what we always say that when
Yeah.
if people change it just because you write it down or you
Mm,
change it or you put it doesn't mean you change it. I think a
mm.
greeting, hello, Cheerios, it will always be that. It's not an opener just because I wrote in a book.
Mm. And here's another thing when we talk about how words lose meaning and gets changed over time, and sometimes if there are no records that are preserved to basically prove that it was used any way different, right? I'll use a word that's common today, especially here in America, that everybody probably heard it, gay. But
Right.
how many Americans know that the word gay,
Happy.
yeah, it means happiness, right? No, look, that's what I say. Ignorance is bliss. But guess what? When you talk to a common people out here, right, and you mention the word, oh man, I was so gay yesterday. What are they gonna think? What is the first train of thought they're gonna have in their
I'm
mind?
feeling gay today. Yeah, there's a gay feeling.
Yeah. So that's what I say. And people have to understand also that even if there was records on certain subject that we may be looking for, people have to remember records that get destroyed.
And that's another one. And that's another one, fascinating. That's what this is another one of the many discussions that I had with people. And I said, okay, you may be very well versed on this particular book or this belief. Yes, I believe you. You are the master. You could read it backwards. Yes, I believe you. But you are not that way in every other book or every other belief. You're not just as well. So does that mean that what you know, what you're an expert in, is the only truth, and theirs is what?
Yeah.
That's what I always discuss with people when I'm somewhere like, okay, yeah, let me tell you something. The beginning of man is right here in, let's say, the Garden of Eden, which is currently Iraq.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, it is right here. I'm like, okay, but what was going on in, I don't know, but now it's Mexico. What was going on there?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know. Oh, okay.
And
Thanks.
see that's why, like, one thing I learned is this. Is why I'll say according. You see what you see? Keyword. I say according to the Bible, it says this.
Right.
According to this book,
Right.
it says this.
So and that's fine. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like people have, I say it's a skill. Talking to people, right, and have a conversation. It's a skill. Like, when I study public speaking, they say there are certain way. There's a way where you can talk to a one-on-one people, right, versus speaking to a crowd, right. You know how they would say that if you don't want to get nervous, look at
them naked.
Yeah, but it's like the person who's sitting. He
does that all the time when she's doing her streams.
Yeah.
What do I do?
I just looked at your name. That's funny.
Oh yeah. Oh, you didn't realize it, huh? Hey, check this out, Marco. Even her doing this, guess what? The stream is still like we're 1 hour and 33 or 1 hour and 34 right now. So we're doing good, man. I say, hey, that's what I say.
Yeah, it's a conversation. Well, you're not Nick Cannon. Don't worry about it. You're not gonna cancel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And another thing I wanted to mention about saying according, right? Even when it comes to time, it's not
yes, sir.
Yeah, it's not a fact. It's according to this watch, it is 11:52 a.m.
Yep.
But I can't be like, oh, factual. This is no, because at the end of the day, how do you know? Because it's man who came up with it, right? So
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, in some culture, 1 hour was 80 minutes.
Well, I mean, what year is it? If you want to talk about the what year is it in the Jews? Yeah, and what does the Jew calendar say? Isn't it 5,000 and something?
Yeah, 500 and
no, 5,000 and something, right?
5,070 something.
What about the Chinese calendar? What year is that?
Yep, and the Islamic calendar
and the Aztec and the Mayan. So that's exactly what you're talking about. And this is the thing that people, most of the people don't understand or don't want to understand. Yeah, that it's not that simple. I mean, they want to simplify because of the, I guess, of the goodness of the idiots. They want to simplify it. Yeah, but it's not. And I was told when somebody comes talking to me about a certain book, I say, okay, well, what about this one? Well, forget that one. What do you mean forget that one? It's like, well, why? So then that's where people get upset because they're not really accustomed to somebody or some people knowing something else or being aware that something else exists. And then he was like, well, that's around the same time. I was saying before this. So why is yours good and this one no good? Why is that? What makes yours good and what makes that one bad or wrong? Why is that? And that's what people get in their
perspective
and their feelings and defensive and all that, and they really cannot answer because they didn't get taught that part. They got taught this is the truth. This is it. They
this
didn't get
is
taught.
it.
Yeah. This is it. They didn't get taught. Hey, listen, this is what we believe, but also that's what they believe, and that's what they believe, and that's what they believe, and that's what they believe. They didn't get taught that way. It was this is what we believe, and this is our truth. To use that stupid word that people not use, our truth. My
Do you know
truth,
what
right?
though? That's the way that I look at it. Technically, I'd call myself a Christian, right? But I don't push it on
Really?
people.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but to you see now, fasting people born to fish can also be Christians. Go ahead.
But most people think that I'm like an atheist because I don't always talk about it or I'm not going to push it on people. I just realize that that's like Marco said, although we don't like that phrase, it's my truth and other people have their truth and I just leave them to it, you know?
I
But
learned,
then
and I learned that a long time ago. Go ahead, Jim.
now I was just going to say, even with like Christianity, there are going to be so many questions that can't be answered. And that used to catch me as well, because it's like sometimes you'd go to the pastor in church and you'd ask them questions and they can't answer it. And I'm like, you want me to believe, but you can't even answer these questions. But then now I've come to the point where a lot of it is just faith based. You're not going to be able to answer the questions. You just have to have faith that what is there is the truth.
and,
Yeah.
and
It's faith.
yeah, and then not only that, here's the thing: the whole when it comes to religion, right? That's why on my last stream on Sunday, I was basically quantified for almost 4 hours. Why a lot of pastors cannot answer certain things because you have to understand they have like a what do you call it? They have a rhetoric or a script they have to follow. So if it's working, what's it saying? If it works, why change, right? So the thing is, when they get a glitch, which means somebody who has a question, because they were not trained to answer it, right? They get a glitch about, well, I don't know, right? But somebody who's knowledgeable, they will be able to answer. And somebody who's honest, you know what you say? You say, I have not done a lot of studies, but because you mention it, I'm gonna do more research, and if I find an answer, I'll tell you. But most of the time, they will say, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about. You being influenced, right?
They get defensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're a non-believer.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
I'm a believer.
yeah,
Hey,
exactly. Because I'm a
I'm a
believer.
ooh,
Yeah,
I
but that
couldn't
not tell 'em.
leave her if I
I'm a believer.
tried.
I believe I can Bible.
fly.
I believe I can Bible the sky. Yeah, but that's
See, I saw it. I saw how you're in slick, Mark. Right?
hey, man, you have not you did not know I was clever and slick up to this point,
Yeah.
really? You just really
I'm like, hey, did you read that from a book?
you didn't you didn't believe? Is that what it is?
Well,
But
I
no,
didn't read
no,
that
but it's
script.
interesting. No, it is interesting because like that's and let me tell you something. I came to I mean I've had a lot of moments in my life where life just makes sense. And one of them was when I was in Nepal. So I said, okay, I'm gonna go to the birth of Gautama Buddha. I'm gonna go to what that's all about. Okay. So I went there and yeah, there's a lot of monks. And then we're in this beautiful temple where there's monkeys and cows and everything because they say you have to respect every life. You have to respect it. Therefore, when we built this temple, they were here already, so we did not want to disturb them. So we left them. So we built around them. So it's like such a beautiful story. You know what I mean? Oh my God, these people are like really, they're like down. We can become and we can resurrect as anything. Not resurrect, but reborn. What do you call it? Reincarnate.
Reincarnate.
Yeah, reincarnate. We can reincarnate into this moth right here or this worm right here. So we believe in being in true, like, oh man, this is great. This is awesome. I like this. This is cool. I like this story. And of course, I'm being like funny
Yeah, I
here.
know. Yeah. You're like
And with them,
you're
and with
playing.
them, I give them my most like undivided attention. I'm listening to them. So after all that, and the tour, and this and that, and the statues, and the cow, and this and that, and we walking with cows and monkeys and everything, walking around. When I walked out, on the way out, the exit, there was a big sign that says, "Please make your donations to such and such bank."
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm like, in the end, it's about
Money.
give us
Money.
money. Give us money if you like the story. That's why I was talked about the Marvel and all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if you like the story, hey, pay. You like this?
Yeah.
Great. Give us money so we can tell you more stories. But doesn't mean that was the truth. If you liked it, like, and then I will say, you pick your story you like. If you
Mm.
like the guy that was enlightened in a mountain, that's a great one. If you like the guy that walked on water, that's a
Yeah.
great one. If you like the guy that had the elephant head, that's a
Yeah.
great one.
And seek Marco. You see how you have that observation? I have the same thing with science, and you have a lot of people, they'll pull their hair, they'll be like, I'll be like, bro, right? Just like what Marco say, how do you know what happened 10,000 years ago when
Mhm.
it's based on theory? There is no factual evidence. Like I say, when it comes to time, right? When I look at my clock, how do you know it's 11:59? You don't know. You're just repeating what you were told, right? How to count time, but time, or what you called, or the sun rising and going down was here before man, right? If we can give an estimate, right? Because I'm sure before men arrive on this place, you had to have the earth where they could stand on. You couldn't have men just floating, where there is no earth. So come and so will tell you that whatever we see came before us. But how far do you know, and how can you determine it was 10,000 years ago when time is subjective? Meaning, you look like, we give an example. The Muslims, they have the calendar, right? So in year zero to the Arabs, okay, there were people who were living before Islam came. So how do you know? You see what I'm saying? So time to them, what is zero is like 2056 to somebody, or 4000 to 72 to somebody else, or
But do you know
6000.
what? Back then, right, you didn't have an actual way to quantify time. And that's why when you look back, going back thousands of years, the Aztecs, as you said, have their version, the Mayans, the Chinese,
Mm,
everyone has their own version of time. But now we can actually quantify it. So the amount of time that it basically takes the Earth to rotate,
mm.
and we can measure that. And that's a fact now,
But
right?
watch
So
this.
I think, wait, just quickly,
Mm,
fasting, the way that I look at it,
mm,
in my mind, that keeps me happy is that science explains what we see in the Bible. You can't disregard science because
mm,
it's most of it is fact. Some of it's theory, but most of it is a fact, right?
mm.
So science is the explanation of the Bible. Just look at it that way,
Yeah,
rather than
well,
them having to clash.
and look at the word science. Science literally just means knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it means.
Yeah, that's a definition.
And
Yep.
then, yeah, and then what happened is, right? For an example, there are many branches in science. Because I'll give an example, right? I don't know if I mentioned on the face stream ago, where in a scientific community, you have people who are atheists and you have people who have a belief. So sometimes when you hear an information that comes out, it's coming in from a scientific theory or method based on somebody who's atheist. But because they're all scientists, they will get judged as in unison, where people don't realize in science there's for every argument that you believe in, there's an argument that's against. So to point out to what Mark is saying, say, hey, at the end of the day, say, well, hey, if you like the story, pay. That's what I'm saying.
No, no, but that's the difference between theory and facts, right? In science, there are facts and it's things that everybody can agree upon.
Yeah,
You
because
can't
you can.
deny it.
Yeah, because if you can replicate it. See, and that's when I also had this conversation about like science and like proving things.
Mm,
Because some things, like I guess the beauty, or I guess the uniqueness, or what everybody can agree on, that if you can duplicate a result
mm,
using science, or using methods, or using testing methods,
mm,
or what do you call it, a procedure,
mm,
you can duplicate it or you can replicate it just about anywhere, no matter where you are.
mm,
And that's really what it comes down to. Like if you do, let's say, like water will boil, for example, water will boil at this particular temperature, and we can measure it and they can see it. and then at a certain after a certain amount of time, after a certain amount of heat, steam will happen.
Yeah.
And that's really what sometimes people don't understand, that's why some things that they can't be replicated, that's why, like telling time, like the tuna said, we know that after a certain amount of time or a certain amount of clicks or a certain amount of whatever, this could happen or this happens.
Yeah.
I was talking about the Mayans and all that in the calendars. Like when I was in Ecuador, they showed me like what looked like pretty much like a clock.
Yeah.
Which was circle on the ground, and then like with a stick, and then when they would know that when they would hit a certain spot, they would know the crop to harvest, and they would know to plant, and they would know to do all that just based on that, which is pretty much the rotation of I guess of the sun or whatever it is. They knew what the earth, the soil was ready to be planted.
Like me, I can tell time for my shadows because I learned that when I was young.
Yeah.
So some people, they can't tell, right? Now, when I was in Africa, I could tell exactly because in Congo, we get equal sun, like 12 hours all year long, right? But here in America, you have certain time of the year where the sun is like 15 hours to 9 hours of darkness. So it's like when I came here, I had to adjust myself whenever the season where the sun lasts longer, like summertime. So at the same time, because I had a habit, I'll be okay. I know the angle of my shadow. This should be this time, and I notice whenever it's noon, the shadow is not exactly in the center. Why? Because the sun is not moving above my head; it's moving at an angle, so it's never perfectly over. Like where if I stand, the shadow is under my leg where there's no back, left, right, or forward, nothing. But during that season, it doesn't do it. It's not perfectly perfect. So, but even then, it's like it's based on a perspective. Time is. I look at it as it's man. It's man's perspective of what they can see, and certain cultures have developed a method. Right. That's why I say they call it sensor, a method to basically count time or to test.
Here's the
But
thing though, fasting. Although to you, right, so depending on where you are in the world, your shadow may appear differently at a different point in time.
That's right.
However, no matter where you go in the world, it takes 24 hours for the earth to rotate. So you to get from, sunrise to the next sunrise. It's 24 hours no matter where you are in the world. So that's why we know it's a fact. No matter where you are, you can duplicate that. It always takes that specific amount of time.
Now, watch this. Like you said, 24 hours, right? So the question is, who came up with the 24 hours? Because in some culture, they won't say 24 hours. They're gonna say 18 hours.
No, it can never be. No matter what, it's a set portion of time.
Yeah,
you could call that 24 hours, 24. I don't know.
No, but
okay, not say Jews.
But see, when you get to that one, when you get to that one, Fessy, that's what we say. Well, how do you know that a kilometer is 1,000 meters? Why is it 1,000 meters? And how do you know that 12 inches is a foot? And how do you know this? I mean, you can get into that one.
That's what I'm saying. That's what science is always trying to.
But it's not a belief, though. But then it's not a belief. By then, it's
fasting. What you have to realize in that thing, the science isn't wrong. That time span, that amount, is a fact. It's just the name that you have for it that you're concerned with. It's like Marco said, why are you calling it a kilometer? How do you know there's 1,000? No matter what, that distance that we call a kilometer will always be the same amount of distance. It doesn't change. And that's what lets us know that it's a fact. You're more concerned with the name of it rather than the amount.
What I'm saying is it's still a perspective.
It's not a perspective.
It's not a perspective then.
No, because I just gave you, right? Like I told you, in some cultures, a whole day is 18 hours. Why?
Okay,
because
and how many? That's fine. Like I said, and some people don't. That's because some people don't believe it doesn't make it. What I'm saying is, we have to go by don't go by the anomaly. You know what I'm saying? Go by the majority most of the time. We have to come in a consensus because there's people that don't believe this. Yeah, okay. So therefore, that because 100 people believe it and 8 don't, therefore forget the 100. We
Like I
can go
mean,
by
like
that one.
let's look at China, right? They have the Chinese calendar.
Right,
Even
and I
when they
told you the
study,
Jewish,
they
yeah, and I
say
told you
that
about the Jewish calendar and
yeah,
the Aztec, huh? Yeah, and the
yeah.
Mayan, huh?
It, basically, because of the Western influence, the Gregorian calendar is accepted everywhere, right? But even in their culture, even though they use Monday through Sunday, the calendar, they say this uh, in was it the government or was it the Chinese government? Even though it seems like they're a communist country, right? They claim that they don't follow, they don't support religious belief because when you look at 1,000 years ago in Chinese culture, everything was like the government, everything was religiously based. Even though they adopted Western way of counting time, they still have festivals based on Chinese calendar or what they call the lunar calendar. So the reason all of us we're saying the same thing. All I'm just saying is,
Yeah. What I suggest, one of your next streams, can you
yeah,
please make it history of calendars? That'd be a great stream.
yeah,
I mean,
oh,
that's a great one because then we could talk about the solar, the lunar.
yeah,
We can
yeah,
talk about. I mean, there's a lot of them. And
yeah.
I know many. So that's
Mm.
what I mean. If we're gonna get into that one, like I say we can get
Yeah,
into
we
many,
can do
many.
that. Yeah. Oh
Because
Yeah,
man,
I'm
that'd be a
asking,
great one.
yeah,
what
yeah,
you're speaking about now is culture. You
Yeah.
have to think, even before, right? Before we could measure it, people knew that time was a thing.
Hmm.
yeah,
They
yeah.
knew that there was this thing that exists called time. It's just that they
Mm.
didn't know exactly how to quantify it.
They had to
Now we
figure out.
have the
Yeah.
Hmm.
technology that can show you no matter where you are on
Mm.
this earth, right? The Earth's rotation is 24 hours. No
Mm.
one can deny that, whether you're in China, whether you're in blah, de, blah, de, blah, it's
Yeah.
still going to be 24 hours. So you're
Oh, yeah.
mixing the culture with the facts. So people will still celebrate their festivals as they've always done because that's their culture.
Mm.
But it's separate from the facts. They're
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
maintaining their culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do
Yeah.
it. Like I said, I mean, you can talk about the lunisolar calendar and how Julius Caesar fixed it. I mean, you
Mm.
can. I mean, there's a lot of
So,
things there, but what we have to do is like even with people. Remember when they used to measure with
yeah.
like their feet, like when they used to walk, or
Yeah.
like to
Yeah.
measure a distance. Well,
Yeah.
now you don't have to do that. Now you have a ruler.
And
You
then
know what
no,
I'm saying?
guess what?
Or
What if
their
you
hand
have
or their
small
thumbs.
feet?
Like the ruler. I mean the thumb. That these people used to measure all kinds of ways, or used to like with their elbow. This is a yard. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And not
Okay.
only that, when they say feet, right? Okay,
All right.
feet according to who? Because my feet may be longer than somebody
There
else.
you go, and that's why they use. That's what they use. That's what they use inches.
Yeah,
And then,
that's why we have a standardized
yeah,
way now
thank
because
you. Yeah,
that's
that's
what we're saying
exactly.
before. They knew there was a thing called distance and they
Hmm.
were
Yeah.
trying to find a way to measure it. So they were using their feet from their hand to their elbow.
That's
But
right.
now we have a set way that no matter where you go, you can duplicate that distance. You don't
Yeah.
have to have it be inaccurate because
Mm.
what you just explained there could explain why the calendars are different depending on where you go. Because if
Sir.
Yeah.
I measure by feet, it's going to be a lot different. My number is going to be more than, say, if you or Marco measured by feet.
Yeah.
But now we have a set way to measure that distance.
Imagine if you measure by tits.
Hey, look, Nimberman mentioned. He said something with
You got three of
horsepower.
them, so that's
Yeah, yeah. He said horsepower, right? See,
yeah,
like,
exactly. Hmm.
but it's like, how did
Yeah,
they even come up with it? Because
yeah, good
you
one.
already
Number.
measure a bunch of horses riding together, because each is gonna be individual. So it's like they just estimate based on how fast a horse can
Hmm.
ride,
Yeah,
multiply the speed on how fast you can go from one point A to point B in certain minutes or seconds, whatever. So they develop, okay, this is how much horsepower. But it's like,
I
go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't really know about horsepower, right? But
Mm,
put it this way, I'm sitting in my room right now. The
mm,
distance from one wall to the other wall never changes. That's
hmm,
consistent, right?
mhm.
Um, if I try to measure it with my feet, that's what can change.
Yes.
But the actual distance from one wall to another never changes. That is
Mm,
a fact. So
mhm.
I think you're getting caught up with um the term. So basically, personal view, I'd say, okay, this is 40 feet from one wall to another. For you,
yeah.
you're going to say it's 27. But the distance from one wall to another never changes. It's the
Mm.
same. It's a fact. It can't
Well,
be denied.
yeah, but you have to understand, like when I'm speaking like this, I'm speaking uh because that's what I say. All of us are saying the same thing. Why the reason why I'm pulling this is because I'm sure we have people who are gonna be listening or are listening right now who actually have this rhetoric. That's why I heard it's like I know because I'm telling you, hey, look, I've been here on this YouTube stream, and I've been to school, so it's like uh that's why I say it gets philosophical, and that see what I'm doing is I'm double speaking, meaning we're having a conversation, but at the same time I'm saying things where I know some people who are in the comments, they probably be like, hey, it's like I'm having multiple voices at the same time. So everything
I
that's
get you.
I hear, yeah. Like for the example Jessica gave, right? Yes, it is correct. But watch this. There's gonna be somebody say, well, when you measure with your feet, that measurement is still correct because you're using your feet. So whatever number you come with you using your feet, even if your feet is smaller than a foot, it's still correct because it's a measurement.
Hmm.
So
And
this,
that's
mm,
that's
yeah,
where we say to them that that's personal, but
mm.
universal is the actual distance from one wall to another, and it
Nimble,
never
man,
changes.
look what Nimble say. Look. Look. You can say right.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think I can. Oh, hold on. I think I have a banner. I can see it. Well, that's weird. You guys
I
saw
can
it,
see
right?
your banner, and I saw his comment. Yeah, he said, "Don't say devil's advocate for Austin
Oh
Yeah,
King."
damn, that was average. Not
yeah.
the
Somehow
devil. Now you're gonna
I
talk about the
was
devil.
Austin's
Oh
gone to the
god.
dark side.
oh, was the and specialist? It's a semantic. Yeah,
Yeah.
but see that's what I say.
Yeah.
I
No,
have.
but it's but
Mm. That's what I say.
yeah.
I have to come in all angles because same thing how earlier, about the subject at hand, being Semitic, right? It's like you break down what it is, but like I say, the whole thing when I say Jewish, that's where it gets, like especially say semantics because one person, like you gave the example about your friend, he's like, why that's not a nationality, right? You ask him, you say, where are you from? He say, I'm like, that's not a quote unquote nationality. It's a religious, it's like someone say, where are you from? I'm Muslim.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I told him. I got the stupid, but he was just saying it like he was so used to nobody pushing back. I was
Uh-huh.
like, wait a minute, fool, you're not gonna get me like that. Not fool.
Marco, you just say something. Yes, that's why we live in a politically correct culture where, for an example, right? The way Jesse is talking, I bet you a lot of American, right? Whatever I said, they were, oh, okay, he's the panelist. Or, I don't want to say anything because they may kick me out or something. Like, no, you look. If somebody says something that you may not agree or you have a different perspective, you're supposed to speak up. And guess what? That's how conversation are. But imagine having a conversation where you have to agree with everything somebody is saying. That's not a conversation. That's a one-way street. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Of course, you're never gonna agree one because we're all unique. We all have different ways of how we see life, and at least we can have a conversation to come to a quote unquote agreement. I don't know. On the last stream, the one from yesterday. Remember the one we did 12 hours? Marco,
Mhm.
Jessica was. I think she was already gone where Gabe came in, right? But he didn't
Oh.
understand the inside joke that me and you have about the Bible and all that, right? When you start talking about Spider-Man, that to you
Mhm.
all of it's just a story. So that's what tends to happen. It's like, you know, when you can't have a conversation where you can actually come to a conclusion, and usually when you have a third party, when Ego came, he tried to like I understand where he was coming from, but because he wasn't here to see what led to that point where there was a little miscommunication, I
Yeah,
had
but if you know, yeah, but if you know, but see, Egan, I didn't really want to like go into it like I didn't on
yeah.
your panel,
Mm,
but with Gabe, like he was trying to
mm,
catch it. You know that he was trying
yeah,
to like
yeah,
he was trying to like say that I didn't know what I was saying.
yeah,
You know, yeah, I mean that's the
yeah,
thing. I mean, it's like you saw it, you heard it, but well, how do you why does it make it an expert? And then he like acted like he didn't understand
yeah.
the what do you call
I
it?
think he was coming, like I said, he was coming to a point where he's like, oh, because he didn't understand the inside joke, he thought you were basically unsensitive and disrespectful, about the
Oh,
you were
but
like,
I
oh,
am, but oh,
yeah,
but I am.
yeah, I know. So,
But
but the thing is, because it's like because it was the conversation between you two, I was like, hey, I'll let you guys resolve it, right? So you
yeah,
both,
but he was trying to get me. It was silly because I was actually, I knew what I was talking about, but he was trying to. But
yeah,
how do you know? But how do you know? How do you know? How do you know? And it's like, wait a minute. It's like, like, how do you? What other? It's like, But
What's
it's
up,
all right.
bro? I see somebody. Topcast, peace, bro. How you doing, man? I see Topcast. He's a legend here in these streets. Topcast, peace, man. Welcome to the building. Yeah,
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 man. So
yeah.
it was, yeah, but that's what that was. But
Yeah.
no, but what we're talking about, definitely, there's a way to measure. I mean, there's a way to
Mm,
measure, and there's a way to replicate it, which is really what it's all about, like testing methods in science, and
mm,
that's what really what data comes from.
mm.
There's all kinds of tools that you can use that no matter what it is, like Tuna was saying, you will get the same result if you measure something
Yeah.
using whatever, let's say a meter. You know what I'm saying? Then it'll be so many meters.
Mm.
That's just what it is. And yeah, there's different. I mean, you can measure like
Fundamentally, yeah.
viscosity, yeah, with the dim cup or the Zan cup. I mean, you could use you can measure the hardness of something using
Mm.
a durometer, or you could use a C scale. I mean, there's a lot of tools. I mean, it's people
Oh
just
yeah, all leading to the same, basically
pretty
same.
much, and that's what you have to. Yeah, and then okay, for example, in if you're gonna measure the hardness of something, there is some tools that will measure the hardness of, let's say, like plastics and rubbers, right? And
Yeah.
there's others that measure the hardness of like metals,
Mm.
okay, which is the C.
Yeah.
So then you figured, okay, in durometer, it'll be what, let's say 80. And then
Yeah.
in the C, it'll be like whatever, a 2, whatever it is. Then you can make, correlate, okay, this is what it is. Like Fahrenheit and Celsius.
Yeah.
You know what
British
I'm saying?
and
Yeah.
there was
Whatever 25, yeah, 25 C is 77 Fahrenheit.
mm.
I mean, so
It's like based on the measurement. Was it based on the culture and how they measure?
mhm,
You can have this. You basically you can convert. That's what we have. It's look something with currency, right? $1
right.
equals 20 pesos. It's 20 pesos in their currency, but
Yeah.
it's $1 in American currency.
You talk about
So
Mexican,
the
you talk
same
about
thing.
Mexican pesos, huh?
Yeah, Mexican pesos.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what's in $1 in Colombian pesos?
It's 3,600.
Wow. Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Congo. Like there was one time where there was so much inflation where we used to have like a million Zaire where
Right.
you buy a bread, it's like you have the money, the currency says 1000000, and then you go 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and then they change again, a reset, change of currency. So it's like you be like, damn man, like one bread for a million Zaire, but if you convert it to dollar, oh, it's $1.50 or something, or $2. So it's the same currency, just different way of saying it.
No,
Yeah.
that's good. No, but I mean, it's great. Like I said, I like the topics is good. Like I said, you could talk about, today, talk about what's a Semite, then you could talk about what's a calendar or what is
Yeah.
time, and then how you measure it.
Mm.
Because they say one people say one thing, other people say other, but it is good to hear all different sides. And
Yeah.
it's good that people understand that there's more than one explanation. There's more one way to
Mm.
do things. It's important, but the problem is when people say no, this is the way it is, kind of like this is the way, this is the way it is
Yeah.
because I say so, or because that's what I
I
believe. Yeah, and I'm like, then of course you get people that challenge you, and there's somebody that knows something else. Because I every time I tell them, all right, well, guess what? I happen to know a lot of shit, a lot
mm,
of like I told you, a lot of useless data that I'll never use, but it's nice just to have it there.
mm,
And I have a real good memory. People get in a lot of trouble with me because I have a great memory, so I kind of remember a lot of the shit you say.
yeah.
If I ever heard you speak, I remember about 90% of what the fuck you said.
Yeah. Hey, guess what? That's why I say the Bible all the time. Why? Because that's how
Yeah,
you're gonna remember. You're gonna go,
that's
you're gonna dream, you'll be like, the Bible, and then you're early, you'll be like, you're having nightmares, you hate the Bible, fasting.
the Bible, the Bible.
And that's what I tell people. It's one of my strategy. Why? Because you can go somewhere and actually find the actual quote. Why? Because I'm not pulling anything out of my brain. I'm just referencing something, right? But you have pastors like Jessica say, some pastor, all they're doing is they just get up in front of the people. God said, God told me this, and then the Bible tells you, if somebody were to read, it says, no man has say God at any time. So how do you know God told you anything? Nobody have seen. The Bible tells you nobody have seen. So when someone say
And
God
that's
told me this, God
mhm,
told me that, did you talk to him? Where is it? Can I go
yeah.
talk to him? Oh no. I'm the only one he talks to. I received the revelation. He told me.
That's the thing with religion. That's the thing where you get with religion, where people like like myself, that's like, wait a minute. It's like, because you can't. Or even when you were talking about the ham, and
Mm,
sham, it's like, okay, so we're just supposed to believe that. That's what the other day I was like, okay, so we're to believe Jonah was lived in the fish, really, and we're
mm,
supposed to believe Homer walked on water, really, and we're
mm.
supposed to believe he was, let's say, the son of God, really, and we're supposed to. I mean, we're really okay. It's like, well, that's what this whole thing has been, this argument about game and all this and receipts, because people just talk all kinds of mad stuff without having to really, or they feel like there is no need to actually show something. Like, and even say, oh, I was listening to Kuda's thing yesterday. Somebody was saying, oh, receipts, that's a woman shit. Now think about that.
Hey,
Let's let,
Marco,
I mean,
it's
hold on. Let me just let me finish. Let me finish the
okay.
example. Well, let's say I was gonna. Let's say you were gonna sell me. I told you, hey, fasting. I'm gonna sell you this big, nice truck. This, I don't know, Volvo. I don't know anything about trucks, but this nice, great, the latest Volvo with the whatever engine and this and that. Like, you're like, oh, great, okay, yeah. Well, where'd you get it? Oh, I bought it. Okay, great. Well, can I have the registration? Ah, come on, man. That's for woman shit, man. What do you want that for? Think about that.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I
Think
get
about that.
what you mean. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna sell you this house. Okay, great. Well, can I see the deed? Oh, that's a woman shit. What do you want to see that for? Trust me, believe me.
yeah.
I'm like, okay.
It's the same thing how they say about the pandemic. They're like, wear your mask, shut up, stay home. You
Yeah,
may die. It's bad out here. And then you walk outside, you see everybody playing games. Some people playing sports. You're like, what the heck? I thought they said stay home. Something's bad to happen, right? It's been 5 months. I'll go run outside in the field. Nothing happens to me. So it's
yeah.
like,
Some,
is
yeah, but
are
in
we
some,
done?
yes, but some, yeah. That's the thing. Well, I mean, so with this disease, I mean, people get sick all the time. And last
Yeah,
year, people got sick. The year before that, people got sick. The year before that, people got sick, and people had some flu. They had fevers and they had headaches, and people died.
yeah, yeah.
It's
Eh,
like, I mean, I mean, there's no.
But see, I say these kind of conversations sometimes people don't like. That's why I'm like I'm kind of glad I actually I'm allowing my channel to kind of have this kind of topic because I think that's another thing that lacks in this sector. Like even when we were yesterday at DJ Kuda where he was saying that
Yeah.
you guys get your mic, start your thing,
Mhm.
because sometimes you may not get whatever you want to say, but if you have your own channel you can actually slow down and actually convey and talk about certain topics where someone else's in channel they may not want it, like for example this topic, right? What is a Semitic? Who out here in the manosphere who will talk about this topic? Who? I
Mhm.
bet you nobody.
Yeah,
They'll be
but
like,
yeah, and then that's good. And then when you, like I said, when you explain it and when you understand where it's coming from, I said when you use, and this is where it becomes, here it is. I mean, you're using receipts,
mm,
right? Because you're actually pulling out, and we're coming to an understanding or an agreement of what the word means. It's like,
mm,
okay, we're gonna get the meaning of Semitic. We're gonna get the beginnings where it comes from, and we're gonna see the different where it comes from. It comes from Shem, it'll come from whatever. Here it is. So now you're actually seeing what it is, not just, you're not just getting up saying, okay, listen, man, Semitic comes from the word, and trust me, and then this and that, believe me. Like, hey, I ain't never gonna lie to you. I was like, wait a minute, can we see something to back what you're saying up? Because you say from the beginning, Semitic. Look it up on Google. I looked it up on Google. Look what it is, and it may be 10 or 12 different definitions, because the Britannica might have a definition, and then the Webster's might have a definition, and Google might have one, and Wikipedia might have another one. Yeah, we could that, but we can agree on one of them if we're
yeah,
all looking at the same thing.
yeah. And that's why I'm kind of happy that I'm able to do this because even when I had hypocrisy, like that's why I could was like he's jealous. Hypocrisy, I've never heard hypocrisy. Usually, when he's on Kuda's channel, he'll be like typing, in the back chat, and then Kuda will show us or share screen. But yesterday was my first time talking to him, and we talked for a few hours until you guys came up. Right, you came up, he was there. I guess he was having Wi-Fi problem where he was coming in and out. And you know what I did? Even though there are certain things me and him may not agree, but I was able to have a conversation with him, and I bet you there is no way in the ministry would have allowed how and why, because they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're a foreigner, you're not black, so you have no right in this kind of, you don't want to be in our circle, stuff like that." They will never give him the time of the day. Why? Because he's different, right? And same thing that happened to that brother. What's his name? brother. Was it the guy with the doll? Was it
Zen.
Zen? Yeah, remember? Because
Yeah.
they were looking at his appearance, but he's like, dude, my father is white. I mean, my father is black. My mom white.
Mm-hmm.
So he's black, but because he looks pale, they're like, oh no, you're not black. You're lying. You just want to come in a circle. And if people don't understand, look, uh, Marco, there's a lot of black people who are black like me who are actually white. Why? Because their father, their great grandfather is white. But because there was an intermarriage, it diluted or they got darkened. And here's another thing people don't know: Bob Marley. Bob Marley is white because his father was European,
Yeah.
British,
Yeah. Well.
English.
Yeah.
So because I
So,
say
well,
if you
people choose, yeah. Well,
yeah
then that's another one. Yeah, people choose, and that's see now. That's what I was told you. If we can agree on what a definition of a meaning based on what we're going to talk about, let's say like for let's say for topic conversation, we're going to use let's say Celsius.
yeah
We're going to use Celsius. Okay, great. Now we're talking about Celsius. We cannot talk about Fahrenheit right now. That's not what we're talking. We're talking about Celsius. That's how we're going to measure it. Just giving
mhm,
an example, even if it could be translated to something else, but that will, if we can agree. Okay, so that like you said, okay, we're gonna agree that a person is white, let's just say,
yeah
because if the father is white, they're white. Let's
mhm,
agree on that one. Let's just say, or if the mother is white, then they're white. But you have to agree because you can't be like, no. Then people argue because, well, I think that if the father is white, he's white. Well, I think if the mother is white, he's white. Well, I think it is like, okay, well, if you agree on what we're talking about, and that's what I like about sport. When you're like sport, and if you're on the field, there are the rules. This
mhm,
is it. If the ball goes out of this line, it's out of bounds. We get it, and we have to throw it in with our hands. That's the rule. You can be like, oh man, but come on, man. It's like, why does it have to be the line? Why does it? Okay, then there
mhm,
we go.
yeah
There's
yeah
no rules. We can't play then.
yeah that
Which is
and
my just the message. That was my problem always with the boy ball
yeah yeah
because people would always throw like 10 or 20 uh, things at me from it, and
mm,
I would throw them 10 or 20 back. Yeah, and they would tell me, "Oh, but that was before."
yeah
Like when I would tell them, "Why do you cut your hair?" It says that you're not supposed to cut your hair. It
yeah
says that
yeah
you're not supposed to shave. Why do you shave? It says in there that you're not supposed to shave.
mm,
You're not supposed to show your temples. It says you're supposed to grow your hair there. Why do you? Why? Oh,
mm.
well, that was before. Wait a minute, but you're asking. You're reading from the same thing. So the rule, let's say I shouldn't fornicate or I shouldn't do this from that book, but you can shave. What do you mean?
It's a pick and choose. Yeah yeah
That was the thing. And I would tell the same thing. If we're gonna play football or soccer, okay, you can't just pick it up with your hands and start running.
mm.
Wait a minute. Oh, I just didn't like the rule. I didn't like the rule that I have to run kicking the ball. I didn't like that one, so I'm just gonna pick it up.
Yeah, my chat is going ham right now.
Really, what they saying?
They're doing a lot of snitching. I don't really know what's going on, but yeah. Hey, Jessica, you
Because
stream today?
I have a stream coming up later on
Oh,
today.
great! Is it?
Uh,
What time is it at?
I think
It's
3.
I thought
it's
it was
at
tomorrow. Tuna. What happened?
oh no, I just did an impromptu one because
Oh, okay, good.
I was listening to O'Shea this morning and he had a stream.
What was
So
it?
I thought I'd do a stream about it. So
What was it called? What was it
the
called?
title of my stream is Are Black Men Willing to Risk It All for Bottom Shelf Becky?
Oh, jeez. That's a 2.0 topic.
Yeah. And I knew the title would like trigger people, it would get
Yeah,
people
it
to
is.
tune in.
Great.
So yeah,
It's
Great.
and
triggering.
then Thai City shared it on his community tab.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that, you mean
Hating as usual.
you ex? Well, okay. Let me ask you something. I guess because I always mess with Ty whenever I get him whenever we talk and he says something, I always get him back. I always take him back to the picnic and the chicken strips.
Yeah.
Do you think that he like got salty when you just like kind of like didn't accept and he like you didn't like I guess what's they call it? You didn't follow his game or whatever. You didn't take his
I
shot. What do
I
you think?
don't know what it is, to be honest, because like honestly, I couldn't even care about him, but he's always talking about me. like always. So I've done something that means that like he just hasn't let it go, because
For some reason, I
that was
remember I have a great
months.
memory. I have a great memory. And I remember those chats really, really well. I remember everybody says. I have that's one of my sins, that I remember shit. And I do remember that he used to like always like, hey, what's up with the chicken strips? Come on, chicken. Oh, come on, girl, chicken strip. Come on. You know, hey, man, I'll bend my knee. Come on, chicken strip. Hey, picnic. He used to throw it at you. And then
Yeah.
at one point, you kind of like shut it down, like no. And it was like then it was like kind of like it changed, like oh, fuck her. It seemed like that's what it
I
was because
I
it
thought he
was
was
not the stream.
joking.
Pardon?
I thought he was joking, to be honest. Like, he is a bit of a joker, so I just took it
Well,
as a
well,
joke.
I've noticed that some people like want something, but they joke about it. Like even like when the solo guy, I think the same thing. I think that they use like I'm just joking as an exit.
To
Like
say
let's say
what
I
they're
want to
really
get with
thinking.
yeah, let's say I want to get with you. Well, let's say I want to get with you, okay? And I'd be like, hey, so what's up? You know, we're gonna fuck or what? What's up? You know, I really don't want to, but hey, if you're gonna give it to me, I'll take it. What's up? I'm just like
Yeah.
joking about it, but really I want it, but I can't say it. So therefore, be like, you know, I was fucking around with it. You know, I'm just bullshitting. You know, I didn't really want it. Kind of like an out. I always saw people like that they used like I was just joking as an out because they didn't get what they wanted.
It's like a what they call a reverse psychology, like play was it play asshole, and then if it doesn't work, then you just
As
switch
an
back.
outlet, yeah, as an outlet. Like if whatever it is, like if I can't tell you, okay, so what's up? Oh, I was just bullshitting. Like, hey, what's up? So you want some chicken strips, a picnic? Nah, you know I was just bullshitting with that. I don't be doing that shit. But if you would have said yes, I'll take it. Okay, great, it worked.
Yeah.
That's why I say trolling is a skill. Not everybody can troll, because some people when they troll, it's like they just don't know it. Like it's too serious, because a troll is supposed to be a comedy. It's not supposed to be serious. But like I say, some people when they troll, it's not literally troll. It's actually serious. But it looks like a troll, but it's actually serious. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I'll troll sometimes. I'll be like, "How about that?" or something like that. You know, like I mean, everybody knows me. That's my trolling. I just stick to the Bible.
Yeah, but but that's what I mean. People
People
seem
don't
like
like it. Yeah.
yeah, but people do that. I mean, see, because I've seen it. I've seen it a lot. They use that as a protection. Like it's
Yeah.
like, okay, I want this. Like I said, let's say I want to get with the tuna, for example, just as a thing.
What's
I
up,
want
Ty
to with
City?
tuna.
Ty
Oh,
City in the
good. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, tuna. Here we go.
How you doing, man?
The
Welcome
chicken
to
strips.
the show.
Yeah, yeah, man. Hey, why don't you
Hey.
change it up now to chicken nuggets? Maybe it's gonna work.
What's up, Ty City? Welcome to the building.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I've heard
Someone
like
else said that. It's like, you know, like that when you're at school and the guy doesn't know how to say that he likes you, so he just
right.
picks on you.
I
Yeah,
love
well, that's
you.
what they told the chicks. Remember, the chick would like the guy would like push you. Oh, he just does that because he likes you.
Yeah.
Or maybe he doesn't. But yeah, because I've heard it. I've actually seen, like, for example, with a solo guy, I've actually seen him do that tactic where he'll like
He
try
does
to
do that a
diss him.
lot.
Yeah,
I've
he
seen that
diss him
too.
in hopes like, okay, then I could always say, oh, I didn't really want it anyway. You know,
I was just trolling. I was just
yeah, I used to
joking.
have a homeboy that did that when we used to go to the club. He used to do that. He used to be like, I used to walk up to the hole and be like, bitch, I know you're gonna say you don't want to dance with me, right? I know you're gonna do that, right? Now, if the bitch, this is the funny thing, if the bitch would be like, whatever, you know what I mean? Like turn around, he'd be like, see, I knew it. Fuck you, bitch. That was his thing. But sometimes he was hoping to hear, which would happen sometimes. It's like, why would you say that? I'm just saying, girl, because then he would go into his shit.
The defense mechanism. But Ty
Me,
City's
Yes.
there in the chat and he can hear me say this. He tries to use humor to cover up a lot of the times what he is really thinking. So
Yeah.
he'll try and say something, but then he'll try and add the humor on it so that it's not so bad, or he tries to like just be slick with it and say, "Oh, I'm just joking." But then someone who's smart can actually look at it and see
Yeah.
what he's doing. But other people they're not able to see it. But I don't know, Thai City, you can come up and say what your problem is.
Well, I mean, it's weird, but and because I've heard him again. My thing is that I have such a great memory that I remember everything, which is what the first time that I remember that I was talking to your boy Platinum. Like he didn't like it because I remember everything pretty much. The first time he came on to a panels, I was listening, and he came on saying Look, man, when I go to a club, I just be throwing bitches drinks. I just be sending them drinks, man. I just be sending them drinks, and then they'll come up. That's my thing. That's my thing. I just sold bitches drinks, and then like the next time he come on, he's like, look, man, what I do, man, I just walk up to a bitch, I just grab her ass. I just be grabbing her ass, man. That's me, man. I just grabbing it because yeah, I can do shit like that. And then he's like, yo, I would never trick on a hoe. Fuck that tricking on a hoe. I don't be doing that shit. Like, wait a minute. I heard you say that you be sending hoes drinks. You know what I'm saying? And that was,
like,
that was my first argument. I was like, nah, man. What, you been listening? I was like, you've been listening to me? And then he changed it up. Oh, you a fan? Are you jealous? Wait a minute. You said, which is what with Ty City, I got to give props to Ty City when he said, are you mad because I heard what you said? You know what I'm saying? It's like you said you were sitting, so now you're saying you'll never trick on the hoe. That's his thing now. I never trick on the hoe. I never trick on the hoe. But you said you will go to clubs and sending out a bunch of drinks in hopes that they bite or not. But you just keep sending them. You keep sending them and sending them and sending them. That was your thing. That's what you said.
Marco, so, that's the bad thing about you. You remember everything.
I remember, man, and I bring it back, and it's like, but I'm cool with it. I mean, I don't. It's like whatever. But then when you try to tell me I didn't hear what I heard, shout out to Ty. When you told me I didn't hear what I didn't hear what I heard, or you didn't say what you said, or I'm just telling you back what you said. It's like, wait a minute. It's like, don't do that, man, because you can't just change shit up. And if you're serious, if it's just bullshit, if you tell me, look, man, my thing is to go on panels and just say stupid shit and hoping nobody takes me seriously. All right, I got you, homie. I'm with that. Now I know. But if you go in there trying to be serious and then later on you're just trying to be like, yo, I never said that, or that's not me, or whatever, then like, wait a minute. So that's why I really got, the first time I was telling your boy, like, you're not serious because I heard you sending bitches drinks. That was your thing. And now you're saying you never trick on a hoe, you never spend the money on a hoe, and any hoe you come has to give you money. And now you're a millionaire player and receipts are for women. Come on now, get serious. But listen, Tuna, will you please go on a picnic with Ty?
I don't want the picnic. No.
Well, tell him what you want, because he was just throwing it out there. Okay, what would you like instead of a picnic, like a boat ride in the Toms or something? You know what I'm saying? Could it be like a joust?
I don't want anything from him at all. He said everybody is entitled to their own narrative. Like, listen, what I'm saying is not a narrative. You were fine one moment, and then all of a sudden, it's like the I Hate Jessica campaign where you go around to every chat and not so subtly try and turn people against me. Like, anyone who has any sort of perception skills can see that. So you don't want to come out and say what your problem really is. That's up to you. But it's quite clear that you have a problem. You can't try and put it under the guise of, oh, it's because women in the manosphere and blah, 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 because at one point you were cool. So that's obviously not the reason. There's something else going on there. You don't want to say what it is, but hey, that's up to him, because like I said, Kuda said it best, right? I have built up real estate in certain people's mind. They can't help but think about me. Honestly, they can't. It's like
Tuna the builder. Is that what you have? Tuna the builder.
Tuna the builder.
The builder.
They can't help it, and it's crazy because to me they're irrelevant. Like, I don't even think about them at all, but they think about me so much. I just find it funny more than anything.
Well, it's
an entanglement. This is an entanglement.
It is an entanglement. No, but fasting, you know what I mean? Say you have a cool channel, like I was saying. It's pretty cool.
Oh, thank you. Like because I know, sir, that's what I say. Some of the topic. Oh, I gotta reserve that. Yeah, for example, this topic, like I say, I doubt anybody out here is gonna touch it because it's very sensitive. So,
but it's not that complicated when you think about it. I mean, if you're willing to use, like I said, definitions, and if we could agree on which one to use or where to go, then it's very simple. If we're going to use let's say the Britannica definition of it, then great, that's very simple. But if you're going to use, well, I think, well, I believe, well, then we can't ever talk, because then you're talking about what you think or what you believe. If we're not going to You know, if we're gonna be like honest about it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He's still going in the chat. He said, "You came up with these narratives not thinking about me. Okay, bitch."
Oh damn.
Well, this is the difference, right? You don't catch me at Thai City's channel, but he can't help but come to mine and come and type up in the comments. He can't help that nearly every show he goes to, right, he's talking about me. I don't do that about him. So you can't try and compare the two. You really can't. Obviously, you're the one that goes out of your way to talk about me everywhere you go. I'm simply responding on what I see. You have no real estate in my mind, not even a tiny bit.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and in this particular case, I'm the one that brought it. Yeah, I'm the one that brought it up because I was talking about how people use the, you know, the comedy or whatever, just like say one thing and then want something else, you know, and they have
Yeah, I
that comedy as
don't
an
talk
outlet.
about him.
Yeah, I was, you know, and is that Vision?
What's up, Vision?
Oh yeah, it's me.
To the building.
It's me.
You
I
see,
came for Jessica.
Okay, go ahead, get her.
I'm coming for everybody in the ministry all of a sudden, eh? Vision is mad. So what's up, Jessica? What am I mad at? What am I mad at you for?
Because I said I feel like you attention seek sometimes.
Yep, which is not an issue, right? But just imagine this picture. I'm on Bernard Riley's show, right? We come from DJ Kuda. I fell asleep, you know, wake up and then see my name posted on the stream. Hammer is an attention seeker like Vision, from Jessica A to Gabe A. Like, I don't have an issue. If that's what you perceive with me, then you say it to me and then I can deal with it. You know, if it's a constructive or just a statement. But the fact that it was posted up like that, I was actually very pissed off. And actually, Airgon is writing with the same narrative, and Airgon can go fuck himself wherever that bitch ass nigga is right now.
Hey, but you
I'll
know
deal
what?
with him later.
Listen, Vision.
Yeah.
Fasting doesn't want any cursing and stuff.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
like he
the
just
thing,
erase.
yeah.
So please, just
because
Okay.
they can flag
be
my
respectful.
child,
Use. I mean, there's a lot of words in a dictionary you can use. I mean, to express
Okay,
yourself.
I apologize, guys. Like Marco, I told you, right? I'm in anger management, right? People don't know that about me. So I try to keep myself contained. But if somebody says something about you don't like, you have to address it, because then it just builds real estate in your mind, and then you'll hold grudges against that person forever. And I don't want to do that. So I'll address Jessica and I'll address Aegon, but I won't swear.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jessica, I'm mad about that. If that's the case, yeah, I'll work on that. But
Yeah.
I want to say one thing. I want to say one thing about Hammer. He's 18, 19 years old. Yeah, he's not listening to anybody, and you know what? He's gonna get played. And Kuda did his best to help him. So we do get it, but not all of us are like that. You know, I'm a little bit older. There's some things I need to work on. So explain to me, why am I an attention seeker? I want to know.
Just certain things that you say, I feel like you've got the reputation, right, of being conversation changer, things like that, right? And
Okay.
now that you've got that reputation, I feel like you try and play up to it because
Okay.
you like the attention. So that's why I called you an attention seeker, right? The other thing that I said about you is sometimes you say things and then you play dumb or like act innocent as if you didn't really mean it. So you'd say something and then be like, oh, I'm just joking. Oh, you know me, guys, I don't really get it. Like you try and play off the perception that you got. Just as a minute ago, I was talking about Thai City, how he'll try and say what he's saying and he uses humor to deflect or say like, listen, I didn't mean it like that. I was just joking. I feel like sometimes you can say things and then be like, oh, I didn't mean it like that. You know how I am. So that's what I said about you. The reason that I didn't come and say that to you is because I feel like it would be a bit weird if I just pulled you out of nowhere and said, oh, Vision, I think you seek attention.
Okay.
It would be kind of weird, where at the point where you saw it, it was in a conversation and it just had it got brought up naturally. If there was ever a point where it could be brought up naturally to you, I would. However, that moment just it hadn't come, and I don't want to be I don't want to feel like I'm trying to bully you or attack you and just come out of nowhere and say, Vision, you're an attention seeker, you do this, like, you know.
Okay.
That's why I haven't said it.
It's just a perspective.
I'll take it. I'll eat that one. But what I want to say is that I think it was that SIP comment. I was on a panel, and then I basically, it was a joke. I didn't mean any harm by it. but there was a little bit of seriousness behind joking. Is actually a passive aggressive way of getting your point across.
That's what we're
That's
saying.
what
That's
it
what
is.
we're talking about. Yeah, that's exactly what
Yeah,
we're talking about.
it is, right. And so when I called everybody that was a father on the panel Sims, they are. I know it sucks, but like the fact that you follow what I'm trying to say here. The fact that you stuck your dick in the woman's vagina, not knowing what she's gonna do to you, it had to be some level of simping. You know, 'cause I was gonna be that guy myself. I was gonna. My dream basically was to get a career, get a good job, and I always say this. You know, the American dream, the two-door garage door. Then find that perfect woman and marry her, and it was all for her. I was simping for my dream woman. But now that I've come to this space, I've learned that due to feminism, it's not a good idea to be like that. But we were all simps at one point or another. I get called simp all the time in this space, Jessica. So I didn't see it wrong that I could reflect it on everybody else. I'm
Yeah.
probably, you know what I mean.
And-
I get called simp all the time.
And do you know what? If that's what you thought, if you stand in it, then I'd say nothing about it. Like, you know, Marco was like, "Oh, you mess with women 18 to 24, disgusting. I'd never stick my dick in I'd never stick my thing in an old, you know." But then, and he stands in it. Like he doesn't change. He doesn't, and I respect that about him. And if that was the case with you, I'd be like, "Oh, okay." But then the moment that people questioned you on it, you were like, "Oh no, I didn't really mean it.
Well,
I didn't mean it like that." So
I was getting cursed out by Ty City. He's in the chat. He was cursing me out, calling me cartoon jaws, and I was pissed off at him too. No,
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, he was comparing me to Hammer, and then he was calling me cartoon draws, and on all this stuff. You know, me and Hammer are African, so there is a certain even though Hammer shouldn't really have an excuse because he was actually born in the West, where I came in between. There's a lot of things about Western culture that I just never got to learn that I'm learning now. So there are a lot of things that I am naive about. Like I was on a Fantastic's channel the other day, and I didn't even hop on a panel. They were talking about BDSM. Is that right? BDSM. Yeah, right. I didn't know what that meant, right? So I sent a message to Fantastic to ask him, right? Now it was just a private message, not a private, but it was in the chat. But I didn't expect anybody to see it. Right, and then Jerome saw it, and you know how Jerome is, and then he started trolling, calling me an 11-year-old and all that stuff, right? But like, I really did not know what that meant, so I googled it. I was like, okay, you know, and then I started making fun of them because now when you start talking about BDSM and you start talking about S&M, you know that has connections to slavery. You know what I mean? What's called sadomasochism and all that stuff. Yeah. Like there's a lot of links to slavery. So I was making fun of them. I was like, what's wrong with you Americans? How can you practice your master's art? But I was just making fun of them in the chat. But, you know, I can stand on that. But there's a lot of the point I'm trying to paint to you, Jessica, there's a lot of shit I still don't know. I really don't, right? And I'm not, and then this attention-seeking narrative thing, I was about to put it to bed, and then Aegon came at me with it. You know what I mean? And he did the same thing, and I got pissed off again. So I'll work on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Something that you mentioned, see that this is another reason why I love having different perspective. They made like, it's not me looking for a subject to talk about. Like Marco even suggested that I talk about time, right? Calendars where, since Marco also have a knowledge, like I have a stream where we talk about the subject of time, right? And we can have a conversation. Of course, it's gonna deviate. I mean, based on the topic we started at hand, you know, it went, you know, left and right, and then now we're here. But excuse me, something you mentioned just a few minutes ago about anger, right? Maybe I could have a stream about anger, right? How certain people, you know, some people can deal with their anger. They have a way of transmuting their anger towards something, and some people they'll hold it in, and some people they don't know how to whenever they get an outburst, right? They don't know how to control it, because you can be angry but be calm, right? And some people they can be angry and loud and using curse words. Some people they can be angry and then they're insulting you, but they're doing it in a professional way. They'll be like, "You whippersnappers," right? Whippersnappers. It's an insult, but it's not derogatory in a way where it's very offensive. You know.
Yeah.
You are not wise enough to understand this knowledge. You basically say you're a fool, right? You're dumb. But instead of saying dumb, you're using rhetoric where it's politically correct in some way, but at the same time, someone who's smart will understand what you're saying. So I think anger is a big issue, and
Yep.
a lot of people need healing, but sometimes some people they don't know how to direct their anger or how to energy, because we are, we come from cultures where everybody have different experience in life, right? Some people,
Okay.
they follow their anger, right? They don't know how to
Mhm.
express it, and some people, they know how to let go. So I think
Yep.
you have a stream, and that's what I say, with the whole thing, because vision after say, like, that's why I respect Kuda. A lot
Yep.
of people, they may feel like Kuda is coming down on them. He's saying like he doesn't. Kuda is very smart. I'm telling you this, like, I don't know him personally, but based on what he talks about in the conversation that we have in the
Yep.
channel and all that, Kuda is very smart. So if he's
For his
saying,
age, yeah,
right,
he's very smart for his age. He knows a
like,
lot.
yeah, he's spilling a lot of knowledge. And when he talked about you about the speech thing, right? Because
Yep.
when it comes to speech, is state of mind. That's why I say just look at Marco how he talks, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Marco is relaxed, right? Marco can talk like this because look at Spanish. Spanish is it's a very fast language, right? Blah, 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 blah. Hola, hola, blah, 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 yeah. But
Yeah, the only
Marco,
time, well, I can, like, remember when I was talking to the rapist, when I was yelling at him, you heard I was talking really really fast. I can't talk fast. I can
mm,
troll. I remember when I was really trying to drown his voice.
mm,
You heard how fast I was talking.
yeah,
I
yeah. But if you
can't.
notice Marco when he's relaxed, like right now, like before you came in, Vision,
But that's because I just jacked
he's
off.
very mellow, yeah.
Hey, can I say this? Fasting.
Mm,
Also, spiritual Hulk impressed me because, like when Angry Man was like yelling at him, right?
yeah,
He didn't lose it. He didn't lose his cool. I've listened to Spiritual Hulk for a while, and
yeah,
he's one of the few guys in this space that I've never seen him lose his cool.
Yeah,
Like
me too. You're right. He's very
yeah,
like
I
even
really,
keel. No.
yeah, kind of like Obama. When Obama used to get chewed out, you never saw Obama lose his cool. Like I respect that because that's something I want to cultivate. Same thing with you, Marco. Like I rarely see you lose your cool. Same thing with Game Changer. Like Game Changer, it takes a while to make him yell, and
yeah.
where
No,
Zero sometimes
I lose. No,
Zero will lose it.
I'm not. I'm no Hulk. Believe me, I lose my
Yeah,
cool. I do lose my cool quite
but
a
you don't
bit.
show it, right? Like
Well, I
Obama.
just. I mean, I lose.
Yeah,
I just don't like fools. I
yeah,
wouldn't. I don't like people that are just
Yeah.
lying. I don't
uh-huh,
like fools that are fake. I don't like
yeah,
frauds. I don't like
yeah,
people trying to like get over on people. I
Yeah.
yeah,
hate that, man. That thing where we talk about, oh yeah, game. I mean, really, the word could also be hustle. If you're
Yeah.
trying to
yeah,
hustle somebody out of your degree, if you're trying to hustle them out of your paycheck, if you're trying to hustle them, that's not cool. In hustle, it's not looked upon well, and
yeah.
that's why I guess the word game is it's not. If you're gonna game somebody, if you're gonna hustle somebody, if you're gonna con somebody, that's not cool, man. And
That's
I don't
true.
like it because when people like this, what we're talking about, when people make claims, to me, you're hustling them because you're
Mm,
not being truthful. Like I said, if I sell you a car and you ask me for the bill of sale, and I tell you, oh, come on, man, you know
mm,
I got it.
mm.
Well, can I have it? Nah, you know I got it. Why you questioning me, man? You know I got it.
Vision. Have you ever tried to do meditation?
You know what? I need to. I've been lazy on that. Meditation and mindfulness are the two things I need to work on.
Yeah.
Those
Have
I
you
need to be
tried? Have you
mindful.
tried masturbation with both hands?
I thought you only use one hand.
Nobody. Maybe you try to get like the back. Like put your hand upside down.
Akon's here. Everyone's pulling up today.
Yeah. All right, Egan, come up, brother. All right, he's gonna come
Yeah,
up.
let him.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
let him come.
We need
But
Egan. We need
Vision,
the Egan questions. We need the.
Yeah.
What you mean?
I,
What are you
I
talking about?
remember.
Yeah.
I like what you just said.
Before Jessica goes, disclaimer, please, guys, refrain from using
Swear
foul
word.
language because I don't want my channel flag. And not only that, we've proven a point where I'm talking about a particular topic that most people are afraid to talk about, right? Can you guys read it? Yeah, but we're still here, so that means we're on the safe side. But please don't, if they didn't flag me for talking about this, please don't let them flag me for curse words and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So
Well, we
please,
can, and that's another fasting. That's another one. I guess if you, I mean, your channel, get props to your channel, props for having us up. where it could be where a discussion could be had, where it seems like when somebody else has a valid point, or perhaps they are trying to disprove what you say, it seems like the tactic is just getting loud
Yeah.
or over talking you, so
Hey,
you
Yeah.
don't
hey,
so
hey,
you
hold on,
don't say
hold on, hold on.
whatever it is.
Oh, Marco, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm telling you, this is
Well,
what
see
it's
what you
for.
that's what you're talking about. See right there? That's what you're doing it there.
Yeah.
No, but I've
No, but
realized that
see, look,
though.
look, there she is, right? See that, like when they do that, see?
That's what I
Yeah.
realized. When they're scared that you're
Mhm.
about to make a really good point, or you can disprove what they're saying, they start talking over you, talking really loud, and just try and make sure that no one hears the information. I've noticed that a lot.
Mm. And that's why I'm trying to do it, because I'm like, hey, if nobody else is gonna do it, let me be the one who's gonna allow certain voice to be heard. Like Marco, we literally did 12 hours. You came in like what after what 5 hour mark? Think about it. This is my first week streaming, and I did 12 hours. We were able to hold like 10 people watching. By the time I was done, we had 14 people. So that means at least we have 10 people who appreciate this kind of conversation. Like if we're able to hold people for 6 hours
Mhm.
when you guys came in, and I had like what I had like 7 people at one point, that means hey, they appreciate not the yelling, the over talking, and you know what, I respect Aegon. When Aegon came in yesterday, right? Yeah, Marco, you remember?
Yes.
I'm glad he was able to respect me. I didn't yell over here. I'm like, hey, just let them talk over and we can move on as men, right? Because men naturally we're very territorial. So of course, you're gonna have a roughness, but it seems like sometimes it's over the board, right? That's why could I get frustrated because the male energy is so strong. That's why maybe as was it the putty cat and views can help balance can help balance the masculinity. It's like I'm right,
Yeah,
but
but it seems like I said, it's like it's easy to win, and I guess like shout out to the zero. It's easy to win a conversation or an argument when you don't let the other person speak.
yeah,
It's easy. Just like that would be like if you're going to a boxing match and then you tight the other guy's hands behind their back. So
mm,
yeah, see me, I'm gonna win this boxing match. Of
yeah,
course, you're not letting the other person punch back, and it seems that is a tactic that's used. That like Jerome says, the loudest mic, you have a great advantage.
Yeah, loudest mic wins.
Yes, that's I mean
And guys,
that's see,
how
and it's
go
about
ahead, Marco.
that?
yeah, no, that's what it is, and and like I said, whenever or you ask a question and perhaps you're not gonna like the answer, or you're afraid that the other person is gonna have a real good answer or a real good comeback. What do? You interrupt the mid sentence and then you start talking about something else.
Mhm.
That
Hey,
tactic is just so funny.
hey, Marco, I want to say this. I remember when other people were talking shit about you, and then you told me I don't give a fuck what they say. Sorry, it's fasting. Sorry, shit.
Mm.
No, sorry. You said you don't give a f about what people think about you. You don't even think about it, right? And I gotta work on that, man. Like that's something I need to improve because there's a lot of trolling that goes on in the chat rooms, right? A lot of we do a lot of trolling. Some are warranted, and some are not, and sometimes it goes too far. And then it's a thin line between knowing when somebody is actually trolling you by just being jokey, or are they actually serious, but they don't have the guts to say what they want to say, so they have to mask it in comedy, right? And so that's what I struggle with. And personally, Jessica, I have no problem with what you said. I don't like the context that it was done. Like, had you just said it to me personally, I wouldn't have
Yeah.
had an issue. With just you were talking to somebody else, and then it was up there, and I really pissed me off. And then Aegon said the same thing, and I,
Do
I
you
was
know
shadow
what?
watching. I was shadow watching. I wasn't even on. I didn't even want anybody to know I was on the panel, or I was watching the stream last night. I didn't want anybody. I just was shadow watching, cleaning up
Mm.
my house, just chilling. And then Egon said the same thing, and Cesar agreed, and I snapped, bro. I just came on, and I'm a little bit upset. I gotta work on that, but I just don't like it when I just don't like when people talk about people. It's one thing to talk about people, but then when you're saying something about somebody that's not in a positive light, and that person is not there, you know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Do you know
Mhm.
what?
Especially when you're on the person, especially when you're on the person on the panel the day before. They could have said it then.
Yeah, I
That's
I
all.
I apologize. Now
Okay.
now that you've explained it all, I apologize because I know you've been trying to talk to me in the chat. And I was thinking, like, it's not a big deal, you know? But now that you've explained where you're coming from, I get it. So I apologize if I offended you, because,
All right.
like you say, it's not just me. And then all together, it all adds up and it can get to you. I get that. So I apologize.
Yeah, and then one thing, guys, I just want to say this, right? Like, Marco, you're a good example of get your shit together, right? Because we all, life is stressful. Okay, it doesn't matter. You got men in this space got children, men in this space got businesses. You got this COVID-19. You know, you are black men in a predominantly white society. There's a lot of stress factors. Except for you, Marco, you're okay where you're at. But we all have we all have different.
I'm okay anywhere I'm at.
It's true.
Yeah.
But no, there's a lot of stress factors, and sometimes, you know, you're coming home, you're dealing with the women, you're dealing with the children, you're dealing with the business, you're dealing with the coworkers, and these things gotta be addressed. And sometimes I'm guilty of it too. Like, the outside world will make you angry, then you'll come into the space, and then you'll just let it loose on the wrong person. So I'll take responsibility for that. It's I have a lot of factors that are affecting me, and then I'll come here and I'll snap here. So I'm actually going to be reducing my time here. I'm going to be taking it easy. Go work on myself.
Yeah, that's what I say. Vision. I mean, like,
I need a break.
Yeah, my channel may, you know, it could be helpful to you. You know, me being was a fellow. You know, this is what we're calling it, what, the accent sphere, right? So, you know, that's what I say. What I could do to help you is we could have a channel, right? Because you have a lot to say, right? So what will happen is I may have a stream where you can come in and basically, because you're passionate, you have books and you're studying, right? Basically allow you to speak, because I'll say sometimes somebody who have a lot to say, if you give them the time, guess what? Like I told you guys, I'll talk for 4 hours to the point where, guess what? I have nothing else to say. Why? Because I already say everything I needed to say. So it's like at that time, you know, well, okay, what's next? So
you don't have anything to say.
it happens sometimes, bro. Hey, I'm only a man. I'm not Superman. So
nobody ever accused you of that. Don't relax.
Another thing I wanted to point out, we learned that in school too. They said words and context gets lost in writing. So sometimes a text, it's like you read it, right? It's you understand it, but you don't understand the emotion. So okay, I'll give an example, right? I'll be like, Marco, you're so smart, right? I type it, but man, Marco, you're so smart. See the difference there? Why? Because when you speak,
I believed you the second time.
Yeah. What's it? Marco loves the Bible, and then I type in Marco really, really loves the Bible. There's a difference.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, this is one thing I'll tell you, man. Like sometimes certain things are gonna be said, right? And you know, it may be. Think about this. Like people when they attack the Bible, how do you think I feel? Right? So, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, I understand where they're coming from, and I have self-control enough to understand. Okay, I see where they're coming from, because they're coming from a perspective where I can't really convince them. So they're gonna have a point of view, like, you know, how I look at science. Some people may not like it, but hey, that's just me, right? So they can be like, hey, you have to look at it this way. Well, you have to look at how the Bible looks at it. They'll be like, oh no, you see how I'm saying? But if we allow that differences to basically get us triggered, that's where you have a lot of fight. Was it a lot of yelling, and my mic is louder than yours and all that stuff. But if you like calm, like I've been doing so far, where people will come in, because look, I had 2 atheists in the building yesterday, and one of the subjects we're talking about was gonna go religious based, but we're able to have like a gentle, peaceful conversation. Oh, shout out to Judge Zilla in the building. Peace, man. So yeah, I think I'm kind of like thankful that I actually have, you know, I started this channel to basically allow it like a different narrative, you know, like a different mood where, you know, like me, for an example, right? I'm very respectful to everybody who comes in, but hey, one thing I won't tolerate is hey, if I see that you're getting too, you know, too radical or something, I'll just drop you down. You know, I know.
No, what we're gonna do? Let's tell them what you're gonna do is gonna put a tire around their neck and burn it, Africa style, baby.
No, I'll just pull them down and basically be like, hey, you know, calm down, and you know,
Or you could tell them like Rwanda, short sleeve or long sleeve. What you need? What you want?
No. We'll be like go bald or have hair.
Yeah, I
The
can
Afro.
say
number
that.
one thing is you can't invest too much emotions into the conversations.
Yeah.
And I think that's what helps to just keep it peaceful. And then you can actually have a productive conversation without arguing and shouting over each other and everything just going that way. That's what I do anyway. I keep my emotions out of what
Well,
goes on.
that's tough with people. That's like, see, look at Aegon, for example. I mean, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Just because he looks like Enichi and Dada had a baby.
Yeah. What's
Buddy,
up,
Buddy
Aegon?
Lee.
He
What's
got the
great?
Philly accent. What's up, Philly?
What's gravy, y'all? I heard Vision hating on a player, so I had to hop up here and
Yeah. Let's
spread my
settle.
wings.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. I didn't know you was offended by it. I know you didn't like it. Well, that's kind of part like offended. But the thing is like, was it wrong though? Like, cause like you got to think like you don't hear yourself how we hear yourself, or I think you might because even you'll correct yourself after you do it. Like you'll hop into a conversation, be like, "Yo, let me get in," and just flip the whole conversation in a different direction, and then everybody forget their points, and then leave. Like you'll really just get off the panel. So when they said that Hammer be trolling, I was like, "Oh yeah, like Vision do." Because I was really believing Hammer, just like how I used to believe you. And then somebody was like, "Yo, fucking Vision be trolling like shit." And I'm like, "How he be trolling? He really got something to say on his mind." He's like, "Yo, he do that shit too much to not know what he's doing." But, hey,
How do I troll you guys? I'm just being myself. Now, this conversation changing thing, yeah, I gotta work on that. But I've always done that. Like ever since I got onto Game Changer used to always have to correct me, say you're getting off topic, Vision, come back. And so like this is not something new, and it's not something I'm writing with. So,
but what he's saying, Vision, what he's saying is, if you do it so many times, people have told you so many times that you do it, and you keep doing it, then it seems like, you know what, he's doing it on purpose.
Yeah,
it's
okay, I get it.
That's how I felt, because that's why I said you've got the reputation for doing it, and now I feel like you're trying to live up to that reputation. To be funny, sort of thing.
No. It's natural. It's something I gotta work on. It's a social skill. It's a bad habit.
Another example would be like the Edward Anderson. Everybody know he's long-winded. He knows he'll just keep doing it. Like, I know I'm long-winded, but look, he'll just keep doing it. It's like, even though it's like, okay, well, you know you are, but yet you don't want to stop it. It's like, okay, so you're doing it on purpose. I mean, you're not as like, so that's what it seems like.
Like a Vision, I can help you out. Like, think about this. It's like, hey, Zach. I mean, he's a cool guy. We are brothers, but it's like, it's one of his weakness where he's always, when Cody's about to say something like really good, and Zach will be like, "Hey, Cody, hey,
my bad.
Yeah, he gets frustrated, like he frustrates. So in a way, Vision, it's like, because remember, being social with people is like it's a two-way street. Meaning, you get feedback, right? Like, I mean, we start as little, right? When you are new, like a young kid, you're in a new school, right? You don't have any friends, and then you're gonna have one who's gonna come and be like, "Hey, let me introduce myself." Shake your hand, and you become friends. Say, "Come to my table," right? It's a social skill, but guess what? If that kid is always
that's an opener.
If that one kid is always initiating the conversation, but you never do, or you're very distant, guess what? That kid will be like, well, maybe this guy don't like me. Maybe something about me. Maybe I'm ugly. Guess what? That nice kid that was the only one in the school talking to, guess what? He will stop talking to. Why? Because you were now reciprocating what he was, giving. So that feedback. Now you may feel like, well, nobody talks to me because nobody likes me. And it's like, no, you had somebody who initiated the conversation, but because I guess maybe you didn't know how to reciprocate, or you were nervous or whatever, because it's a new environment, you didn't have the time to adapt. Maybe it resulted in that. I mean, we all been in that situation where you're in a new environment, right? You're with a new neighbor, at a new job, you have a new boss, you have new rules to follow, and if you want to have harmony in the environment, you have to adapt, or you have to either compromise certain things that you do personally. For an example, right? I'll give an example. Me, everybody knows here in this sphere, fasting and the Bible. That's why everybody knows, right? But guess what?
Fasting and hungry.
And driving trucks.
Yeah.
But guess what?
And singing.
Yeah. You know, my baby,
Okay,
you know, and then
but
guess what? One of something I had to adapt was what, according to U.S. law, you're not supposed to have religious topics at work. I mean, you may have a few there where you it's like I'll call it what, a little scratch on the surface, but to actually have deep conversation, you get reminded, be like, hey, you can't have this stuff, especially if they are customers. Why? Because you have customers from all background, and some people get
Mhm.
offended. So it's something over the years where I had to adapt. You know, you guys know me, I'm passionate, but guess what? When I go to work, whatever my beliefs in, because it's the rules I have to follow. It's an environment I have to adapt. You know what I do? Unless this person come privately or outside of work to ask me about something, I'm not going to express myself. I just keep it to myself, you know, because it's the environment. So the thing is, sometimes when you get feedback from people, right,
yeah,
as a as a person, don't take it like as if it's an attack. You know, you be like, okay, let me
yeah,
look in the mirror. What am I
yeah,
doing wrong that's getting people? And then sometimes it's something, it's not something like major. Like people, people, yeah, vision. You cool. Everybody knows a vision. You know? It's not
Hell
that
yeah.
you. It's just that one particular thing. People are, man, vision. I know we know you want to say something, but please, maybe lower the amount of time or something. But it's like it's not. It's out of love. It's not because we hate you. Because
okay,
guess what? If Kuda didn't like what you were doing, guess what? He will never allow you on the panel.
And most of
Yeah,
the time
that's
I
true.
laugh
Yeah.
at it. Most of the time I laugh at it.
yeah,
I
we
just
do. I
don't be.
mean,
Okay,
I was just bringing it
no,
up.
no. Let me explain myself then. Okay, Egon, check it out, right? Like you're not the first one to say that, right? Like I already explained to Jessica why I was pissed off,
And
right?
I didn't even hear
Uh,
her say it. I didn't even hear her say it
no,
too.
no, no. Jessica already knows why I was pissed off. Like I was on Bernard Riley's show. I wake up and I see a big thumbnail on the screen. Hammer is attention seeking, just like Vision. Jessica to Gabe A. Like I was just pissed that it was like right there. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, what the fuck? You know, I don't even hop on Bernard Riley's panels. I talk in the chat, so I don't want to see my name like that up there, bro. You know, he doesn't even know who I am. You know what I mean? And
You
I'm,
took that
you
shit
know,
serious. You
no,
took that shit
no,
serious.
Dang.
Shit.
yeah, I was pissed off,
Like it was a
bro.
wanted
So,
poster. It was a
so
wanted poster.
yeah,
Dead or alive.
so I came at Jessica, and she ignored me, but we settled it, right? And then
Chased her
but
down.
they should think, yeah, the thing you came at her, you should have came in her.
but no. What's
That's
once
disrespectful.
It was a genuine laugh.
I was still mad. I was still mad about it. So whenever they would talk about Hammer, I was trying to get at Jessica. Because anyway, the whole
That's
point was,
why I told her.
yeah, I was trying to get over it, and then Egon, you brought it up again, and bro, I'm sorry, I fucking snapped. I was like, enough of this bullshit. Now, I granted, now that it's been explained properly to me, I will be conscious and be mindful of that and work on not being an interrupter and conversation changer. I really will, guys. But just Egon, I was pissed off last night, bro. Like I'm
Man,
ghost watching.
I
I'm
don't
ghost.
take nothing
Listen,
that serious, man. You good, man.
no,
You
I
good.
know. Listen though, I'm ghost watching. I did not say a word in the chat yesterday. I was like, I'm not gonna say a word in the chat. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna listen while I do my thing. And then all of a sudden, yeah, Hammer, attention seeking like Vision, and the C said co-signed it. And then you did it again when I left. I was like, fucking guy. Sorry, man. Sorry, fasting. Sorry.
Yeah, but there's an
Sorry.
example. There's a couple of
Yeah.
examples that
Yeah.
that may apply. Do you remember the Beth character?
Yeah,
Beth.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, feminist voice.
Well, where you say something and then they're like, okay, I know. I remember one time that Kuda used to talk to her, and then
Yeah.
the Tuna talked to her, and Game
Yeah.
Changer talked to her.
For like 2
And then-
hours trying to build
and then
herself
like
a
like
team up.
8 people, and they brought all these people, and there's like an intervention,
It's all
and
patting
this
her on her
and
back and
that.
punch octopus
Yeah.
arm.
And then for
Yeah.
what? For nothing. Because the people just keep doing it. So then that's what it seemed like, Vision, to like talking about you specific, and even Hammer, is that you
Yeah.
tell people the thing. Look, 2 + 2 is 4. Like, okay, I got it. And the next day, okay, what's 2 + 2 again? Okay, it's 4. Okay, I got it. Okay, what's 2 + 2 again? That's what it seems like. It's like, wait a minute, this fool is just like trolling, or like,
Okay.
or just like is just making fun of us.
No. Marco, let me say this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was gonna hop off the manosphere for a while. Like I was actually gonna like just take a break, just ghost watch, shadow watch, and just don't even hop on panels anymore. And then this situation kind of brought me back. But I have to be man enough to reflect on what I'm doing. And like I told you guys, once I open everything up over here, anger management, here I come back. And there's other programs I got to go to that I can't really talk about here. You know what I mean? That I gotta go through.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
do that thing that I told you, the upside down double hand jack off motion.
You know what, Marco? I'm not jerking off for a while, bro. That's a whole other story.
I tried it. I love it. I love it. I tried it. I love it. It's like it's like being with an acrobatic hoe.
Uh-huh.
But in Vision, it could be was a frustration because I don't know how it is over there in because you mentioned you say Canada is a very socialist country, right? So
Yes,
even
yes.
here in America, even though they say the whole thing about mask and everything, people can still go outside. There's no like a authoritarian rule where it's forbidding people to actually go outside. But I don't know how it is over there. So I can like if let's say you have to wear a mask or and the thing about it, if you're not breathing air, guess what? You go crazy. Your brain needs oxygen. So if
Yeah.
you're wearing a mask, you're just breathing CO2. You're not breathing oxygen.
Yeah.
You're
I
not
hate that
breathing
mask.
fresh air.
I hate masks. Sorry for cursing. I hate masks.
It's mandatory. It's mandatory now. We have to wear them, or you can't go into businesses. That's
yeah.
it.
I hate them
You,
too.
you,
I've
you,
only
you,
started.
yeah.
No,
You
I was
can.
gonna say,
You'll get a ticket. Sorry, go ahead. You'll get a ticket.
no, I was gonna say I only recently started wearing it, and it makes my whole face just really hot.
Yeah.
Like my whole face around my mouth and my nose where I'm breathing.
That's what I
It
say.
just makes me
You
feel
you guys
really
have to.
hot.
Hey man, that's not good. You guys have to do it like me. Check this out. Fasting is wild and crazy. I don't obey authoritarian rules. You know what I do when I go to the store? I wear the mask, cover my lips. I repeat, I cover my lips, not my nose. I'm not dumb. And then guess what? When I go in the store, nobody said nothing. I walk around, get my stuff. As soon as I'm walking outside, I take my mask off.
Same here.
I take my mask off.
So you don't have to cover your nose, man. Just cover your lips because
I hate him. I hate it because I'm so good looking that it's really upsetting.
But I know.
Marco is like I can't look select no more. I look like
Well, you get your beard nice and lined up, and then you're gonna put the mask on. Like, what the heck?
hey. To me, I'm like, what if there's a robbery and they're looking for the robber? How they gonna tell it? Because everybody's wearing a mask.
Yo, I kind of know what Vision's problem is. He's like 6'7". He's addicted to black women. He hates like white girls. And he thinks Ethiopian women look weird. If he just opens his horizons up and dates other women, he'd be straight. But he's still a Hotepi at heart. So
No, Egon, that Hotepi, no, it's gone, bro. Listen, guys, down here, bro. Not to change the subject. How do I say this, man? You know, I'm just gonna say it. Black women hate the black man's guts. So we gotta leave. That's I'm sorry, I have to say it. It's just they hate the conditioning. The conditioning here. The programming has been completed. This is a socialist country.
In Canada.
Yeah, they prefer white men, bro. There's nothing you can do about it. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
what
right?
I'm saying is that why aren't you with a white chick or something? That'll calm you down, man.
Yeah, I will. Well, we'll see. I have standards, right?
I have standards.
I have high standards.
Hey, Vision,
white
check this out. Here in Houston, right? When the Lost Boys came, I remember I was going to a community college, right? Those Lost Boys, right? Check this out.
From
They're
Sudan?
tall, skinny, dark. When I say dark, they're blue black. You know that because
they are.
I never heard an African say that in my life.
Check that.
You know blue black?
Not by African.
They're
I heard
so
it from
black, they
American
look
black.
blue. Like there's a tribe I know in Sudan. They call them the blue people because they're in the sun so much. Their skin is so black. It looks like blue, like navy blue, like dark navy blue.
Their skin look bulletproof.
Yeah, but check this out. These boys, right? These young men, they were being chased by American white women. Like when they're dating, right? If you see the couples, like a big contracts. Like you see, like the most pale white girl with the most darkest man.
Yeah, that's true.
Because and
58, 59.
Yeah. But what I'm doing is I'm just giving a scenario. I understand where Egon is coming, right? Basically, what's it saying? Use your environment to advantage, right? So that's the whole point, you know. But I'm giving an example of somebody who's from your side of, from your country, right? Who came here regardless of the circumstances and what was available. But I don't live in Canada, so I don't know how socialism is over there, right? So you probably have like a different perspective, but
No, I live in a predominantly white dominated white neighborhood, so it's different. Like if you go to Toronto, if you go to Montreal, or if you go like Scarborough, or even Mississauga, it's a little bit
Yeah.
more conducive because it's a mixed culture, right? Of Asians, Indians, Caribbeans, right? So if
Yeah.
even my boy told me I need to get out of here. So I have to get out of the city I'm in.
But
It's
also
it's it's
fast, you gotta stop being fake. You gotta talk with your real accent. You gotta be like,
Mhm.
"Hey, what's
Yeah.
going on? My name is Boston. Man,
No,
I would like
this
to
is
take
how I
you."
talk. This is how I talk. It's
yeah.
just that this mic is so awesome. This is how I talk. Even if for those of you, this is my fasting is life channel. Just look at my all the videos. You know, the one that we're talking about fasting, like my videos from a few weeks ago, a few months ago. You see, it's the same accent. It's just that this mic is enhancing my voice. That's why it's hard to do. Like for
It is a
example,
good mic.
let me
It is.
Lingala.
It is a good mic.
Kombo nangai ezali Caris nauta na Congo. That's me speaking Lingala right there.
Do I sound different if I speak like this?
That's Marco.
Does
See,
my
Yeah.
voice sound different or the same?
your voice. I mean, the mic is making your voice sound different.
Right.
But
Okay, hold on, hold on.
your
Tuna,
This
tuna.
to this. Do I sound different?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Underwater, overwater.
Oh, you
You
switching
sound
mics,
far.
huh?
Usually my gain is never on, but I just
Oh,
have
okay.
my gain on.
Hey, tuna. Do like the last mic you did when last one.
Hello, hello.
Okay, that one. Now put your fist in your mouth and do it.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. What was it?
Hey, Egon, can I ask you a question?
What's good, dog?
If you and your wife if you end up divorcing or separating, would you go for another black woman or would you go for a white woman, or would
I'm going for
you
a
go for
woman
whatever
outside
woman
this
likes it?
country. I'm going,
Yeah?
but it's not preference. Like
Uh-huh.
not really. But it won't be a woman from this country. I can't do that shit again.
Isn't your wife
Yeah.
Latina anyway? She's
Huh?
Latina, right? Your wife's Latina.
Yeah, but shit, Americanized like shit. You know,
Yeah.
Puerto Rican
That's what
and
people
black.
don't understand. Yeah, that's what people don't understand for some reason. That if you meet somebody, it doesn't matter if their parents were from Puerto Rico or
Yeah.
Mexico. Doesn't matter where the hell they're from. If
Rico.
you're born and you brought up in the U.S., you're not a good representation of Puerto Rico and Mexico. You're not. I don't care how
Right,
many
right,
flags. I don't
like,
care how many flags you wear. I don't care how much arroz con pollo you eat. I don't
Yeah.
care. You have
Yeah.
no idea what it's like. Same thing if if you're born and if your parents are from Congo or your grandparents, but you grew up and you were born in Minnesota and you grew up all your life there, you're not a good representation of people from Congo.
Yeah.
the only people I saw
True.
consistency with was Dominicans. Like Dominicans, like here, well, that I've met are dicks, and the ones that I met from there are dicks too. Whereas
No, makes them cool. Nah, because I went to play ball over there. Nah, they're some cool people, man. Nah,
again, Puerto
in the
Ricans.
environment, and the environment's a whole different thing. But when you went over there, you went Dominican.
No, I just met them off the boat from.
Nah, see, that's what I mean. You
Dominican.
gotta go. See, when you go, and this is
Okay.
what I tell you, you go there, and it's a whole different story, man. For some reason, people, I've told you because like the people that have the worst reputation in Latin America are the Argentinians. Okay,
What
Oh.
about Uruguay? What about Uruguay, Marco?
Uruguay's too. That's like a suburb of
I've
Buenos
heard-
Aires. It's really
I've
small.
heard
It's right
some
above
things
it.
about Argentina, and I
Go ahead,
saw a
Marco.
video of the Dominican Republic, right?
Mm.
And there was this boy, and they were chasing him down because he's from Haiti, and they literally kidnapped him. I don't know what they did with him, but yeah, they just pulled him up off the street, and he was trying to escape. He managed to they put him in the boot. He managed to get through to the back and open the back door, and then they caught him again, dumped him back in the van, and drove off. And I
Yeah.
was like,
Probably-
what the hell?
Probably send them back to Haiti because they don't. From what I remember, they don't want Haitians coming over into Dominican.
There
So they
was a
were
time,
sending.
there was
they were-
a lot of animosity. But
Yeah.
see, just to
Finish your
finish
point.
finish my point about the Argentinians. Well, I know, like for example, if you're from England, the British, I mean, there really there's a huge thing about Argentina and England, but that's a whole other story that I'll tell you about the island, the Falkland Islands. But in Latin America, for some reason, the Argentinians are perceived as being extremely, extremely, extremely arrogant and conceited. Okay, that's how they're perceived. That's what they always like. Whenever you talk about somebody, they think like, "Oh my God, they're just so much better than everybody." Even like, there's a joke that a lot of the A lot of the Argentinians have Italian last names, like Leo Messi, Scolari. They have,
Ginobili.
Palermo, exactly, Ginobili. They have Italian last names. So they're so arrogant, they're so conceited that
Diego Maradona. He's not
Maradona,
Italian though.
exactly. So then an Argentinian goes to Italy, and he goes somewhere. He sees Fascioni, he says Veroni. He says, "Hey man, look at these people. They all have Argentinian last names." So that's how they're perceived.
Betole.
Yeah, that's how they're
Holy.
perceived. Oh my God, look at all these people. They all have Argentinian last names. That's so
What's up, John?
they're like really like perceived as conceited. But the reason I gave that point is because every time I've gone to Argentina, it's been more than 10. I love the people over there. They're great. They're awesome. They're very welcoming. So whenever I tell somebody, you know what, don't talk like that if you haven't been. And if
Right.
people in the environment, it's just so different. The same thing with the Dominicans and everywhere, anywhere, or a Nigerian struggling in Chicago for driving a cab. It'd be one thing than one who's a doctor over there in Lagos just chilling on top of a rooftop. It's just a whole different story, man. So
Look,
you have to be very careful.
And Marco, can I add? Sorry, Marco. Let me add to this. Sorry, Judge Zilla. Marco, like for us Africans, like in my family, a lot of like I never did it because like I grew up in the hip hop culture and basketball culture. So I have a different perspective on like Black Americans. But there's a lot of people in my family, and other Africans as well. They think they're better than American blacks, right? They look down.
Yeah.
On American blacks because of the media, because they see the hip hop, the rap music, they see the the drug culture, the Bloods and the Crips, Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood, and vice versa. The same with us back in the day, with We Are the World. Everybody was like, look at all these Africans are, right. So you know what I mean, right? You don't know, like not all Black Americans are like are like low lives. Sorry to say it that way.
Right.
Like Barack Obama proved that, right? The whole world was in love with that guy. Pause. No homo.
And not all Africans have flies in the lips, right?
Yeah.
You put no homo with Barack Obama.
Yeah, no, but
listen, look, I came up here. I came up here because I have to dispel all this fucking disinformation that this fucking panel is strewing.
Especially the tuna.
Let me lay this shit out. Let me lay this shit out real
Yeah,
fucking
Dominicans
simple.
are dicks, right? Yeah, hell yeah.
Let me lay this fucking shit out real fucking
Vision is attention seeker, right? I know, man.
Listen,
I'm an 8 of them.
listen, I know. Look, I've checked Wikipedia.
Fasting goes to buffets.
Look, I've checked in Wikipedia, right? Vision, I know Vision's family sleeps under a baobab tree. Like I know that Vision's people do that. That's what they do over there. I know that Fasting's people, they all they fucking do is sleep. All they have is grass fucking huts. Look, Marco, I love you, man, but look, you get wonderful reception from the Colombian equivalent of favelas, and I know that Jessica fucking X is
Hey,
fucking
Judge,
chimney
just to
sweep.
let you know, I'm trying to refrain from
Chimney
the F,
sweeper.
the F bomb word because I don't want my channel to get flagged because that can happen. So please,
Did I say that?
yeah, you've been saying the F bomb like all the time. So I'm just letting you know. I'm trying to keep it kind of like not too.
I didn't even realize I said it. My apologies.
Yeah, that's all right. I know. It's the minutes.
Wow.
Trying to keep it Joel Osteen up here.
Yeah, he's trying to keep it.
Pee Wee
Herman without the movie theater.
I thought you meant the other. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So no, I say that. I've definitely said that a lot.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the cigarette.
Oh no, no, that one. Yeah, the regular one. The smash. The F smash.
Yeah, no, look, and I'm just saying, Aegon and I, we are Americans. We live in mansions with gold toilets. You know what I'm saying? We cool our water down with frozen diamonds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you have a volcano in the backyard to get your thermal water, right?
Yeah, man. We raise dire wolves.
Hey, Judge Zilla, can I tell you this though? When I was in Africa, like we thought the United States of America was heaven. Like Fasting can agree with me, man. We thought like your streets were paved in gold. Like we used to say, oh man, if you go to jail in the United States of America, you can watch TV and eat apple in prison, and because we never had no apples where we were from, right? Man, we thought the United States of I swear to God, wait, guys, let me say this. We thought the United States of America was heaven, bro. They never even taught us the slavery happened to you guys. They didn't even teach us that in the history books. That's how strong the propaganda was. When I came here, I was like, what? They had slavery? What? Black people are suffering here? Man, it was such an eye opener, bro.
Vision. I gotta stop you right there. I gotta stop you right there.
Not Godzilla.
They don't teach you guys history. There's no other history besides United States history. You do understand that, don't you?
Judge is trolling right now. He's saying the only history you know of it is American. Stop lying.
Isn't that the general ugly American consensus?
Yeah.
I think it's Hollywood, right?
Yeah, it's Hollywood. Thank you. It's Hollywood, man. I used to watch Knight Rider. I used to watch all those TV shows, and they paint. We used to watch James Bond and all that stuff. I don't know, bro. It's amazing. Like Michael Jackson was an excellent promoter of your culture. Same with Madonna back in the day. So it was that. We never really saw the hardship of what really went on. I never thought you guys would have homeless people. I thought everything was solved, man. I thought you were living in like a technocratic, perfect, utopian society. And then you come here, and then people are on drugs. You got alcohol problems, and you also have great things. Don't get me wrong, technology. But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. But you thought the United States was Singapore?
Man, I thought.
I think Americans in general, they're very, I forgot the word, it's not nationalistic, but they really love their country.
Yeah,
and to them,
they
they
do.
live in the best country on earth.
Yeah,
you know? And so they do give out that perception
That's
when
right.
really and truly there are many, I don't want to be rude, but many better countries. Like I'd rather stay where I am than go to America.
Jessica, America, word I'm not allowed to say here,
That's right.
Bloody hell.
It's like, Koof, yeah.
Hey, with the guitar riff.
Oh, thank you, Pam. That's the word patriotic.
No, but just but the tuna is right. And then like I love America. I'm an American and great. But yeah, I cannot live in America, and you cannot pay me to go back to America. Yeah, you cannot pay me to go back.
We think like wizards run other countries and stuff. Like,
that's it.
No, Marco says Marco like he says it, but nobody catches it. Nobody ever catches it. Yeah. Yes, everybody who comes to America from other places, right, says that they would rather be in. Says that they would rather be in America versus where they came from, but nobody understands. Because there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what caste and caste is here, and because we use ethnic divides more than for reasons, right? Than anything else. They don't understand that. Like, look. Obviously, the people who are staying in those countries, for the most part, like you understand that there are industries in these countries. You understand that there are billionaires in these countries. You understand that there are millionaires in these countries. You understand that there are businesses and commerce that happens in these countries.
Yeah. I think they get skewed. It gets skewed because basically a lot of the times the people that, like you say, Judge, are moving out are the poorer ones, and so they judge the whole of the nation on those poorer people who are coming over to wherever it may be. So they think everyone's like that, but they don't stop to think that, listen, the ones that are actually staying there are staying there because they're living a pretty decent life. And the reason that you know that is that when you think about just take Nigeria, for example, all of the millionaires and billionaires and whatever that live there, they don't want to move over to America or England. They're living perfectly fine where they are with their money.
Upper middle class Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico do not act like Rosie Perez.
Exactly, and here, like I said, people want to go. Like they don't want to go. I mean, they don't want to go, and it's like that's what people don't understand. That it's like if you have, even if it's not even upper middle class, even if you have a job where you have a surviving lifestyle, or even if you struggle, but as long as you are okay, people don't want to go anywhere. Yeah, people really misunderstand that because even given that the judges in Arizona, I'm from LA, the people that the Mexicans per se that we meet from, like the Mexicans that we meet are really from the northern states, and they were like mainly like peasants.
Yeah.
The majority of them.
Yeah.
Hey, Marco, I want to add this. Judge Zilla, let me say this. Like when my father came to like North America and Canada, the Western world, we never thought, we thought that if you come here, basically whatever is your so Judge Zilla, what happens is you guys in Canada and the States, you get the best and the brightest. It's a brain drain on other countries because of civil
Yes.
war and things like that, right? So you'll get the professors, you'll get the, even from Europe, you'll get the engineers and the nuclear scientists and the physicists. But unfortunately, when they come here, they all think they're going to get jobs. But then sometimes, like for example, a medical doctor, when he comes to the West, he has to go to school again. Yeah, this guy was like 20 years practicing in his country, like in Iraq or whatever, right? So what happens is that
unless it comes from a European country,
yeah, but the illusion is we come here and then we can't get the jobs that we are qualified for. We actually start doing jobs that we're overqualified for. So they become security guards and taxi drivers, right? Like when there was a stability in my country, I'm not gonna lie, my father got the F out of here. Said, I'm not staying here. I hate this place, right? And he left. But then,
there's a language barrier.
Yeah. Then he went back home, right? And then the Puki and Ray started acting up, the military guys, and then he had to run back because honestly, I'm not trying to change the subject, but if I could live where I'm from, I would. It's so destabilizing that you just can't, it's just we don't want to be, we don't. Yeah.
To the effect of what Marco was saying, right? And it goes along with what you're saying. To the effect of what Marco was saying is just Google Mexico, right? Pull up a map of Mexico and look where Oaxaca, Sinaloa, look where they are. Look where Mexico City is. You see what I'm saying? Look at where they are and look at where Mexico City is. Like, you're not getting a whole lot of transplants to the States or to Canada from Mexico City. Mexico City is it was, last time I checked, the largest city in the world, the highest population city in the world.
Yeah. I actually lived there for a year.
Did you like it?
A great place, man. Oh, I loved it, man. I loved it.
I've been there twice.
But going back to where I was saying, the fastest been there, he likes it. Obviously, I had a great job. You know what I'm saying? So I had no issues with struggling. So it's like, it was great. I had a great experience, great life. And I met a lot of people. I played ball there as well. So I met people that were cab drivers and people that were factory workers, people that were lawyers, business owners. I mean, every type of people. And not even the ones that were like cab drivers, where they're like, I know that US there's a lot of whatever money or whatever, but we like our lifestyle. We like the freedoms that we have too. They do have some freedoms. We have many things that we like here that we could not get accustomed to the US, because like somebody just said, if you go to the States, and even if you're a lawyer in Mexico, you have to requalify, relearn some law. So now you have to start again, pretty much. You have to qualify yourself for, and you have to do jobs, like they said, that you're overqualified for. And also you have to really enslave yourself. So there's a lot of freedom and there's a lot of time that we enjoy here in Latin America, that you just don't want to be enslaved, not to use a better
there's
word.
a lot of expense as well. There's a lot of expense.
That's exactly what it is. So, but your time is like, you're really like running from place to place, or you're stuck in traffic. There's a lot of things that go on that, like here in Medellin, I could go from one end of the city to the other easier than I could if I was in and from Phoenix to Chandler. You know what I mean? Or if I'm in, it's just very complicated. So you don't think about that. Or South Philly, to North Philly.
Yeah.
Well, is it traffic, or is it like just like how the highways are built or something?
It's better now.
It's smaller now,
but it used to take. I could tell you this. Phoenix is a pretty spread out city, but I could tell you, it used to take midday traffic at midday. It could take you 2.5 hours to get from the east side to the west side.
Yeah, it's like that here too. Fuck that, take back roads.
That's what I mean. So what I'm saying is, like, even I remember in LA, for me going to downtown, where I'm from South Central, to the beach, okay, let's say in the freeway, it's a straight shot. but it could take me. It was only what, like maybe like 8 to 10 miles, maybe. It's not a big distance. I can't remember what it is now, but it could take me like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Better off taking a bike.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like if I'm in a car here in Medellin for an hour and a half, dude, I'm like way the hell out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've gone a long way. I didn't just go 8 miles. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
But Marco, the difference is we don't have to. You guys got all those like roosters and everything running down the middle of the street.
Well, or the canoes, the canoes. We trip for the canoes. We need
you guys have all those carts being pulled by donkeys.
Yeah.
And you know where I did? You know where I see a bunch of donkeys that and you're never gonna get away from those donkeys is in Cairo.
Oh, yeah,
Cairo, because that they have this, they have this thing called tradition, right?
Yeah.
And the people that bring like the vegetables and the fruits from outside, they still do it in the carts that are being pulled by donkeys. And even though they're like
the Amish.
They gave them the what do you call it? Hey, take this motorcycle with this cart. That way you can do with this. They took the money, they sold it, and they roll with their donkey.
Yep.
They say, you know what? We have been doing this. My grandfather did it. My great grandfather did it. We've been doing this for thousands of years. So screw you. I'm not going to change.
I'm telling you, they're if you put them on, they're par on par with the Amish.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. And they like it. So it's like, what are you going to do? It's not like they don't see it. I mean, and in Cairo, that's another more populated city as well. We're talking about Mexico City. Cairo's like crazy. And they're the donkeys that they're rolling right there. I mean, in like these highways.
You will see them. Yeah, you will see them in the middle of traffic jams. They ain't getting out of the way. They are not moving out of the way. They are not going. They are not like if he needs to make a right hand turn, he's making a right hand turn.
Yeah. Speaking about the Amish, one time I was delivering hay, and I went. I forgot the state I was, but it was like a farm area.
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
No, not Pennsylvania. Somewhere I forgot. It's been a while. It was like 4 years ago, and the family was Amish, right? But the thing is, the person I was talking to was the father. But the thing is, I guess he was in the office, so I was communicating with the phone. So when I was in the area, the Wi-Fi was trash. Like I couldn't get Wi-Fi. So even if I wanted to call somebody, there was no connection sometimes, right? And then when I got there, there were white kids and all that. One of his sons, right? They wore their regular attire, like with the little suspenders and stuff like that. And I was talking to them, and the girls, right? They wore their little covering, so they're not supposed to be outside. But I guess I'm assuming, well, based on what I experienced, I guess it was their first time seeing a black person, because the young boys and all of them, they were coming to me, looking at me, asking questions. I was talking to them. Guess what? I know Mark is gonna love this. I was there for almost 2 hours and a half because I took the tarp, to cover it, and then the young man was taking the little machine. So they had machine, right? People would think, oh no, they had the tractor. They'll come in, poke the box of hay, put it down. And
so they were more Mennonites.
Yeah. Those ones, basically, there are certain.
Here come the Mennonites.
So when everything was saying over, I was supposed to leave, but guess what? Because they were asking me a lot of questions, I was talking to them for like 30 minutes. And guess what I was talking about, Marco? What is the answer?
The magic genie in the sky.
So, but look what I say, right? I already, when I met them, right, on the subject about prejudgment, right? I had a conception about, okay, I'm dealing with Amish people, and they're white. So how am I gonna go with this? And after having a conversation, they were respectful. They were calling me sir, right? All of them were saying sir, sir, right? They were young men. I think the younger brother was 16. The brother who was using the tractor was 18. So we have I was able to have a conversation. I asked them some questions. They were telling me their costumes and all of that. They don't have TV. They don't have radio. They go to church and stuff like that. Like what's fun for them, and they're living like a quote unquote a primitive life. But check this out. Wouldn't it be awesome to have your own land where you grow your own crops, you eat it, you know where it's coming from, and you got cows and stuff like that? instead of you
Yes.
go to a freaking store. You see what I'm saying? So it's just
Yeah.
the perspective. But it was interesting to actually meet a community right here in America that was living that way, where a lot of people will think, oh, America is all civilized. No, there are certain people who choose not to live like that.
Oh no, there's a whole bunch of uncivilized Americans. But tangentially, tangentially, you fasting, you have the most dramatic change in voice that I've ever heard on YouTube.
Doesn't it, yo? That mic?
Thank you.
The only thing I would recommend adding is a pop filter.
Yeah.
To soften your C's, your P's, and your T's.
Okay. I
Yeah.
guess it's probably the volume. Let me see if I can adjust.
No. This is black people because our lips they make the pop sound. You gotta
I'm
have
speaking
a pop filter.
on front of the mic. What?
Don't look. This is look. What I'm saying is, you sound awesome. You sound terrific. You sound wonderful. This is only a 3% increase. What I'm saying. This is only a 3% increase to your sound. Like with a pop filter, I think like you are supreme fasting voice.
Yeah. It's only like $11 too on Amazon.
What kind of pop filter should I get? Like, because
I don't know what I don't know what
Kuda
your
will probably know.
looks like.
I mean, if you look it up, basically it's like a thing that hooks onto like the what's it, like the thing that holds your microphone? It hooks onto there. Yeah, like a boom arm.
The little covering. The little mesh.
Yeah.
Because I got a mesh on me. Like I got the little fur. The little
exactly that.
Yeah, that's the one I'm using right now. Maybe I need it because I think I got my mic close to the Okay, watch this. I'll speak at the angle.
So
Can you guys hear?
What you actually have is more for wind. It's more for wind or air current circulating around you, right? And so it muffles and it kills that down. The pop filters, because you're directly you see, because it's pointed at you or it's picking up directly at you from your register.
I see them. Yeah, they sell them. It's the little mesh thing that I can put in front of it. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah.
If you do like I do, I just have a headset with a microphone set on it from SteelSeries. And what I did is I bought that material and I just wrapped it around the microphone.
I see one that it's like on my mic, like it's like a small where like it's like a background, right? Like the one was a sound the sound suppression, like the one they use on studio. Is that the one you're referring to?
Like a normal regular mic, but that foam that comes over the cover.
Yeah.
That makes it look like an ice cream cone.
Oh yeah. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Fast, I want to ask you a question. Do you know about the Congo dandies?
Oh, those guys that went viral with the coffin dance.
Share my screen. Fasting, share my screen real fast.
Are they playing a copyrighted song?
No. It's just pictures. It's pictures.
Oh, a picture. Okay, hold on one second. Just go ahead and share it, and then I'll put it in.
They're funeral dancers fasting.
Oh, I don't.
They're funeral dancers?
Congo?
Yeah, they dance at funerals. No, they're actually Ghanaian. Oh no, the Congolese dandies, the men that dress up and they're really like.
Oh, you're talking about like
the swag.
They call them sapé, where they dress up.
The 70s came to the Congo.
Yeah,
they almost look like old school pimps.
Yeah. Papa Wemba is famous for doing that. Papa Wemba, yeah, I know. Sapper, yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys are showing the. Oh yeah, look cool. Look at the cool.
Yeah. Let me make the screen more big. Okay,
Is that Congo? Is that Congo?
Yeah. It makes sense because Congolese men love fashion.
Yeah, like the singer, his name Papa Wemba, he died while performing. He died in Gabon.
Those are the guys from the funeral. Those are funeral guys right there. Look, those are funeral guys.
No.
The funeral guys are Ghanaian. Yeah.
The one, I was talking about. I got confused. I was talking about something else.
That was a joke. Funeral guy.
I think Dandy in English. Hey, what happened to Aegon? He dropped. Oh, I guess he fell off.
Oh, he got Vision killed him.
They call it in French. They call it sapper. Basically, the singer named Papa Wemba. He's the one who basically brought it in the Congo, and I was even surprised that they said that actually thanks to him because he made it into mainstream. It went as far as Japan, where you have Japanese people doing this, like over there. There's
Yeah.
I
like,
think I've seen it. Yeah, like the low riders. Well, they got low riders over there too. They have low riders and the cars over there.
Mexican,
They
yeah,
have,
the
they have
LA
that.
stuff,
They have
yeah.
that. They have rockabilly. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. Hey, what's your fasting? What's your email? I'm gonna send you a video that I made real quick.
Oh, okay. I'll put in the private chat. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna say so you can show it. It's gonna be funny.
It's
Yeah.
funny because I can always spot a Congolese person just from how they dress.
No,
At
we
least
know.
here
No,
anywhere.
wait, Tuna.
Pardon?
We know how you can spot a Congolese person.
How?
Do you want to tell them?
What?
Come
What?
on, Tuna.
What? The watching thing. The
Yes. No watching.
And what is that?
nothing.
Uh,
Why'd you say that, Marco?
Marco,
Everything. I remember I have a dangerous
boy.
memory. I remember everything people
No,
say.
no, boy.
Marco's exposing me.
Yeah, I know. He's doxing you. He's snitching. Marco, why are you such a snitch?
No,
See, when you say that, Marco, man, you've got to you've got to use the cowbell sound effect.
Exactly.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
You say something around me, man. You said it. It's in my brain. I'm gonna bring it back sometime.
I wish I knew what I was talking about. I'm lost like shit.
Hey, Marco, you got the email, right?
Yes, I got it. I'm sending it to you now. Tuna doesn't want to confess.
Yo,
Okay, I said what I said was that most women crotch watch, right?
Yes.
Most women.
I
Oh,
didn't believe that for some. My friend told me that shit. I
I
didn't
said
believe
that
that.
I crotch watch. Okay.
Congo. Oh.
It's like men who booty watch, right? We booty watch. You'll be like, okay.
And also, you had said before that. Remember that the guys with the biggest penis were the Congo guys. Remember that?
Yeah.
Right.
I put them both together, so I said I know how you can tell the Congolese person. See, I put it all together.
So when I incorporate the cowbell, picture a cow walking with a cowbell and how it moves and how it sounds.
Yeah, exactly. She was like, so that's why she's the Tuna's a crotch watcher. So she's like, oh, he's from the Congo. He's from West Africa. I'm not sure where. He's from.
He definitely dressed to the left.
Hey, Marco, did you send me something or I don't see anything on my email?
I did, but it's just taking a look. I think it's a video. It's gonna.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Oh, you didn't put it on YouTube yet?
No. This is one of my videos that I made.
Oh, you haven't published it yet?
No. I'm not gonna publish this one. This is just a funny one that I made for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, so
the next one I got coming. It's called. I'm not sure of the title yet, but it's gonna be something about the endangered species.
And who are they?
Well, you got to wait and see.
Oh, it's a secret, huh? Come on, spoil it. You know what? One thing about me, I love spoiling movies, man. Like, I'll watch a movie before everybody so I can spoil it, and I'll be like,
you're the guy at the movie. You're at the movie theater, and then you're like, he's behind the door with a stick. He's behind. Don't go in there.
Yes, please. Yes. Gray sweatpants are her favorite, but she can't wait until more men start adopting yoga pants.
No, the beige.
Oh no, I don't want to see a guy in yoga pants.
No, hold on. No, it's Blade.
You don't remember that scene from The Naked Gun where they're at the ballet?
Yeah, with the ballet. Hey, Blaze. It's not gray. It's beige. She said beige. You can see him better, right, Tuna?
The lighter the color, the better, because it creates more shadow.
Thanks, Marco, for the cash app. Thank you. Oh, okay, I see your email now. Okay, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me download it.
Yeah, that's just real funny.
Oh my God, it says.
Whose email is that?
Huh? That's
Whose
fast.
email is it?
Yeah, that's fine.
I would have never bet in 1,000 years that's your fucking email, yo. That is a weird.
Congo man.
Oh, I'm thinking like Corey or some shit.
Nah, Congo man. 411, right? Congo man's got the information.
Yeah.
The fuck, like C-man.
I can decipher.
That's one of my nicknames. C-man.
When you used
to
sell
first name.
When you used to sell weed in college.
Speaking of smart people, we like to hear. What's up, spiritual?
But what's that?
Hey, spiritual logic.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
see, I've got
Oh,
my
he's
vision.
here in the
I've,
photo?
I've
Oh,
got
okay,
my
hold
vision
on.
on today, man. I'm channeling vision today because I keep getting distracted. With
Yeah,
that,
you have.
with that shadow on your avatar there, Jessica, it looks like you have coffee cup nipples.
Peace, Hulk.
What the hell are coffee cup nipples?
No, she's got like, they're not coffee cups. They're more like tea bags.
Hey, Marco, I finally downloaded the video. I'm gonna load it in a few seconds. Hold on.
It's,
Let
it's,
me mute it.
it's funny.
Wait,
It's
I shouldn't have said that because if I'm not allowed to say the F word, I'm probably not allowed to say that either.
no, that one was okay. We just don't want it. It's not really.
Napples.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me share the screen. Hold
Yeah,
on, guys.
See if you guys like it. I hope you guys find it funny. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, but we're gonna let the audience decide for themselves. Peace, Hulk. Welcome to the building, man. You missed out on a good topic, but we are about to watch some funny video by Marco. So y'all wait.
Hopefully it's funny.
Yeah.
Just
If
because
it's
you
not funny, just gonna punish Marco.
because you show the dandies.
Man, my
Yo,
bar
but
is,
to
my
Judge's
bar is
point,
really hard. My bar is really high when it comes to Marco's videos now.
No,
yeah, right, yeah,
You guys see
kinda,
it? You guys see it?
Yeah.
is that you,
Okay,
Marco?
That's me.
Whoa, Marco, you looking like a young man. What happened? You
He look,
shaved?
he look Iranian.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. 'Cause I didn't have the beard.
No, you look Semitic.
He like
Semitic.
I didn't have the beard right there.
like a Saudi Arabian prince.
Oh, shit.
No.
I don't know. He looks. Yeah, he could pass for Sumerian.
Exactly. I'm done with that.
He-
I want to pass for Anunnaki.
He be shaking swords, yelling and shit.
Was it?
Chrome.
Fasting. Maybe take the banner down just for a second.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
We understand.
Yeah,
the fasting is live now. We got it. There you go.
Chrome.
Okay, well, hope you guys like it. Because I've been doing all these videos and I was getting into all kinds of stupid graphics.
Palau
Okay.
Marco.
All right, everybody mute up so I can play. All right, here we go.
Drop
Let
down.
me play. I'll play like a little bit, and if you guys can hear the song, that means it's playing. Okay, hold on one second. Let me play 2 seconds.
Yeah, we hear it.
Okay, let me restart it. Okay, go ahead. That's it, huh? That's it. That's
You made your own coffin dance.
Yeah.
Hold on, so those cats in Africa that hold your casket and be dancing around with your body in there?
Yeah.
When you show the dandies, you remind me of the funeral guy. They call them the funeral guys.
Oh,
funny.
body all sliding around.
Yes. And they make thousands on YouTube with their YouTube. Well, other people make thousands on their YouTube's videos. They need to kick down like 10% of it and send it over to them.
You know who makes bread and will makes good money in like I guess they live in a poor area. You know those like it's like I think they're Indian. They're somewhere in the Middle East where they're somewhere where they basically build houses out in the nature. In the nature, you know what I'm talking about? It's like two guys. They'll like fucking they'll make like an underground penthouse, but it'll be underground.
That's in Asia. I'm assuming either it's gonna be the Philippines or Thailand. Like I know those guys where they'll make a pool and then they're going in.
I've seen the swimming pool ones.
Their videos get millions because and sometimes they do like I think live premiere or the premiere. Man, they're nice. I love it.
That shit's crazy. It built like a whole underground pool area. I be thinking to myself like, yo, just create a good house for some snakes.
Yeah. I mean, basically they're showing you that they're using nature. They just don't need to use anything. Like nature is giving you everything you need. You know, like primitive.
They made cement from like they like went and got this beehive and like opened it up and then cracked it, and mixed it with water, and then put it on the walls.
It's like, crazy when you see how resourceful they are. Like, okay, I have to talk quietly, but my neighbors, right? They're from like I think like Romania or somewhere. And then I saw them going around collecting like loads of junk wood and stuff. And then the guy that lives next door, his dad, he's got like 3 fingers. I'm not even joking, like 3 fingers. And he built this like really, really nice shed in the back But if you look at it, it looks so professional. I don't know how he did it, and he did it in like 2 days, just
Wow.
out of old wood that he went and collected around in the neighborhood. I saw him pulling it all back, taking it all back, and now he's got like a lovely shed. I felt like asking him to build me one.
Why don't you?
You can like suck my fingers.
Oh.
Like, now you know why he's only
We
got 3
don't talk
fingers.
much.
You know why?
Why?
Because his wife didn't like fisting, so that was the limit.
Hey, Godzilla, I got that
3-finger
little
limit.
thing you talked about. I got it, so I guess it's gonna come tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, at best, it's a 3% increase because you sound phenomenal right now, and and you sound like beyond phenomenal considering. Like I don't know, have you ever listened to your old, any of the other stuff that you were on before?
Yeah, like whenever I was on CUDA, like the way I was sounding far away. Usually, I'll have my phone on speaker, and even if I have the headset, that's one thing I don't understand about the Apple mic. Like whenever I'm talking on the phone, I sound crystal clear. Where even if I'm in my truck, whoever is listening to me, they can't hear nothing. It's like total silence. But whenever I'm somehow like on what is on freaking StreamYard, my voice sounds like that. I was like, that's weird. But once I have this and I got the Roland VT4, I sound way different. Even my dad, when I made him listen to my voice, he was like, "Man, you sound crisp." So yesterday, I basically convinced my dad to spend close to $1,000 to get everything that I have right now.
You
Does your dad do panels?
You have me thinking about what would Zach or fucking Third World?
Yes.
Or pardon me.
What
would
about
Zach
you,
or Third
George?
World sound like?
Banshee of X-Men.
Do you have a mic, George? We were talking about you yesterday, Kudas. We were like, that you were sitting on a gold mine. Like your voice is. Hold on, this is George.
To do voiceovers.
My name is Bond. James Bond.
I messed around a little bit because I had a channel that I was trying to do something with.
And I gotta plug my mic. Hold on, plug my mic.
But all I have for this is again there's a Steel Series headphones, which they're pretty good headphones. They're really good headphones with a microphone attachment.
Marco, oh sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say.
got you also.
Marco, I just thought of you. There's this woman on TV and she has really bad teeth, like really, really bad. Next time she comes up, I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to use it as my DP picture just for you, Marco.
Brush your teeth, hooker. Fix your teeth, putos.
You got like, you're a millionaire. Put 20 grand in your mouth. Fix your teeth, puto.
Hold on. Let me chime in. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Hold on. Shout out to Third World.
Yeah. Hey, do I sound better now with the mic?
Yeah. Actually, you sound clear.
Yeah, you didn't sound bad before, but there's a significant 30% increase.
Yeah, this is what before was just the the headphones for the Apple with the mic, and this was just it's the mic. The mic.
Yeah, no, I do have a couple of channels that are up. I'll never make content in this sector. All right, I got you. But I do have a couple of other channels up that I've been working on certain things, this, that, and the other thing. But one of them that I had to kill when they made changes was I was giving away gift cards, and I was getting the gift cards for cheap, and for the amount of views that I was getting. Then once I reached a certain level of views, then I would have a drawing and send them the cards. And when I was making the videos for that, and I showed them to my pops was like, "Dude, that's you? That sounds so freaking professional, man." And it was just this microphone, this headset, these microphones, and Audacity.
Hey, Judge, somebody said I was an entanglement Shang. He said you gotta sell out.
Look, I got no. That's what I tell people. Again, look, look. the most pro-black that you can possibly do is open up an Abercrombie and Finch or a Fitch and or a Banana Republic.
Yeah. Hey, but hey, hold on. So Tuna, so you're gonna you're gonna put up that picture of the teeth? That's probably really her in real life, and she's gonna fix it. She's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, it's not me. This is really some chick that I saw."
Dude,
it's gonna be her with the badass teeth.
The most red pill thing that you can do, in my opinion, is to sell weave, to sell long nails, to sell cheetah print, sell all that, sell all of that shit. Get that money. Take that money from them.
Hey, Judge, did you did you get to see my videos, Judge? I didn't see you comment on them. Normally you do.
I didn't. I saw all of them. I didn't comment on them though. I didn't comment on them.
You want to be in the shadows, huh?
No. I mean, I've given him props on him ever since I've seen him on every panel that I've done.
Yeah, I just like to hear your thoughts. Just to again, I'm only doing it I'm just doing it to obviously to make fun of some people, and then for the enjoyment of the people that I interact with. Really, that's what it's for.
I'll go through and comment on them, but I mean, the only thing is, the only thing I can do is basically say this is hilarious. These are awesome. They're hilarious.
I was wondering because obviously, so when you do something, you don't know what the people were like, but the perception is, you can only do what you do. You have no idea how it comes across. And but I did. I mean, what you guys like? What you guys think of the dumb game?
Yeah, that was funny. I know.
The dumb game.
Fast and
Yeah. That's dummy.
I'm telling you, for somebody who is a novice at this, see, I thought that what you did, this is what I thought that you did, because of the quality, and my perceived quality of what you've done. I thought that what you did was you had an idea, you kind of fleshed out an idea, and I thought you got somebody like from Fiverr or something, right? I'll spend a few bucks on this. This will be fun, right? You know what I mean? I get somebody from Fiverr, pay them pay them $15. Pay them $15 and they'll put it together, right? From somebody from Ukraine or Philippines or whatever, right? But when you're telling me that you put this together yourself that way, dude, if you are a novice, man, you have, dude.
You find programs. You find programs. That's easy.
Even still, man.
I just but it's everything I would say. I don't take credit for the programs, but I do like the script. That's all me. The script and the sarcasm.
Yeah.
And that's really what to me that's the funniest.
Judge, I have a quick question.
But thank you, Judge.
Yeah, earlier when I started to stream, Marco can remember, I was trying to stream on this channel and the other channel at the same time. What was happening is I was getting feedback.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? That was the beginning. That was the beginning of the stream.
Yeah. It was like a feedback, like blah 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 blah, because both channel was at the same, and even though I'm muted, the second channel, I was still getting that feedback. So I was wondering, I'm like, is it because both channels are using the same mic? That's why I get the feedback. I was like, well, how can I have it where I can stream it over there without having that feedback? So,
I know. This is what I do know. I know that if you Google and YouTube it, you could probably find a solution, because I know that there are people that stream on YouTube while at the same time that they're streaming on Twitch, while at the same time that they're streaming on Facebook.
Yeah, you gotta be able to mute something. I guess you have to have like a main one. Yeah.
I don't know if there are people that are trying to do what you're doing and simulcast on two separate YouTube channels.
Yeah.
But I do know that there are people that are doing that. And I don't know. I think IG has stories. I'm not real familiar.
IG and also in Instagram and IG and Facebook, they do it too. They do it all at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, they do all four. They do 4 separate platforms at the same time. Yeah. And so I know that there's ways to get that done. But I don't. It's not my wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's that. So what I'm doing is most of the time is whenever I finish a stream here, I'll download it from StreamYard and premiere it on the Fasting is Live channel.
That's cool.
Since since it's stream team, basically I'm trying my best not to do any upload. Just everything I'm doing is just streaming. So even if it's already an old show, whenever I post it over there, I'll do it as streaming. So whatever subscribers I have over there, if they didn't catch it, they'll just watch it live, so they can interact.
One of the things I think you should be aware of is at least the gossip about YouTube is going around is that when I think YouTube is about to make some changes here soon, and I don't think you'll be able to do that because your IP is going to be like you could have like five YouTube channels, but they're all associated with the same IP. And so if something happens on one of those channels, it's going to affect all 5 of those channels.
Yeah, that's like
that sucks.
Gabe was saying that your IP changes every time that you log in, so it's not something that's consistent.
I don't think that's the case because again, if you look at when people get into Zoom or StreamYards, like
it
they
depends.
will know it's me coming into Zoom or StreamYards.
Yeah.
Right, by the registered IP address.
It's like this. Every household has like an IP address, and then it's subnetted.
If I don't use a VPN.
Yeah, every household has a IP address, and then it's subnetted to each device. They're basically like split up. But then, if nobody uses the internet at all, I think the IP address goes somewhere else, and then you pick up a new one after like a certain time period. But if something is logged on, then you keep that same one. I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, you gotta have it. It's gotta be able to be like one that identifies you.
Yeah, because every IP address is borrowed. Yeah. Every IP address is kind of borrowed for
like phone numbers.
Yeah.
Phone numbers aren't yours. You're borrowing. You're using what the industry uses.
And especially with IPv6, it's enough IP addresses for everybody. This planet 3 times over.
Hey, changing the topic. I know you're having a show in an hour or two now. Hey, do my comments erase?
Hey, Marco, before we go,
if you write them before it's scheduled, they disappear.
Oh, man.
After a certain amount of time.
Just
guys, wait. Before you leave, regarding that IP address thing, before we leave that conversation, sorry, Jessica. What if you set up an Active Directory and have 5 different virtual machines with static IPs? Through your DHCP server.
That's a completely different scenario.
Yeah, we're talking about just regular. We're not talking about like rerouting. We're just talking about
that would be a solution. I think that would be a solution to that issue.
Exactly. We're just talking about
Okay. Those would probably be like private addresses because they'd be in your company, like maybe on your side, and then you have outward IP address that basically they talk to.
Yeah,
it's censorship. That's all it is.
So it's the same thing as people who use VIP randomizers.
Right.
Excuse me, not VIP, but VPN route. VPN.
Hold on, is this show about to be over?
No, why?
Oh, I was gonna ask a question, but I'm gonna wait till you're done until I change the subject. It ain't nothing too deep. Just want to ask a question.
Really?
I mean, we're still on. I mean, we still have right now. I have the highest viewership right as of this week. 23 people watching. So hey,
you're a star. Let's go.
Yeah, you're at 20. Yeah, I think you're like 24.
Yeah.
At one point.
What to say? Let me ask y'all a question. Who you got to give up one of these artists? One of these artists can't exist anymore, right? Let's go.
Go ahead.
Anita Baker or Sade. One of them can't exist.
Oh man, so you have to keep one. So are you asking who you will keep or who you will kill?
Who would you keep?
Oh, who's going first?
I go first. I'm biased towards Sade, man. It's hard giving up Anita, man. God damn. But yeah, I'm biased.
So you're keeping Sade?
I'm keeping Sade, man. I feel bad about it too.
Judge?
I'm losing Sade.
Oh, are you keeping Anita? Okay.
Yeah, she's just had too much of an impact.
All right, Vision. Okay. Tuna.
Sorry, Marco. I'm not sure. I don't know much about Anita Baker, but I know Sade's music. But for whatever reason, my soul says Anita Baker.
You will keep Anita. Okay. Tuna.
I don't know any of them enough, to be honest. I only know one song by Sade. That's
God damn.
Yeah,
and
sad.
Anita Baker,
She's Nigerian. And she's a Nigerian too, living in London. That's a shame.
A mixed Nigerian at that. Yeah, you don't know your
living
history.
in London. That's a shame.
Actually, I'll keep Sade because that's my sister's name, so I'll keep it.
She's probably named after her and shit.
Yeah, that's exactly.
No, it's just a Nigerian name. It's a popular,
It is?
Yeah, it's a popular Nigerian name.
See that?
She have a big head.
It's like Keisha's that are named Mercedes.
Like
Unica.
Or like white girls named Lucretia. Everybody thinks it's ghetto, but she's probably Greek or something.
It's funny you say that because my sister, she was embarrassed of her name,
hilarious.
right?
That's hilarious.
So she used to call herself Chardonnay. Like the cheap,
oh, that's funny. What's the matter? Sauvignon was your cousin?
Like the cheap wine.
One girl whose name was Chardonnay.
And this is my American cousin, Champagne.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, man, don't talk about my man Merlot.
Dan Brannigan.
Yeah, I got a Merlot story, man. So
my homie vodka.
Check this out, man. But check this out. One time we went out and then we met these hookers at the club, and then we went out to dinner, and there was this one dude that just wanted to be like the center of attention. and he was like, so we sat down. It was like we didn't really know each other, so we sat down. He's like, yo, let me order, man. Let me order. I'm an expert at this, man, because I have a restaurant and this. Like, all right, go ahead, brother. Here, have it. And he's like, okay, what kind of guys you guys want? It's like, well, we don't care. He's like, all right, cool. Let me order. I got this. So then the waitress comes and he goes, okay, well, let me get this bottle of Merlot. Merlot. Everybody just died. So, oh man, all right, homie. So the Merlot. Let me get some Merlot.
Yeah, I remember I kept calling buffets for a long time.
Hey, after dinner, are we gonna drink some of that poot?
Some of that Merlot. Some Merlot. You know, I go with that Merlot.
Yeah, I was at this mall up here called King of Prussia. It's like expensive and shit. Mm-hmm. And I walked past this store. I was like, "What the fuck is Versace?"
Oh,
I was like, "Versace."
That's showgirls. That's showgirls, man. That's for showgirls.
Let me stop the show for a few seconds. I guess I forgot to let you guys
know. Sorry.
And that will keep Sade.
yeah, I like Sade.
I love Anita, but
Sade.
My sister just had a baby, and I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be a uncle to a niece.
You already are an uncle. She already
congratulations.
Had it.
Thank you. Yeah, she was born before noon, so they thought she was gonna have it yesterday, but I guess it fell today.
In America?
Yeah, she lives in Houston. Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the freaking hoax thing, they're not allowing anybody to go to the hospital. So only her boyfriend and her, they're in the hospital.
Well,
her boyfriend, she ain't married. What's going on there, man?
No, she's not married yet. No.
You stomp him out for not marrying his sister?
We need a tire. I'll get the tire.
Yeah.
I'll get the tire. You get the butane.
Yeah. And then, but another thing is, because of this hoax, they have a hospital regulation that are so dumb. And I'm gonna do a show about it because they're basically they're forcing or they're bullying people to do certain things that are against quote unquote free will. So based on what they just went through, my advice is, man, if you are a woman or let's say you're a husband and you have a wife, and during this quote unquote pandemic, and you don't want to go through the bull, what you do is hire a midwife, because this is what they do is, if you hire a midwife, they'll have an actual nurse from like the hospital. And let's say if you want to have your baby at home, they'll have a nurse who'll be there to basically document everything. And once the midwife do her job, or them, they do their jobs, then after it's all said and done, then the nurse is basically gonna record the time and everything, so they can basically have somebody like a witness to write it on the birth certificate. And I'll say that's the best route to go, because if you go to the hospital and let's say you don't want to follow certain rules, they say they'll treat you. They were actually bullying my sister to basically kick her out of the hospital if she didn't sign certain paperwork. Like my brother,
that's fucked up. Sorry, Dad.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things happening. So I actually have evidence about the stuff that are happening that you may not hear in the mainstream media. That the way the hospitals are right now, they have it's a chain of command. It's government rules that now every hospital have to implement. Like, it doesn't matter which hospital you're gonna go, they're following a certain guidelines because of the hoax.
Yeah, I got a better one. We're condoms, stupid. We're condoms. That's a better
Well,
one.
look. I'm gonna tell you this. Look, Fasting, get ready for this, man, because there are few revenges that feel better than dropping your niece and nephew back off at home after you filled them with sugar and caffeine
Oh yeah.
and going home and having a
Yeah.
3-hour nap.
Yeah, exactly. Here you go. Here you go. Or no, or exactly. Or you don't. Yeah, you smell them. Hey, here you go, man. Your baby got to be changed.
Yeah.
I can't lie. I love my my niece and nephews, but I'll have them for the weekend and then I give them back, and it's the
That's
best
too
feeling
long.
ever.
That's too long.
Look,
No, I'm
like-
the cool one that takes them to eat the ice cream. Like, yeah, that's it. I'm the cool.
Then
Look,
brings them
look,
back.
look,
I'll
look,
keep
look,
'em.
like when your sister gives you gives you grief, and starts talking trash, and you you don't feel like you can really say anything back to her or whatever. It's just like you keep it. Yeah, all right. Where's yeah. Hey, yeah. Let me hang out. Let me hang out with him for a little while.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but they had a story here. But to follow that story for Fasted, they had a story here where a lady went for she was gonna, I guess she went to the hospital. She had she wasn't due yet. She was pregnant, but she wasn't due. So when she got there, then they found out that she was corona positive. So she ended up having a premature baby, right? And basically they kept them isolated. So 35 days later, they just gave her the baby.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a
Wow.
lot. That bill's crazy.
35. Well, I mean, she went home. I'm saying like they kept it, like they isolated them and like whatever.
Yeah.
So they finally like gave her, so she couldn't have her baby until 35 days after labor.
Wow.
Yeah, like they're calling it here in America. They say if they do that, they're gonna call it quarantine. And check this out. This is another crazy thing. They were basically telling my sister, they're like, "Hey, if you refuse to take the COVID test, then once your baby is born, we're gonna take that little cotton thing and basically plug it in its nose, on the baby's nose." I'm like, "What the hell?" But see,
that like for premature kids, they would hold them that way, right? Would they do that anyway?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
yeah.
But in this case, because the COVID thing, still, the COVID
Yeah.
thing, it was like that was like the extra thing, whatever.
Yeah, and I'm basically told I
I
emphasize
hate that
to her-
test, yo. I hate that
mean,
test.
I'm
really
not taking it. I'm not taking it.
I already talked to my sister already about the vaccine. I'm very adamant. I'm like, do not allow them to shoot anything to my niece. None.
Yo, how about a blood sample? Why you gotta stick something in my nose, touch my brain?
Yeah.
I like man. I don't
Like-
see a whole bunch of people out here with polio. Is all I'm saying.
But me, the reason why I said that, I'm like, even in the back village, there are a lot of kids who are not vaccinated. They're very strong.
Well, let me ask you: Did you ever take the flu shot, Judge?
Me?
No, or Judge? Anybody here? Did you guys ever take the flu shot?
On occasion, when it's
I had
been
to, when I had to,
it's been
for
required.
jobs.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear everybody talk at the same time. What?
Kind of like what Aegon said.
They both said yes. They both said yes. Judge and Aegon.
How about you, Tuna?
No.
Fasting,
I thought it's
I know
only for
Fasting
old
says
people,
no.
to be
No,
honest.
when I
Old
was
people
ignorant, I did.
Old people and vulnerable people.
And ugly people. Fasting, you took it, right?
Yeah, years ago, yeah, I was dumb back then, but once I realized what vaccines were, because I took one and I got sick, I was like, "What the hell?" But
They
Well,
poisoned me.
again, that happened. Look, okay, like,
It
it's not a
does
magic
happen.
pill. It's not
It
a magic
happened.
pill.
Happened to my nephew.
I've taken,
Put him
I've
in
taken,
hospital.
I've taken anthrax. I've taken the fucking anthrax.
Anthrax.
Vaccines.
damn,
The vaccines for
Hey, anthrax in a minute.
you
when
just
you travel
contaminated my stream,
when
man.
you travel to certain places abroad, you mean these things are highly recommended.
Yeah, I got the yellow fever.
Anthrax.
When I went back to Congo, right? They say usually if you go there, you gotta take the yellow fever shot, right?
Measles,
Yeah.
I didn't take one.
smallpox.
So when I got there, they're like, "Well, since you didn't take one, you need to pay a fee."
Yeah, exactly.
And
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I
That's what it
didn't-
is.
Money ain't gonna
Yeah,
stop a disease.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't bring like they call it exemption, but because I didn't have one, because I was, I just wanted to go back home, So I pay like $60 for that. Well, basically, I'm not even supposed to pay that much, but she basically, what's the saying in Africa? Money talks. So she was like, I'm not gonna lie you. What she did is she took me away from everybody. She took me to like a private office.
Have room to get the money.
Yeah, look. I really knew the game because it's my country.
What game though? What game? You mean The Hustle?
That means you drop your pants too.
No, it's kind of like hey, pay this, and I won't give you any trouble, because they could probably just make me like, well, you can't cross the you can't go out into the country. You're gonna be here in the airport until you pay this money.
Yeah, that was like that's
so.
I've taken from university, right? Because I've been to university. I've been on as accepted on universities 3 times. I've had to take measles, mumps, rubella, and meningitis.
Yeah,
you have to get those to stay on campus.
Yeah, like I remember one time, after I was done with school, I tried to go to a community college to take some classes, and when I went in there, the lady was like, "Oh, you gotta have the vaccine." I'm like, I don't want the exemption. She's like, "Oh no, like the rule is, you know what? Once you told me, I'm like, thank you." I walked out and I never looked back again. I'm like,
I'm sorry. I'm laughing. I my notification, looking at the YouTube notifications. Aegon, this is for you. I'm seeing DJ Jazzy Jeff, Summertime Mixtape Live. So he's live.
Yeah.
He's a good DJ.
Yeah, like I'm a big anti-vaccination person now. Like I don't trust anything that's foreign to come in my body.
What you doing in America?
What's that?
I'm here
doing in America.
I'm here for the money. That's it.
Yeah. What kind of a truck do you drive?
It's a Freightliner.
Where's it manufactured?
Probably China.
What's wrong with it? Why you trust foreigners? Your mic is what your mic is in your computer is what brand?
It's fasting brand.
You're saying he's gonna destroy you. I had an argument with some fool the other day. He was talking
Wait,
about.
You had an argument with some who?
With some fool. Some fool was talking about.
His fool got the WL.
Yeah, some fool was like, yeah, what you say? It was like he was talking about, yeah, man. I don't get down with anything because he was like. He's like, I don't get down with anything with the white culture. You know what I'm saying? Really? I said, what brand are you? I said, what brand are your jeans?
Levi's.
No, it's melanin.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Look. Cuban virologists, Dominican virologists, Brazilian virologists, Chinese virologists, Japanese virologists. I mean, come on.
No, we're all about Doctor. What was the doctor's name? That one that I thought was talking about Doctor Who, Doctor Evil.
It's not just the. So you're saying that it's a worldwide conspiracy and cabal?
I think that
vaccines.
Well, let me tell you. Well, yeah, he's an anti-vaccine guy. But I do know that I never took the flu shot. I never took it because they figured if you get sick or you don't get sick.
Yeah, it is listen, you have to realize the vaccines that, oh yes, she's back. Sorry, Marco, the girl with the teeth, she's back.
Oh, let me see her. Can you see her? Can you show her?
Yeah, I'm going to put her as my display pic now.
Hold on. Wait, let me drop down my pants so I can jack off. Hold on.
Vaccines don't stop you from getting sick. That's not what they do.
No.
They don't guarantee that you're not going to get sick. What vaccines do, again, consider Vax the starter bitch. Vaccines introduce you to the disease so that your body has a frame, your immune system has a frame of reference to attack it, so it's not trying to attack something blind.
Yeah, that's like the same as the guy who walked on water. Believe me.
But this is the thing, though. Even them introducing it to your body can be harmful. So my nephew had the flu vaccine, right? He had a reaction to it. His temperature shot up. It shot up so high that it gave him a seizure. It made him really ill, and it's not necessary for him to take the vaccine. He's never been sick. No child that I know has ever been sick from flu. It was
who the hell's burping, man? Who's burping, man? What the hell? You drinking Pepsi or something?
Well, no,
the vaccine itself was more harmful than the actual flu.
Right. No, I'm saying, okay. did they point blank say that this was from the vaccine? Again,
Yeah.
because correlation and causation are two separate
No,
things.
they said it. They said it's a reaction to the vaccine and that it happens. It's nothing
It
to
can.
worry about.
No, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but understanding again that people tend to conflate those things as well. Again, I'm not seeing a whole bunch of people walking around with polio.
Hey, but
Not
Judge,
seeing
let me tell you.
not seeing not seeing a whole bunch of people
Yeah.
unless they haven't been vaccinated walking around with measles.
Well,
Check
the
this out,
flu,
Judge. Let me tell you. In the Congo, right? There was no
Chicken
such thing as
pox.
But chicken
polio,
pox
right?
isn't harmful.
Yeah. There was no
It
such
is if
thing
you're
as
an adult.
polio.
Yeah,
Check
but
out,
this
Judge.
is the thing. If you catch it when you're a kid, as many people do, just here, for example, do you know how many adults chicken pox kills a year here, even though we don't have the vaccine? 1. And those are likely to be foreigners who aren't even part of the culture where everyone just catches it as a child. It's an unnecessary vaccine. It
Listen,
kills 1 person per year, but you're
look,
vaccinating millions and millions of people.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
here's the thing. I can't argue from a negative, right? Okay, and again, so it's possible that I might be even a much larger, smarter, more cunning and deft behemoth of a human being than I would be right now had I never had vaccines. But as it stands, I am 6'4", 285 fucking pounds. I'm pretty sharp mentally. I'm not the sharpest, but I'm pretty sharp mentally. I've had these vaccines. I don't avoid vaccines. You see what I'm saying? Now I could definitely be an outlier, but when you tell me that these things are all poison, you tell me that these things serve no purpose.
Nobody said that. Nobody said it was a poison.
No one's going to give you a vaccine that 20 years, 10 years after you take it, you drop dead, because then, people are going to realize that there's something wrong with it. If that is the case and they're putting something in the vaccines, it's something that's going to build up really slowly and probably knock 20 years off your life. So if you usually live to about, 90, you'd live to 70 instead.
But that's an argument. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing with this that we don't have.
Right? Let me show you history to judge why, for an example, based on history, right? In the Congo, you can even look it up. In the Congo, there was no such thing as a polio. But then the Belgian introduced the vaccine. Guess what started happening? We didn't even have a flu. There was no such thing as the flu before they gave people the vaccine. Guess what? Once they gave people the vaccine, people started getting the flu, and some people started to get polio. Now, my question would be, well, if these people never had it and they got the vaccine and they have it, what made them have it? Did they catch it from nature, or was it from the vaccine?
See, and here's the problem, right? Now, no offense to you, Fasting, but you're not a medical professional, right?
I'm not.
You're neither a medical professional and you're not a scientist, right?
No.
So, and here's the problem: that if I talk to a Congolese medical professional or a scientist, you're going to say I'm already talking to somebody who's already been poisoned. You understand the position that I'm in here?
Mm-hmm.
There's from your position, there's no position for me to actually argue the point, because any reference point that I give to you is either nullified because it comes from a government source, or it's nullified because it comes from medical consortium.
But we're looking at the facts, right? Let's look. That's what I'm saying, right? For example, someone is going to argue, he's going to say vaccines are beneficial. I gave you a great example. Congolese people in general,
Isn't that great though?
Right? Watch it. They never had polio, right? Because based on what you say, what the purpose of a vaccine? Now, I'm asking you, a nation of people, millions of people, they don't have that disease, right? And then they're given a vaccine because there was a propaganda that was say, oh, there's this new thing, polio, right, to protect the people. Let's give them the vaccine because I have it. I have proof that I have it because I'm looking at my left arm right now. I got the shot. I had that shot back in the 80s when I was born, right?
No, I get it. I get that again, but I don't think the facts quote that you're using It's not a great
So
analogy.
you're saying that the poll
Because of what I said earlier,
Mm.
the propensity for people to conflate causation with correlation.
So let me ask you. So all these
you haven't eliminated the other options.
Hey guys, sorry. When you guys start sorry, Hulk. Is that Hulk? Sorry. When you guys just started talking this, when you guys started talking about the vaccination, Jadzilla, what can you tell me about the Tuskegee experiments? Did that really happen, or is that?
No, that's a real thing that happened. That's a real thing that happened. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a real thing that happened. Like, and that's what I'm saying. And when things like that happen, that's what does a disservice to the fuckery that gets involved with that bullshit. Is what does a disservice to science and the people in my position, because there is that bullshit that fucking happens because of the fuckery that's introduced into the scientific models. You know, it's fuckery like that takes away the credibility of the scientific and medical community.
I'm sorry, but speaking of science and medicine, I just saw the teeth.
This takes away from the dental community. Fasting, can you make it big? It's not coming through clear.
Hold on.
For some reason, the quality of pictures always drop for me in StreamYards.
Hold on.
Not you, Fasting.
Hey, Hawk, did you want to say something before I interrupted you? Hawk, did you want to say something? I interrupted you. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, but I can wait.
We're just gonna we're gonna left. I know you have great information about vaccines and diseases, but right now we're trying to look at some ugly ass teeth.
I don't know. I apologize. I'm doing my best, man, but it just slips through.
Oh.
And it looks worse on TV. Like they're all black around the outside, and it looks like there's some missing. It looks horrible.
It looks just like you, Jessica, too. Like when you talk, you can just see that's you talking.
Hey, Marco, can you imagine that giving you fellatio? Pause.
No, I bet you can.
Reminds me of remember that James Bond movie, that guy that they call him Jaws or whatever?
Of course. Freak, man.
It's on CBS reality. It's about some boy who got set up to be murdered. That's his sister.
It's the gopher from Caddyshack.
What was it? What?
It's the gopher from Caddyshack.
Yeah. With lipstick.
What's up, Hawk?
What's up, man? Hey, man.
Yeah, I saw you in the comments. You were rocking over there.
Well, I get where Judge is coming from, but I'll just say this. If you think about, let's just look at it logically. We got to realize. I know people want to believe you have to be an expert to understand logic and common sense, but knowledge usually proves itself. If you look at the medical industry, for example, why is it that nothing in the whole medical industry focuses on the body and its ability to heal and regenerate? And they actually negate that, and it's more about disease creations using pharmaceuticals, because we have to ask ourselves, well, who's writing the books? Who's writing the medical books? So when you talk about medical procedure, you got to realize pharmaceutical companies and actually government-regulated corporations have a vested interest in writing what is considered treatment, what is considered how we describe what happens in the body. This is not really coming from a place where it's really an unbiased, objective reality. Hold on, let me get it out, because there right now it's a huge divide among reputable doctors from MIT and Johns Hopkins University to actually believe that what we call viruses are actually exosomes, and we know there's vast censorship and there's a vast agenda, because the whole medical system is based on people being sick. It's not based on people having the ability to. If you notice that the doctors and the medical industry does not promote anything holistically, anything naturopathic or nothing, it's always pharmaceutical drugs, evasive surgeries that really just move the issue around, deal with symptoms, but don't address the causes of illness. And, it's a lot of things with a pain management, which means that you're just dealing with symptoms. You have not addressed the cause. And a lot of other things that really don't fix problems. There's nothing to heal. And if we get to exosomes, for example, like exosomes really describes as excretions of toxic cells. Because if you look at the word virus in Latin, it even means poison or noxious liquid.
Okay.
And it's like people don't understand that what we're describing our body to see is really interpreted to fit the narrative and the agenda of an industry that is proven to be as corrupt as you can get.
Okay, and I won't deny that, again, likely due to the inclusion of the insurance companies, right? But one point that I want to push is this: is I've never had a doctor push upon me medicine over holistic responses, i.e., when I talk to doctors, when I talk to people in medical school and practicing doctors, they push the you just need to lose weight. You need to be more active. You need to get more sunlight. You need to get less screen time. They push these things, but because people typically don't want to do them, then the alternative that the alternatives that are offered are these other things.
Well, if I can
Right.
interject,
If you have an allergy to a food, but you continue to eat the food and you want something to deal with the trouble that happens because of the because you're a continued eating of this food, well,
Mhm.
that's where you're going to have these Flavonex and all these other things that are out there to allow you to be able to eat the food that's giving you trouble because you want to keep eating the food that's giving you trouble. You know.
Well, you make a good point, but let me address two of those statements. The issue is, okay, if weight loss is prescribed, the issue is not, okay, what do you need to do? It's how they're asking you to do it. You know, are they asking you to lose weight, or are they quick to put you on a drug to facilitate weight loss? And
No.
also, hold on. But like you said about food allergies, what we're not being told is that the food. See, it's like, let me give you an example about peanut allergies. If you didn't realize peanut allergies didn't exist until they started spraying certain pesticides on peanuts, you can
Understand.
research this
Understand.
and see. And so it's like, are they suppressing what they're actually doing? And our body is really reacting to the chemicals and poisons. And it's convenient that we say allergies are something, we're allergic to food, instead of we're allergic to the poisons that they're putting on the food. And see, when you don't give the whole picture, it's like, okay, it's like the pharmaceutical and the food and drug, the agricultural industry, the Department of Agriculture and all these other entities are working in tandem to keep the flow of money circulating. Because let me tell you something, fear-driven and weak, sick people are easiest to control. Keep your people dependent on your government, keep them dependent on your institutions, and you can control them any way you want.
Yeah, no, I get that, but this, again, I'm sorry guys, but this is a textbook example of Dunning-Kruger effect. This is a textbook example of that. Like, unfortunately, when you oversimplify complicated situations, and when you apply one solution to all different, when you apply the same solution to all other things, or when you apply the same causation to several different things, it's
but here's the logic.
Because it's this way. It's because it's this way with peanuts. It's this way with tomatoes, right?
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, you're missing the lot. I get what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying, but I'm just saying from a different perspective, we can miss the logic of, yes, it's actually like that, because think about pharmaceutical drugs. They're terrible and they don't actually facilitate any kind of healing. Now, why are we calling it a healthcare industry if it's not really about promoting health? It's really about pain management and just numbing the symptoms. That's not health.
Because here's the thing. Because number one, specifically for here, I can only speak for this country, because you have an insurance company that lobbies politicians for these things, and you also have constituents that right. If somebody demands painkillers and you don't give them to them, they can sue you should they have a perceived event from suffering the painful effects that they ask you to make less significant. We have these precedences legally and in class action and civil action lawsuits. So
So let me ask you, Judge, based on that, would you say that that's by design? Because let me tell you, have you heard of East Indian Ayurveda, right? And you've heard of other types of medicines that have endured scrutiny for thousands of years. They have been proven to work. They don't see how we see healing in the body here in the Western world. And trust me, overseas they don't have instances of cancer and of heart disease until American values are introduced. So why are they healthier and they don't have?
That's why that's a bad point. Again, you're using a poor reference, right?
That's not a poor reference. That's the truth.
No. What I'm saying
cancer is a Western incident, and it's now becoming.
A poor reference is okay. Saying something works and does not work is binary. It's a percentage base of efficacy. It's their effective percentage base rate. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing that says that there are few medications, there are few treatments that are binary. They work or they don't work. It's the percentage basis of efficacy, and on what percentage base that percentage the efficacy works across the gamut of the collected base that they tested upon.
Right, but can't we just say the incidence of cancer and heart disease, let's say in Japan, are significantly different because of their lifestyle and how they deal with their bodies and everything, rather than compared to Western, philosophy of medicine? I mean, if you think about it, they don't even have to worry about the medicines because they're stopping the causes. Mm-hmm. They don't have the catalyst to cause the problems.
Well, again, cancers have been around since before human.
We don't know that. We don't know that. That's anecdotal because when we look at I'm telling you, if you look at Hippocrates, if you're going to go back to ancient Greece and medicine, when you're talking about the father of all modern medicine,
cancers are spoken of in the Bible.
Hold on, food was medicine. Well, we don't know if it was cancer as it's described today, because that's a very subjective statement to make.
Wait a minute. You can't say that when you have Egyptian texts, right? That of people who dissect bodies at the period of time, and they
give me an example of
and they documented what they.
Well, we're gonna have to see that one. We have
to show me that one. It's not that they understood everything, but they documented everything, right?
Show me that one.
I get you, but give me the example of the Bible exclusively comparing cancer as we see it today.
Show me that one.
That's not an argument. That's not an argument that can be made, because again, I can't go back. I don't have a time machine.
Yeah, but how do we know if it actually occurred if we don't have no point of reference to test it?
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing was the crazy thing that because I've actually been on both sides of this argument with people that that do both sides, but it is funny how in certain like Judge was saying, yes, there is studies and there is data by doing or introducing X amount of chemicals or this, then you have these results. And then what Hulk was saying that, okay, how come over here in this particular area of the world, that is not a common? Why is it so prevalent to this where that is introduced? I mean, how do you correlate that?
Because there are several different factors that can be applicable.
So the factors,
environmental factors or treatmental factors.
And those are the ones that they never discuss. That's exactly the point.
Yeah, that's germ theory versus terrain theory. Is it an outside microbe, or is it what you put in your body in the environment your body's placed in is really affecting your body?
Right, but over time, you've had people from multiple cultures, right, from multiple different cultures who were not connected, who have dissected human bodies.
Yeah, reading the same books, but reading the same books, same.
Not even reading the same books. Not without even previous to the advent of Silk Roads and everything else like that. You see what I'm saying? Previous to that sort of interconnectivity, right? There are Chinese scientists at their times that were doing these things too. At the same time as Japanese, at the same time as Middle Eastern, at the same time as African, at the same time as European. You see what I'm saying?
We're talking about two different things, I guess.
Before they were able to exchange that information back and forth between each other.
Well,
we're talking two different things.
If I could use your old country example of how medicine used to be like a doctor, used to be a person that came to your house, especially if you lived in the country. He sat down with your family. When someone died, he was at the funeral. It was a very vested interest and a very good, intimate connection between your doctor and your family. And so when you prescribe things, it was really and trust me, in the country, it wasn't just the fact that, we didn't have quite access if your family wasn't affluent or nothing, but you know, it was an intimacy about how you dealt with people that you actually cared about and you actually interacted with. And if you look at all this, you know, most of the medicines now, they don't even do a lot of trials with. They just, oh, it's a new drug, and see, what we're told is that such and such happens, and most of the research is not public. There's too much trust going on, man. And we know that the government, the FDA, they're hiding a lot of things. All these recalls are coming out now about the chemicals that people have been exposed to in medicines that now produce cancers, and like
Even the
Zantac
foods, even the foods,
and all that
man.
stuff. And the FDA is basically coming clean because too many people are dying. We have objective evidence that this is happening on a large scale, and more is being revealed. How
Right.
deep does this rabbit hole go about about misinformation and hidden research that has an agenda, because these pharmaceutical companies are cleaning up on money on making dead people?
Yeah.
Chemicals.
Look,
Chemicals.
I understand that, and I acknowledge that medicine and science is not as clean as I would like it to be. I
Right.
acknowledge, and largely through, I argue largely through the influences of money via lobbyists and insurance
Politics.
companies and the like, and agriculture companies who want to get off their products, even though, and they pay, they pay for these ridiculous studies that only verify that their products are good. I get that.
Exactly. And
I
Monsanto, we
understand
know
that.
about glyphosate and Monsanto and how
But
that's in almost everything, hitting in the
right,
soy and the
but to
beans, and they're trying to
but to
genetically modify everything.
but to then also go on the complete other side of it is to say, where you initially came in here and say that the knowledge, the science and the knowledge will stand for itself. Well, Copernicus would argue against you. You know, a lot of these things that are based within science, when people continue to go by based on ideology and dogma, it also usurps the effective utilization of science and medicine as well. Unfortunately, this is the current plot of where we're at. And should there be some reforms, and should there be some uh, uh, resetting of certain standards, yes. But again, I just have to go back. Is, you know not a whole lot of not a whole lot of measles outbreaks,
Do you
not
know
a
what's in
whole
the vaccine?
not a whole lot of mumps outbreaks, not a whole lot of rubella
But
outbreaks
but who's to prove?
for those who have taken
Right.
meningitis, for those who have taken the vaccines. Now, for those who haven't taken those vaccines, it flares up. Well, we've
Well,
seen it.
who's to prove that the concept of the Tuskegee experiment wasn't applied to these other things? Who's to prove that this is not a cause that was
That
caused by a
you're asking me to
government?
argue from a negative.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, but we see an example that it does happen. And if it happens once, that's one too many.
Yeah.
This is people. I'm just saying, if the government's already proven that they'll illegally test and create disease in a people, and this is the same government, we have to trust, and we see that we have objective evidence. Like I gave you Zantac. Now they're saying Zantac and aspirin doubles the rate of heart attack. Zantac is causing cancer on large numbers. All these drugs, we see too much evidence that what we're being told is helpful is actually more toxic than what it's treating.
No,
Heartburn is not as serious as
look,
cancer.
large numbers is, like, again, large numbers. The term large numbers are vague and subjective.
No, but you can
Again,
go
when
find
you
the
look
data online. You
when
can
you look
find it.
at when you look at the overall population of of the country, or overall population of the user base, then that's how that's why you would use percentage of base of users have received it. And oftentimes you'll find that is usually typically less than 3%.
Let me ask you
I don't
something.
know, man.
Let me.
If you
I'll
look,
throw a
if you
wrench. I'll throw a monkey wrench out there in between you. Excuse me. I'll
Even
throw a monkey
even
wrench.
e-
Hold on.
even
But
if
why is it?
even
Hold
if,
on.
even if you look at the baby powder situation with Johnson and Johnson, it was well under 3%.
but not
Okay, now.
not incest though. But I let Marco go.
But I just want to like this is one thing. Again, I'm not on either side because I always like to kind of listen to both sides and just listen a lot of times. But there are certain things that are funny. Like, why is it that like the pharmaceutical or the medical industry, however you want to call it, however you want to describe it, the drug industry, whatever, or the doctors, why are they so against like normal, like what do you call it, like
Traditional.
medicine? Yeah, traditional, like herbs and stuff like that, where people have done it before we had a pharma industry? Why is it they're always so against it for people to actually do things like that? Or when you tell them, listen, I'm gonna
Well,
take a fruit.
because they've taken organic chemistry.
Yes, but have they taken the point that these people used to like get cured before?
No. Okay. So when I say they've taken organic chemistry, right? They've taken for every holistic, like, okay, we use the chewing of cacao leaves, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
So we understand that you get cocaine from distillation, from the distillates of the cacao leaf, right? You will get
Coca.
coca, excuse me, not cacao,
Cacao is
because
the one with chocolate.
cacao is the chocolate, right? You're right, you're correct. The coca leaves, sorry, distillates of the coca leaves, and you also understand that you can get stimulant properties by just chewing them, but the basis for the active ingredients, right, versus the inactive ingredients that are present in the coca leaves themselves, by it being distilled and removed, you have a higher percentage base, therefore a stronger activity of those active bases that are within that than it. So if you can get the higher base, i.e., and by extension increase the efficacy of it, then why would you want to go with the inferior versus the superior?
Well, that's I guess, but I guess that's one way. Because when I was in Bolivia, the first thing they tell you when you get off is the altitude is so freaking high is you have to start chewing on the coca leaves. But they also had pills. They said, okay, you can chew on the coca leaf to help you with this altitude, or you can take these pills. What the hell they call it? I forgot. It was some kind of minanine. I forgot what it was. Not the one that makes you get dizzy on the boat, but another one. I forgot what it was called.
Quinine. No, the quinine is for
You mean
malaria.
quinine?
It was one of
Yeah.
them. It was one of them. I remember that was like, so is the coca leaf itself, would that be perhaps more natural or better than actually taking these pills that have been processed and bottled and all that good stuff with a bunch of other chemicals?
Yeah.
Like what would seem like would be better?
Yeah, then your arguments, with the process and not with is with the process and not with the application. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying is what has to be done is getting down to the elimination of variable.
And that's what my point. Again, I'm not saying that taking pills is bad necessarily. I'm not saying that having a vaccine is bad. I'm not saying that at all.
Well,
I've had procedures, given that I played ball. I had a lot of things. I had a lot of procedures, and I had a lot of things. I got that.
It's hard for me. It's hard again. It's hard. It's very difficult for me to argue these things with people, and to people tell me that they don't trust math, they don't trust science.
Yeah, I say that.
They don't trust. No. Hold on. So what I'm saying is this, or they have a distrust. We'll say this: a distrust of math, science, or math, science, engineering. These things when their entire lives are facilitated by them.
Right.
No, it's not a distrust. It's not a distrust. I'm just talking about what's already been proven. Like you said, looking at statistics and numbers, heart disease is the leading cause of death in this country, and NSAIDs are the most prescribed things over the counter. And now they say the NSAIDs.
That's also correlated with an obesity rate.
But hold on, which is hidden because the same food industry is poisoning us, but they don't want to call that out as the main culprit. But hold on. NSAIDs increase the risk of heart attack by the FDA by like 50% now. So if the leading cause of death is heart attacks, and now they're saying that NSAIDs, which are properly prescribed by medical professionals in large doses that have now been proven lethal by a lot, and yet it's still regulated, it's still given.
Yes, because again, as I said, from my own experiences, my own anecdotal experiences, right? They tell you to lose weight and to do the things that lose weight. If you choose not to and you still have symptomologies, well, then the next step that they go to is pharmacological.
So how do they tell you to lose weight? They tell you to use weight using another pharmaceutical. They don't tell you to stop eating.
No, they don't. That's never been the case for me, ever. Not one single time.
Judge, why does the government only fund the pharmaceutical education? They don't even consider holistic doctorship as as legal, quote unquote. That it's like,
wait a minute, how are you guys saying this? They will tell you to stop eating salty, fatty foods. They will tell you to stop eating sugar in the quantities that you're eating in it. They will tell you to eat more green leafy vegetables. They will
But they will also prescribe drugs.
Yeah.
They will also prescribe drugs that do irreparable damage to the body. And look, I get what you're saying, but you can't miss the fact that they're prescribing drugs to treat these issues that are causing irreparable.
Don't use the holistic options.
But it's still their responsibility to tell people the danger of the drugs they're giving them, and they don't.
Caveat emptor. You are paying for a service, sir.
But you have to, you have to get for both sides. Because I do remember that after, one of the things that people repeated is that you have to take an aspirin a day.
If you don't change it, if your mechanic tells you to change your oil every 3 months or 3,000 miles, and you do it once a year, then whose fault is that? That's not your mechanic's
But if your
fault.
mechanic is breaking your car, so even if you do change your oil, you still have to.
He's not breaking it if you're not following his advice.
No, we're saying
there are a lot of people following the advice of a doctor.
They remove a piece, so you have a problem and come back. Meaning, it's a practice. Like, we can ignore that it doesn't happen.
Look,
I'll let you guys have it. Listen, I'll let you guys have it. But I remember one time, after every time I used to pitch, and my shoulder was swollen, the team doctor used to come in and be like, "All right, man, we're gonna give you a shot, for the swelling."
Yes.
And I used to be like, you know what? It's like, I just put ice. Well, can I just put ice, to bring down the swelling? And he'd be like, yeah, you could, but this is faster.
Because that's what most others in your position were doing.
Yeah, and I said, you know what? I just keep the ice on me. And I would just keep the ice because I knew I had, 4 days before I had to pitch again, and it would work just fine. I never got addicted to that stuff, that it just the faster. So he used to sell it to me like, but this will be faster. It'll be faster. Yes. I'm like, nah, it's all right. Ice will work.
Yes.
So that's I guess that's something to it.
But that's also a compromised doctor, because he's not your doctor. He's the club's doctor. Right?
Yeah, it was my person. Yeah. It was not the person doctor. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he wanted me to get back and pitch. Yeah, you're right. Obviously.
So again, when I've ever went into my private physician, right? They've always, whether it was a state-sponsored clinic, a county-sponsored clinic, city-sponsored clinic, or an entire private facility, they've always pushed forth the holistic first.
That's an exception, not the rule. That's the exception, not the rule, man.
That's what you're talking about. The country doctors, or the private, the whole different. That's what Judge is talking about. I think you and him are saying the same thing.
Like when people again, you can't hide. Again, you can't hide being fat. That's not something that you can hide. It's an observable fact.
But there are a lot of people who are not fat that are suffering heart diseases because they're taking NSAIDs, and they're taking them as pain to deal with symptoms that the doctor tells them they can't heal from, because they're not being told the other side of the story of how the body can heal if it's under other conditions doctors would never tell you.
And I'm telling you, they just don't want to do those things.
Look, I was in the hospital, and this is anecdotal, but I was in the hospital, and the doctor said, look, I can't really prescribe it to you, but I can. But if you are doing something that you feel comfortable with, do it, because it can lose their practice from offering things that are not approved in their medical books.
There is nowhere on earth, no city, no county on earth that is oversaturated with medical professionals to where they can't earn a living. You got to miss me with that, man.
Hold up, what you mean they can't make a living? Because people don't understand their body can be healed, and they like to treat symptoms. That's why they make a living. They make a good living off of keeping people using misinformation and treatment of symptoms and pain. That's how they make a good living, prescribing drugs and doing evasive surgeries that cause more damage than healing the issue.
I mean, imagine if all sickness that people have, let's say in America, right? All the sickness, let's say blood pressure, anxiety, and all that. Because if you look at it, most of the sickness that quote unquote people have, they can just heal it if they take time, right? But because of peer pressure, you gotta work and everything, right?
Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what I just said.
Hold on, just imagine, right? If the medical industry right now, with the advance in technology, they were able to cure any diseases, what will happen to the industry? If everybody's healed right now, what will happen to the industry? Because
if they're able to cure everything, you would still have to go into a place to be cured, right? Right? You can't prevent broken bones. You can't prevent.
When no one's talking
You
about
can't
broken
prevent
bones.
airborne viruses,
We're
right?
talking about
We're talking about
But that's
basically
what
the
I'm saying.
pharmaceutical drugs are the number one issue that they treat most of illness with. Because
This
on
this
the
is
books,
what's
I talk to
referred to
doctors
as
all
an
the time.
argument from absurdum.
Hold on, but I talk to doctors all the time, and they do not prescribe. They prescribe pharmaceutical drugs like 95% of the time
And what I am
for
telling you is,
every
and what
illness
I
and
am telling
situation.
you, and what I am telling you is this: that first they offer holistic options. If somebody doesn't want to change their lifestyle, if somebody does not want to change their lifestyle, they are not going to change their lifestyle. Then it becomes incumbent upon the physician to manage their symptomology in another fashion.
Yeah,
I get that, and I'm not debating that. My issue is a lot of people are not being told the other side of the coin of how with the things that they don't even know. People don't even know what is the right thing to do, because it's like some of the things that, like water, for example, something simple as water. But if your water is impure, if you're drinking a ton of fluoride and chlorine, you're killing your thyroid. You're doing a lot of issues of things that these doctors won't tell you. They say drink water, but they're not telling you that your water has so much poison in it.
Right.
They're telling you to eat food. Hold on. They're telling you to eat food, but they're not telling you your food causes hormonal imbalance, thyroid issues because it's genetically modified, and they're telling you it's a lot of things. But this is in tandem with the industry.
We can't infantilize adults. We cannot we cannot infantilize adults. You and I are no more than average human beings.
Everybody's on the same level, man.
If you and I can understand it, and the rest of the people on this panel can understand it, then why are you granting ignorance to the average human being?
Oh, but I mean,
because it affects us all. Because if we got to take a vaccine that turns out to be toxic, that's going to be and it's forced on us. That affects everybody.
Well, there's a lot of there's a lot of marketing campaigns that are like that. Taking aspirin every day. Do you remember that campaign?
Yeah.
Where do you think that one came from?
I'm sorry, say that again, Marco.
Do you remember the campaign they had where it was take an aspirin every day?
Baby aspirin,
yeah. Well, what the hell did that come from?
That came from marketing, yeah.
Whoever controls the flow of information has more power than you think.
Campaign, right? And that's another cog that brings effery into the situation, is because here in this country you're allowed to market and advertise for these things. And so if you'll talk to a lot of doctors, how most people get these prescriptions is, or I won't say most, we'll take that back. How a lot of people get them is they see a commercial and they go and ask their physician about these things.
And to add to what Hulk was
saying,
they
request them.
I didn't know.
Sorry,
just
go ahead.
finish. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to add, right? Like, I understand where Judge is coming from. So,
I do too.
The people who are listening, right?
Not anti-science or anti. I want you to understand, because again, I mean, just given that I was an athlete, I'm not anti-science, at all. I understand what it is, but there are some things that I've learned being away from America, being other places, but we don't have, like, for example, we do not have drug commercials on TV here. Yeah. We don't have that. Do you feel lonely? Do your knees hurt? Do you have untired legs? Why don't you try Hulkamania? Hulkamania is also known, to cause sometimes suicide and this and that. Ask a doctor.
Spontaneous racial outbursts.
Yeah, it's like every other. We don't have those commercials here. We don't have them. In America, we did. But so I'm like, I've always been like, wait a minute, that's kind of crazy shit. So you kind of see something from us, but I'm not anti-medicine at all. Yeah. Again, I'm an athlete. I had Tommy John, so.
Yeah. Let me pull a disclaimer for everybody watching. Right now we have 26 people, so we broke another record right there. Right? What's that?
Way to go! Why don't you tell everybody to take an aspirin a day so they can come back?
Yeah. Well, basically what I want to explain is this. Right now we're having a discussion when it comes to the holistic medicine, the benefit and the downside on both sides of the argument. But what we want to say is, at the end of the day, you as an individual, you have the right to decide what's beneficial to you, and you have to make you have to investigate whatever you want to take in, because the information out there, like I say, everybody have a smartphone on their phone, but are they really smart because they're not using it? You can get any information at the click of a button. So whatever drug you want to get, right, or herbs, right? Even me, because I love herbs, guess what? I go and find information. There are benefits, and they say, okay, if you're taking this herb, don't mix it with this, right? So it's the same thing. The thing is, the information is out there, but the problem is, we live in a country where one party gets more support than the other. Like you should have the choice to pick whatever route of medicine you want to take, whether it's pharmaceutical, right, or whether it's holistic health. Because they're both medicine. But the thing is, it seems like I understand what Judge is saying. Science has a good intention to help the people, but because politics, right, and lobbyists and everything gets involved, it gets tainted. So the idea, the righteousness is there, but the thing is, we can't deny the agenda, because if we're one of the only nation where drugs are being promoted, right? And then at the same time, they'll retract. They say, "Well, those people who took this pill, check this out." It's like we have was it records? We have was it receipts that they have done so, right? Then people should have to show, well, allow me to make the choice to where to go to modern medicine route or holistic. So at the end of the day, you as the individual, you have to make a choice. I'm not a doctor, even though I love medical stuff, right? So you don't have to take my words for it. Go to your local drug dealer, doctor, for any advice when it comes to this subject. But at the end of the day, regardless of what your doctor say, you have to make the decision. Nobody.
Well, yes, but then there's pandemics, and then there's epidemics.
Oh yeah,
There's, you see what I'm saying? So because you don't live, you live as an individual within a society.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I mean, a good example.
There's a level of cooperation. The only second thing I'll say is this: the only other correction I'll give you is no. Science doesn't do. Science, just like the universe, is under no obligation to help or harm you. It just is.
Yeah, but what happens when they start mandating stuff? Like we're getting to an arena now where they could potentially mandate something that.
But that's not science doing that. That's politicians.
But they're using science to justify it.
No, those are your authority figures that are out. They use science to justify it, but they'll use whatever they're going to do. The authoritarians will use whatever. And again, so science gets a bad rap because of its abuse by authoritarian figures.
I agree.
Yeah, I can say, well,
well,
in agreement that obviously there's always interests, that manipulate the information, the availability for their own interests.
And I also agree that a lot of people, out of their own ignorance and ability to sacrifice and take care of themselves, put themselves in a system of corruption, where you have to depend on petroleum-based pharmaceuticals, which your body will never recognize, and it just will abate symptoms by destroying nerves and damaging organs to abate a symptom, but cause a much larger issue that will shorten your life and particularly and cause organ failure somewhere down the line.
Yeah, just on that tip right there, I'm gonna go along with you on that, right? And just using it as an example of people who don't want to change their lifestyle. How many fucking damn it! How many people? how many people get diabetic neuropathy and have fingers and feet removed when they have diabetes, while their doctor is telling them the whole time, you can't keep doing this.
Oh, no, believe
That's
me.
true.
And I believe in medicine. If I buy the brick of condoms, 200 at a time.
That's true.
That goes beyond it. Again, the holistic options are. I'm telling you guys, this has been my entire lifelong experience. These have been pushed on me before, with the exception of when I got out of surgery, and because everybody wants painkillers out of surgery, and I said no, I don't want painkillers because I'm afraid of them.
Mm-hmm. But then you felt that pain. It was like,
That's right. And then
you gotta do what you gotta do. Look,
hey,
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. I've been shot in my ankle. I was shot in my ankle and had to do complete reconstructive surgery on it, and that didn't happen just one time.
ooh.
Yeah.
He's the 50 cents of the panels. He got shot 8 times.
Bang, bang, bang. No,
not that many times, and I didn't get all, and they weren't all shot. I wasn't shot all at the same time. So.
Hey Judge, you about to get all the ratchets liking you now. You're gonna be like Tupac.
No, because I still talk like a white guy. So.
We got in the building. You need to put more bass in your voice, right? And be like,
they're gonna say he got swag. He gets shot.
Now all you need is that you need some shoes, nice shoes, and some clothes that fit you. Now you got
a shiny shirt.
Yeah,
yellow, bright yellow,
a shiny shirt. I need to buy a bottle of I need to buy a bottle of Practice Bitch. Oh wait, no, starter bitch. Sorry.
You can get a couple of starter bitches, and then you be straight, and you be on.
And start yelling Tupac's back.
Mama,
Guess who's back?
Hey, mama.
Hey, baby, congratulations!
Oh my God,
brother, good job, man. That's great stuff, man. This is cool, and this is like, I guess, hopefully, this is what. That's funny, you know how when we started the after party or the third shift. Do you remember it was supposed to be a party? It was supposed to be a place where everybody can come and like talk and feel good, and it was that. And it took, unfortunately, like 3 or 4 months ago, it took a huge turn to, when they let all the old people come in and they just got unfun, if that's a word.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So well, the issue is a bunch of people who actually don't have intelligence and don't have valid, like. Talking to Judge, like I can respect what he's saying because he's supporting what he's saying, and he's saying things that actually make sense. Even if we don't agree on everything, we can relate, and we can still learn from what we're saying and come to a lot of agreements in the end. But see, with people who don't even want to critically think at all, and they just want to, you have pure emotion, you can't reason with people like that.
Yeah, man.
Well, you have to acknowledge. You have to be able to acknowledge facts that go in opposition to your position.
That's right.
When they are facts, I can't deny Tuskegee. I can't deny the medical, the lobbyist influence, the insurance company's influence upon medicine. I can't deny authoritarian usage of science and data. I can't deny the private corporate influence upon medical studies that has happened. You can't deny those things.
And I can't deny the ignorance and laziness of people not to take care of their own bodies and put themselves in a system that's governed by those things.
And you can deny the fact that, there are some substances that have been created that can help you in the case you did not take care of yourself, in the case you did not exercise or
exactly
holistic medicine. So definitely, no, we're on both sides. Yeah. I've taken both. I've been on both sides because I've had surgery, so I understand.
And I agree, and I can agree with what you're saying, and I 100% agree with you about, especially about people, ignoring common sense and then having to rely on tricky treatments and things like that. I definitely agree with that.
What do you mean I can't eat an entire container of ice cream a day? What do you mean?
Exactly. How do you reason with somebody like that?
I'm an American. It's my right.
Exactly.
Why would they sell? Why would they sell it to me if I couldn't eat it?
Well, yeah. Well, why can't I drink beer? It's got water in it.
And you know what people say? Well, I'd rather just give me the pill so I can eat what I want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's like what do you call it? The lipo. That's the same thing. You eat what you want. I just get a lipo later on. Forget it.
Exactly.
But,
and see, that
was the other beautiful thing about the hangout on third shift. It was the absence of ad hominem attacks.
Yes.
Exactly.
The absence of
no BS ends. I'm not even gonna say it, but no BS ends. Yeah. No F ends. BANs, no P's. You're not being called a P every 2 seconds or
yeah.
And that's not to say that I still I was there, but last night or the other night or whatever, I still go over there. It's not a big, this is not a Berlin Wall that we're.
No. I'm just saying, when we actually trying to come to a consensus on a real thing, like, okay, there's a playful aspect where people can be aggressive and a little bit hostile and playful about it, but then when we're actually trying to talk about what's real and we're trying to bring up empirical facts. And we want facts to meet facts, or a valid perspective to meet a valid perspective. It has to be some kind of real information being provided, other than I don't like what you're saying, so I'm just going to go to an ad hominem.
Because I said so, and have the line.
Well, but that's again, and I'm the first one to say I am not the authority on these things.
Oh,
I am
Neither am I.
not the authority. I am just,
Neither am I.
but if I see that points aren't being brought up that I think should be brought up based
Mm.
on the subject matter, then okay. Like if Dr. Phoenix was up here, you wouldn't hear me say anything.
Mm.
You
Yeah,
see what
the brother
I mean?
Phoenix, yeah, the brother and then people try to clown him because they say, "Oh, he's not a doctor here because he's still in school." I'm like, well, if he's already
Nah.
practicing and he's on the road, just because he doesn't have the degree doesn't mean he has the experience. And that's another thing that I realize about sometimes, we see in our space, like some people, the minute we claim we be about quote unquote black brothers, but why would you minimize somebody because they quote unquote in your eyes they haven't attained what they will call a degree? But how many doctors, as we can report, in freaking World War II, there were a lot of quote unquote doctors who didn't have a degree? Why? Because instead of war, guess what? You were trained as a nurse, but guess what? You had to become a doctor. No experience, nothing. Someone's coming with their leg chopped off. They're like, "Hey, take care of it." But you're like, "I didn't learn this in school." So what do you do now? You're like, well, "I'm not qualified." So you're gonna just watch your fellow soldier die of bleeding because you were not trained on it. Come on.
Yeah, you know how to stop that bleeding, maybe cauterize a wound somehow, or do something. But yeah, it's real like that. Like it's fun. There's a medium where you can have fun. You can have different perspectives, and you can say, hey, I got support to show this. You have support to show that. But there's a lot of talk with no support. There's a lot of real objective truth assertions with no support, and I think that's what we got to be careful.
Hey, no, this is great. Hey, listen, and why are you being selfish? Fasting, you know that the tuna has the show in 7 minutes. Why are you being selfish?
Oh yeah. No. What I'll do is, I'll end it. Hey, I need to support her. She came to support me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh yeah. Thanks for a reminder. So, since it's 7 minutes, well, we can wrap it up. We've been here for 5 hours. So,
great job.
Any
Cool, man.
kind of words that you guys? I mean, you guys can rewatch it because the topic was what is a Semite, and I really broke it down for like an hour. So you guys can rewatch if you want to catch the breakdown. But since the conversation ended up on the health part, I'm like I say, consult your local drug dealer. I mean, doctor for medical advice.
I'll start off. I'll start off the last words. Fasting. Congratulations on your channel.
Thank you.
And shout outs to DJ Kuda, but shout outs to you for following the advice. People give advice people try to help people all the time. Right. It's rare that people actually follow the advice that's effective and put work on, put productivity to it. So as much as you want to give, as much as you like to give shout outs to Kuda for it, hey, you have to give Kuda, you have to give some of that to yourself as well, because you acted upon it. So
Thank you.
I wish you nothing but success, man. We may differ on a lot of issues and topics, but I wish you nothing but success.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Hopefully, I'll see you on the next panel, man. I got a lot of topics to talk about, so I really appreciate if you guys can come back. And hey, if I have one narrative and you guys want to, fight it, hey, you're welcome, man. This is it. I'm all about free speech. I'm not here to censor. As long as we respect each other, we're brothers, we're men. Of course, we're gonna have we have the masculine energy which we need to keep our frame, but at the same time we can be respectful towards each other.
I will try to. I try to keep my f-bombs down. I think I let 9 slip. I think I let 9 slip in my time.
That's here. Right. It was your first time, so now you know.
Well, I'll do my last words because Hulk always has something deep and meaningful to say.
Oh no, you got it, man. Go ahead.
You do. I respect you. So me, I always try to say some funny stuff. So shout out to you, Fasting. Cool stuff. I'm glad you got your stuff going. I do want to see you do that calendars. So we can discuss the calendar. I think that'd be a great stream, so we could look at all the different calendars in the world and in history. I think that'd be very, very interesting. So I like the topic. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. So
peace. Oh, yeah, thanks, Marco. Yeah, I'll see you at the Tunas place.
Peace.
Oh, I can go. I'm just gonna be quick. Yeah, respect to you, Fasting, man. Your channel's great. Respect to DJ Kuda, because I think you and him working together just kind of help you bring out your own channel very well. And man, good topics. I love the free speech. I love that you bring people who are actually respectful, but we can have fun, man. We can talk about various things. We can be serious. We can be playful. We can talk about the issues are going around. So man, I just respect your channel and I respect the people that you bring on here. It's good stuff, man. Keep
Oh,
it up.
thank you, man. Hey, and the next time, if you happen, I don't know, I think your style is more like uploads. Hey, if
Hmm.
you have a stream, man, I have you on my, was it the bell? So whenever you
Okay.
upload something, I noticed you haven't uploaded anything. I know you're probably too busy right now, but hey, I'll be welcome to join and support you, man. I really want your channel to grow, man, because you as a biblical man, you give a perspective. Sometimes you the way you say it, I'm like, man, like I can say, but I can't say it like you do because you have your own style. How the Most High bless you with. So that's why I say all voice must be heard, man, because they're trying to censor us. So
Well, I appreciate it, man. Everybody has a good way of saying. I just, I add my 2 cents, but I appreciate everybody that supports and comes through, man. Of course, you're always welcome. I gotta figure it out, man. I'm not as savvy as y'all, but I'll figure it out.
all right, man.
Good,
Thank
good.
you, man. Yeah.
All
Well, I'll
right,
catch
yeah.
you on the next one, man. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, peace.
Peace. All right. We have Vision, Aegon, and the specialist.
Well, it looks like I'm just gonna go because I mean this is my first words and it's gonna be the last words, I guess. So yeah, great panel again. Love the topics. Keep it coming with these topics. We can have these uh, intellectual and in many ways too philosophical discussions and stuff. Dive into the history as well as the narrative surrounding these different things. So hey, the accent sphere does it again. We managed to assemble everyone as well. And we just keep attracting new people. We had somebody from Armenia in the chat. We
Yeah.
also had where else? I'm forgetting. Jeez. But
I know
we
he
had
probably
a
is
few
from
different
Israel.
places.
He wasn't here today, so.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all good. Again, this is just another spawn off of one of the ideas Kudos threw out there into the manosphere, and we're definitely gonna be seeing more people bouncing off of that. So
Yeah.
hey, just keep it up, and just like George said, I wish you nothing but the best. I'm very willing and so on as well to work with you in the future. So let's keep it going. Salute fasting.
All right, thank you, man. Thank you. I'll see you. Hopefully, I don't know if you're going to Jessica X, but I'll go there and support her because she was here since the beginning of my show. So I'll go there and show my support. Usually, like whenever she have a show, I don't have a chance to catch on to it. But yeah, hey, if she's supporting me, I have to do it too. And all of you guys are listening. Please, Nibblement, drop the link. Jessica X started a stream, and it's very triggering. So hopefully you're not triggered, but please support her and let's go and check her out. So thank you guys for coming in. Vision, are you there, Aegon, or you guys busy? I know they were quiet for a while. So well, was it
Can
going
you
well?
hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear
Can you hear
you.
me?
What's up, man?
Yeah, yeah, respect, man. Like out of all the other panels, I'm able to kind of speak on yours a little bit more. I think you kind of understand my perspective, being an African brother, even though like I think we're all Africans, but that's a whole nother story, right? But
Yeah,
we're not even African because that's not the name that we gave that continent when we were talking about Lake Victoria and all that stuff the other day, right? Like
yeah,
what is the ancient name that we've lost? But yeah, respect to you, man. You did listen to DJ Kuda, it's true. He's young, but he's wise. Sometimes he doesn't get enough credit.
mm,
He's pushing a different narrative, right? Like he doesn't believe in, like he believes in his own way, right? He sort of found his own way to success, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? He,
yeah,
he didn't follow the conventional way, if you know what I mean. Like
mm,
you never hear him talking about I went to University of Ohio, and I'm not saying he didn't. He just never talks about it, right?
yeah.
I think he's had a different journey, and he's got to where he's gotten by following his own narrative. So respect to him, man.
Mm,
He gives some good advice. I will slow down my speech.
mm.
And hey, you lied to us, fasting.
What happened?
You said you were never gonna go to Jessica X channel.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was back then. You know me. That was
Yeah.
in my trolling days. But you know,
Uh-huh.
it's all about just a mindset.
Support. Yeah.
Me, not only that, it's like we troll, we do discussion and all that. But remember, third shift was all about fun. So a lot
It
of
was.
things,
Yeah.
people were taking it too seriously. Like I know when we started getting a different crowd coming in, and they started kind of dilute.
Yeah.
And I know
But
Kuda get frustrated, but but I still support.
Kuda,
Mm.
Kuda did say he was gonna change, but I remember like in the earlier panels, like when it wasn't as many people there. Yeah, it was a lot more fun. And not to say he's not fun yet, but he's getting bigger, right? And so as he gets bigger, more and more people are coming to him, right? Like I'm not being disrespectful, but like O'Shea was donating not long ago. Angry Man's been coming on, but like him and Angry Man have history. So like yeah, he's big time now, and he knows it, and I think he's only going to get bigger. He
Yeah,
hasn't changed his narrative, which is player talk, right?
yeah,
And I like how he's standing in this game thing, right? Like I don't know I don't know enough to
yeah.
knock it or talk about it. I
Mm.
have my own perspective, but I could go on forever. But anyway, thanks guys.
Oh
DJ
yeah,
Kudo, shout out to you. Good job fasting. I'll be here because this
yeah.
is where I can talk the most.
Hey, did you see my email? I put in the private chat. So if you have any message or you want to tell me something and you can't reach me out, just send me that email. That's my business email.
Yeah. And fasting. Credit to you for standing on your ground. Like you're holding like the Bible perspective.
Mm,
You're serious about that. And I can respect that. Like we've come at you from all kinds of angles, and you still have not wavered once. You've stuck to your convictions.
mm.
So yeah, respect to you and Kuda, man, for standing in your square. I
Oh
really
yeah.
respect that, man.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
I know Jessica. She, we're 3 minutes late because she started a stream, but hopefully I'll see you there
Okay.
because I'm gonna go over there and support her. Yeah,
Okay.
she's willing to talk.
Yeah.
She says she's here to support the stream team, and she was here on my show for almost what 3-4 hours. So yeah,
Yeah.
hey, I'll go over there and support her because hey, that's all it's all about. So
Okay.
thanks
I'm
again,
just gonna.
man.
Yeah,
We,
man. Peace
we,
out. I'm
we're
just
gonna
gonna get. I'm gonna write down the email and I'm out. But
yeah.
somebody else can go.
Oh yeah. Aegon, I know you're bouncing the ball over there, jumping. Are you there? Aegon. Well, I guess Aegon he's unavailable. So I want to say to everyone listening, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. We broke a record. As of today, I had 26 people watching my stream. So please, Nimblemid posted the link to Jessica X's stream. Please go over there if you have time to go and support her. She was here supporting me, and I just want to say, guys, knowledge is power. Sometimes ignorance is without choice, but I hope the information that I presented to you today, the first hour and a half, was beneficial. So stay tuned for more stream. All right, guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Hey, fasting. Yo, you there or no?